It's another beautiful morning in Rio de Janeiro as we kick off day 6 of the Brazil League. Now that we are finally across the halfway mark, the playoffs are no longer just lingering in the distance. They are rapidly approaching, and these 10 teams only have 4 more chances to lock themselves in for a top 6 spot. It's no joke now. Alongside Gabriel Laxing-Miralez, I'm Jonas Willinger. Laxing, it feels that now that the playoff picture is starting to come into focus here, we're getting a better understanding of who these top 6 teams are.
Yeah, I mean, situations are dire for some teams, and then in other situations, it's a glimpse of hope that they can retain their spot or maintain positioning and increase their value in terms of points and solidify that playoff spot. But I mean, it's do or die in a lot of these situations going forward.
Well, today's games will continue to provide a little bit more clarity on exactly what we can expect going forward. As always, we have a beautiful 5-game slate ahead of us, but it's a big day for Furia as they try to take it against FaZe, get themselves back into the top 6 after a loss yesterday. On the other hand, you look at a team like W7M, who has a chance to solidify their position in that top 6 if they can find any success against NIP.
Yeah, I was about to say, even for NIP, coming off of 2 losses now, where yesterday it was a close one, granted, but still, not gaining any points in any of these past 2 games is not good. Like you said, that W7M matchup, if W7M can put their lead even higher, that just makes it even better for the lower team's positions, because NIP is literally on the cusp of falling out of playoff contention.
We look at a team like Black Dragons as well. You think got to be their best chance yet to get a single point this stage, labeled as the match of the day. Not sure about that one, but it certainly will be a close one. We know that, Laxing.
I mean, I guess in some regards you can say it's definitely the match of the day because both these teams have yet to find a win. So thankfully, either one of these teams is going to walk away with a win so they can feel good about getting a win under their belt. But how good you're going to feel of beating the opponent that literally you guys are in the same exact position.
Yeah, not exactly the dream scenario for anyone, but like you said, the first chance for these teams to get on the scoreboard, aside from the 1 point that Fluxo has from getting it into overtime. We'll end the day with E1 getting another chance in the spotlight, a team that I don't think it's a secret here, who have been exceeding expectations so far this stage. They're currently sitting in first place through 5 play days. Earlier, Ike had a chance to take a closer look at E1 to try to get a little bit more information about why this team has been having so much success. Take a look.
What's up, guys? It's Ike, your analyst for the Brazilian channels. So, are you guys ready for E1 to take home the symbolic trophy of this second round of the Brazilian League? Did you think what I just said was absurd? Well, just look at the league standings. Liquid, FaZe Clan, Ninjas in Pajamas. None of these teams have been able to keep up with the Brazilian League leader. Speaking of NIP, we can't not mention this. Okay, but it's important to say that E1's results aren't just a fluke. They're the result of a perfect balance. Take a look and see that E1 is the only team that consistently ranks in the top 3 for both attack and defense performance, and their win percentage on both sides is very similar. There's the formula for a winning lineup: course correction, lots of communication, and hard work. And I'm not the one saying this.
Cara, eu acho que o que muito deve é a gente conseguir atacar muito bem, manter os ataques muito fortes, que a gente agora tem mais pessoas comunicativas no time, então a gente tem um início de round e meio de round muito forte, e na finalização ainda tem o As. Então a gente tem um suporte que agrega na finalização, tem o Live, que é o intermediário que está sempre comunicando no meio de round, e tem eu sempre fazendo as melhores coisas possíveis. Claro, obviamente, uma hora ou outra eu posso errar, né? Mas, enfim, de começo é isso aí, nós 3 comunicando bastante. O Pérez, ele comunica muito bem essas brechas, e o Try, ele só segura as posições dele e pula em todo mundo que apareceu na mira ali, porque tem como.
Um fator predominante, assim, que a gente tá bem equilibrado tanto no ataque quanto na defesa, foi a gente ter melhorado bastante e dado muito mais foco na defesa, porque no split passado a gente estava com um aproveitamento muito bom no ataque e na defesa não estava tão bom assim, então a gente pensou, a gente tá fazendo alguma coisa errada, porque geralmente a defesa é mais fácil. E, bom, o Stroke de GL e o Live de Shot Caller assim, melhorou bastante, formaram uma dupla perfeita. E acho que isso tá fazendo a gente garantir mais os ataques, igual foi no split passado.
Oh, and there's this guy here, who's undoubtedly a fundamental piece. Henrique Penaki, or Flastry, with less than a year in the elite of Brazilian Siege, is precisely the most outstanding player on this unbeatable E1. Just to give you an idea, he currently has the highest KD of the second round, the most MVPs, 3 in 4 games, and also the highest average rating so far. And he's doing all this in the role of a second support, a somewhat ungrateful position for many. I confess I'm a bit surprised by this performance, but I wonder if Flastry also shares this feeling.
Meu desempenho assim nesse split, eu tô surpreso comigo mesmo. Eu tô fazendo um SOP 2 igual o split passado. Só que a Steph tá me ajudando muito mais a jogar bem. Tanto a Steph quanto os jogadores. A gente não tem medo de falar o que o outro tá errando. E também eu não tenho medo de admitir que eu tô errado. Então se eu tô errado, eu vou buscar melhorar. Então quanto mais eu tô errando nos treinos, mais eu tô melhorando pra vir mais forte no campeonato.
Cara, o Trai, ele é um jogador excepcional, sim, ainda mais porque ele é um novato, e um novato fazer isso é realmente muito difícil. Quando um jogador é muito novo, ele precisa de pessoas que já manjam do jogo bastante para poder passar experiência para ele. Eu acho que a gente tem jogadores muito bons aqui que conseguem passar experiência para ele sem acabar traumatizando o jogador. Ele confia muito em si mesmo, é uma coisa que é difícil, normalmente quando o cara chega ele tem muita insegurança. Então acho que isso é o destaque principal dele, é um jogador muito cabeça fria.
Well, now that we know that, at least looking at the numbers, Flastry is the best player on the most balanced team in this Brazilian league, we still need to answer a question. How can this lineup prevent any performance declines?
A gente tem que manter a calma que, pô, split troca, jogadores mudam, e querendo ou não, quanto mais tu ganha, mais difícil fica o próximo jogo. Não acho que fica mais fácil, não. Inclusive, todo mundo começa a te olhar. Então a gente tem que manter o trabalho e provavelmente trabalhar mais ainda.
After all, last round started surprisingly well, but ended disappointingly. And with the humble words of their in-game leader, I will say goodbye to you all. Will we see E1 again at the Major? This time maybe fighting for the title? We want to see your comments in the chat. Thanks guys. See you next time.
Laxing, no matter what your benchmark is for top performance, whether that's EPS, KD, whether you're looking at entry stats, it feels like Flastry is undoubtedly the top guy, the top performer in Brazil right now.
Yeah, I said it yesterday, even before we are getting these highlights of him. He's been the standout player for me on this team. I mean, you could say about any single one of these guys. Obviously, they're doing all well, but Flastry truly is a mechanically gifted player. At a fundamental level, he's really good. And for being a rookie, to be able to put up the performance, the stats that he's doing, and the consistency across the board, I mean, it's no surprise to me at this point, if you're doing it this far, this long, you're going into Game 6 now, and again, you're keeping this consistency. I mean, rookie MVP of the year, maybe?
Sounds like it. I mean, already the numbers that he is putting up, absolutely mind-blowing stuff, especially, and we heard Ike and Flastry both mention this, surprising given that he is playing that second support, his most played attacker, Thermite, most played defender, Castle, and he's still putting up these numbers. He's still putting up these MVPs between stage 1 and stage 2. 5 MVPs to his name, 4 of which have come through the first 5 playdays, if you can believe that.
I can believe it, and anyone should be able to believe it if you were there watching those games. And if you haven't seen those games, I would highly recommend watching them. Flastry, especially for up-and-coming talent, I mean, this is a player to definitely watch and just to mold yourself around, because he's showing that he can do it. He can bring it to the table, and that he brings not only that, but the energy just even in the rounds that they win. You can see him yelling. You can see him getting hype, and it's just so pivotal for a team to be able to have such an X factor as Flastry.
Of course, Flastry still up there in KDR as well. I mean, up there with names like Live, Souls, Vopes, Palu, Miracle. We saw that performance that he was able to put on yesterday for Vivo Kid. This is very good company to keep.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, just to even reference it, I mean, you know, again, they were number 1 on attacking, they're number 2 on defense. So it's really not a surprise that he's doing so well, and same with Live right there, because it's been a team effort. Each one of them allows one another to excel and to be a top player, to be in these situations. But again, it is nice to be able to highlight Flastry because of how well he's been doing, and really because he's been a rookie.
Well, E1 and Flastry, of course, showing off and again, looking to see if they can continue that success in our final game of the day against MIBR. Of course, to start the day, we look to Vivo Kid and Team Liquid, 2 teams who are coming off some pretty big performances. Vivo Kid especially, who had to win 6 rounds in a row, eventually winning that game 7-5 against MIBR yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, you know, in their game against FaZe, they immediately came back on because their attacks were weak. And then yesterday, all they needed was one attack, which thankfully that's what pushed them through because their defenses have been really carrying them. I think they're the worst. Actually, I don't think they are the worst attacking rated team so far. They really got to get their defenses going. I mean, their attacks going, because that's really what's propelled this. And you got to think, in the past 3 games, they have a 7-5, 6-8, a 5-7, and they have only won 3 attacks out of those games. That is an insane margin. So it does worry me that you're going into this game where, NIP, Liquid has looked really good across the board, and like they're gonna punish you for not being able to attack. So I hope today they can try to do something on attack. I would really like to see the Monty be played, whatever map we go to. I want to see that adopted into their playstyle just to allow them to get a little more map control, just get a little more fundamentals, get a little push going. But again, their attacks have been very poor.
Well, no matter how you look at this is a matchup between 2 of the top teams in this league right now. You have Keed, of course, sitting in 4th place after their performance yesterday. Team Liquid locking in that 2nd place as best they can, just below E1. As we get closer to playoffs, you look at a team, especially like Vivo Keed, who you'd think is one of these bubble teams, one of these teams that is not necessarily a lock for the playoffs. This game, so important for them to try to solidify this position.
It's very important, just as much as it's important for Liquid to, you know, maintain this top position, just to be able to sit pretty during playoffs, let some teams play, get some time to strat, do whatever you need to do. But again, for any one of these teams in the top 6, getting 3 points today, getting points today to just keep your points at the top and not allowing yourself to go below 6, that is the goal here. Because again, it doesn't matter if you get 1 or 2, that's great. That doesn't guarantee you a spot in Montreal, but at least if you can stay above in that top 6, that is the most important factor here.
Well, Liquid, we've talked a lot about the depth this team has. We've looked a lot at someone like Maya, who has apparently been the top performer on Liquid this stage. But even after talking about Maya so much yesterday, it was Palu who came out on top. He earned the MVP. And Maya, in fact, actually on the bottom of the overall team leaderboard, just speaking to the depth that this team has and the power that someone like Palu can bring to the table.
Yeah, and I touched up, you know, on the old guard still being able to perform. It is great, but a player that I even want to highlight, regardless of that head-to-head, was also Lagonis. Lagonis, we were talking about, you know, how well that they were playing yesterday against Furia during that 7-3, that they were able to shift the momentum in any situation. Lagonis was talking about, you know, shield play wasn't great yesterday, but it was good the day prior, so I'm expecting really good shield play today. But again, to go back to Palu, I mean, it's no surprise to see Palu at the top. Like I said, that's what he's done for throughout the history of Liquid. Whenever you thought of Liquid, you thought of Ness and Palu. So the fact that he can still do it, the team is still looking really good around him. I mean, it's the best mixture that you could possibly have for this resurgency in this Liquid roster.
Well, it's no surprise that it is, of course, Miracle, the name of the player who took the top spot for Vivo Keed yesterday. I feel like that's fortuitous just based on the way this team has been playing. Has it been consistent? I would say no. But has it been winning them games? Yes, and that's the most important thing. Just yesterday, they had 4 rounds in a row where one of their players got at least 3, if not 4 kills. Those are the kind of hero plays, Laxing, that of course you love to see from a talented roster like this, but you don't necessarily want to have to rely on that time and time again.
Absolutely, and that's kind of what's been the situation here, especially on their defenses. But it's nothing to take away. The fact that you do have X factors and players that can do that at any given time is important. But again, it is important to highlight that that's not something you want to rely on. You do want to more so rely on teamwork, getting the job done, and then having those one-off situations where a player can drop a 4K or a 3K here and there. Ironically enough, we were seeing 3Ks and 4Ks yesterday, which really propelled them to get that win. But again, going in today, the biggest factor for this team is getting a grasp of your attacks, because we've already touched up on it. Their attacks are horrible. They are absolutely horrible. They are the worst rated in the league. And again, you're going against the likes of Liquid, where they are looking good across the board.
And when you look at the maps that they've played so far, you could argue that sure, Clubhouse, Skyscraper, Lair, they're not going to be the most attacking friendly maps of all time, but compared to the rest of the league right now, they are falling well short of the mark, worse than Black Dragons, worse than Fluxo in terms of their attacking win rate. Maybe it has come down to map choice to some degree, but it does appear to be a more broader problem. So today, as they look to the map that they're going to end up going to here, you got to imagine that is definitely at the forefront of their mind, Laxing, when it comes down to picking a territory that they can win on.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just kind of want to see where we end up here. It's going to be labs. Okay, so again, the nice thing about labs is on a defense side of things, it is very small. It is very condensed. You are forced to play with your teammate. We already know that they play really well on defense. But again, the attacks on this map are so important, especially for that IGL to feed that information, to facilitate attack, to get an attack strat down. What I really want to see is shield play being used here. We've seen Monty throughout the NAL on this map specifically to be able to feed so much information, have the bottom control of a Buck being able to buck from below while the Monty's feeding information. I would really like to see the Monty or the Blitz being used here from them to just try to muster out a little bit of success, because I have no doubt in my mind Liquid is going to be abusing the meta and bringing the shields and feeding this information for their attacks. But again, the caveat is this is a good map for defense, specifically in how they've been playing.
Right, so the question is this the place where Vivo Keed can finally remedy those attacking woes? We'll find out soon enough. To broadcast this match, of course, we'll bring in Parker, we'll bring in Dez for you here, as they'll be taking the reins for this one. Gents, welcome in. Nice to have you with us. Parker, my man.
Yes.
We've seen Liquid around for a long time.
Yes.
We've seen these players around performing for such a long time. And I feel like what continues to impress me and impress a lot of us about their team is just how everybody, depending on the day, can step up.
Yeah, I mean, depth on Liquid's been a big focal point for why they've built this roster. I mean, when you've got your basic starting foundation of Palu and Nesk, you can do whatever you want beyond that, right? They bring in Lagonas to be that leadership, and then when they brought in Volps, the idea was you get somebody else who can kind of be that, you know, supplementary fragger, but he didn't prove to be as effective as they wanted. And additionally, if you listen to their chatter on social media, he didn't really vibe with the team personality-wise. They've now brought in somebody like Maya, who seems like a much better fit in terms of interpersonal connections, but he's also just an immensely talented player, and Maya doesn't really have bad days. So when you add that depth and everybody on the team can rely on each other, Lagonas goes back to being the bottom performing player, which is great. He can focus on IGLing, and it's woken up Resets, who's now having one of the best seasons he's had in a long time.
Yeah, it's consistent, and that's the scary thing for anyone going up against Liquid. On the other side, you've got Vivo Keedstars, Dez, who I'd say consistent is not the word I'd use to describe them, but you've got someone like Stemp, who's kind of popped out of nowhere here and emerged as one of the top performers, not only on this team, but in the league.
It's one thing I'm really mindful of when speaking about Stem was it was one massive game that has put him up there now in the top like 15 players so far in the competition. Without that game against FaZe on Lair, he's mid to low tier at this point. Which always brings in the big question, you know, Parker mentioned a second ago, Maya, right? He's the star boy right now. He's second-rated EPS in the whole competition. He's the one to try and catch up to. Is Stemp the guy to challenge him and bring him down on the entry? I'm not too sure that he is. Maybe he is. Maybe he has another game like he did against FaZe. It's just hard to think that Light's going to strike twice, unfortunately.
An important question, and one we will answer in just a few minutes. The second place team and the fourth place team, a big game for Vivo Keedstars. Parker, I'll leave it to you. Take it away.
Thank you so very much. I'm really excited to see how this one shakes out, Darian, even though, yes, you are not Jesse. I am not Ace. You are taller than Jesse, and I am less bald than Ace. I'm sorry, what were you saying? Say it again. Say it again.
I said you have considerably more hair.
Here, let me show you some of this right here. This is just one strand. This is more than Tim has.
You've already got him beat. That's it.
That's
Last time we cast together, was it? When was it? Was it Sweden 21?
Yeah, it would have been, I think Yavla would have been the last time that we worked together, because Tim and I did a broadcast together when we rotated through the groups of Atlanta, but that was because Tim and I had never really actually worked together outside of that TriCast, whereas you and I have worked together before. But yeah, I mean, I'm really excited for today's matches. You know, if you watched yesterday's games, it just kind of cemented, as was discussed in the pre-show, the top 6 teams. And Vivo Keedstars has not been a surprise because they've been a top 6 team before, but if you look at the victories that they have and even the losses that they've had, Derry, this has been a pretty good team. You know, they pushed FaZe into overtime last week. They beat Furia, the defending major champs, which is a bit of a surprise, or the defending world champs. Their only real embarrassing victory was to E1, which is the team that sits at the top of the standings right now.
The real scary stat that stands for Keedstars for me is they have the worst attacking rate in the competition, if not Yeah, one of the worst around the world. They're sat down at 28%. That is woeful. And then you ask the question, how the hell are these guys so close to the top with such a terrible attacking history? And honestly, it's because their defensive win rate is so high. You know, they're above 70%. They're really hard to come against. But on the other side, Liquid. Yeah, we spoke about these guys so much already. These guys equally are right up there for defensive win rate. Their attacking is phenomenal as well. So for me, it's kind of the team that can't attack against a rock-solid defense. That's going to be really hard to deal with, where Liquid are very good in attack coming up against a very good defense. This game, I think, will really get defined by Liquid's defensive half, and that's what I'm going to be looking out for here on Labs.
Just a narrowly defender-sided map in terms of the way that Brazil plays it as well. 46 rounds, the third most played map in the region. But with that said, we've got our first matchup ready, Terry. Let's kick it to VKS versus Team Liquid.
Contra a Poderosa é sempre o jogo, né? Não tem como negar, eles sempre aparentam estar bem, sempre manter a constância, então fazer o nosso, ficar atento e não deixar escapar, né, a vitória.
No nosso histórico, assim como eu vivo o Cade, eu acho que a gente sempre levou a melhor. A gente perdeu o último jogo aí na Copa do Brasil, mas é um jogo assim que estava no nosso controle e a gente acabou deixando escapar. O que a gente pode esperar é mais ou menos o de mesmo mesmo. Eu acho que a gente ganha sem muitos problemas assim, só a gente não moscar igual a gente trollou na Copa do Brasil.
Tem que ficar de olho na Liquid, acho que o Reset. Sempre quando eu vejo os jogos, o bichão sempre tá amassando aí. Nunca dá muita atenção pra ele, mas ele sempre tá lá pegando a skillzinha dele, tá enchendo o saco, então é um jogador que tem que ficar de olho.
Na Vivo Cade, assim, acho que o jogador mais perigoso atualmente acho que é o da Fodil. Eu acho que ele vem numa crescente assim muito boa, falando isso assim, individual mesmo. Então pode achar umas skills ali que pode surpreender a gente.
Então, galera da Liquid, fica ligado, hein? Pra não repetir a dose que foi na Copa do Brasil, hein? Não choca não, hein?
Ele só ganha da gente quando a gente trola. Ganhou a primeira vez lá, foi na Copa do Brasil e foi porque a gente trollou. Então vai ficar pra próxima.
Well, the well-rounded Team Liquid sitting right now in second place with 12 points and could, depending on what happens with the E1 matchup today, take sole possession of first in the league. Will go up against the purple lads in Vivo Keedstars, who are ahead of teams like Ninjas in Pajamas, the newly rejuvenated W7M, and the defending world champions of Furia. There are still a couple play days to go, but are you a little surprised by Vivo Keedstars' success, Des?
I am a bit. And again, come back to that stat I spoke about. Terrible attacking team, worse in the competition, even more so than the teams that sit at the bottom like Fluxo and Black Dragons, yet they're still managing to make it work. It's a little bit crazy. Labs might help with that, as we know it tends to be okay for attackers, so I'm keen to see how they deliver here. But knowing neither of these teams have really played this map in the last 4 months really kind of says no one knows what's coming. And we don't really know what's coming based on the bans either. These are the craziest bans that I've seen in terms of the Maverick, in terms of the Castle. I understand the Maverick. The Castle is definitely we know you've got some crazy shit in the back pocket. Let's get that offline right now. Blitz going to surprise absolutely no one. But Liquid have come out here, I think, and they are deliberately looking for what Vivo Keedstars may have shown in maybe the Brazil Super Cup. We didn't get a chance to see the stats for that tournament, so it could have very well been that Vivo played Labs, during that competition. Things like Mirror, I think, are going to surprise no one. So 2 very standard bans from Vivo, but 2 very targeted bans, it feels like, coming out of Liquid, Parker.
Yeah, and I mean, I was also raising this point about the map right before we threw to the actual game. So for people that didn't hear it, I will repeat myself, as we tend to do on the broadcast. And it's that Nighthaven Labs, for the last, I want to say, year and a half, based on official Tier 1 competition, has been the most evenly balanced map in terms of attacker and defender win rates. But here in Brazil, a map that has been played third most, Clubhouse, far and away the most played map, and then Bank is just 2 rounds ahead. So you could make an argument that it's effectively tied for second. This is a defender-sided map. 57% in favor of the defenders all rounds won, 43% for the attackers, which is when you start to diverge from what we often refer to as coin flip territory, right? When you get 55, 45, a 3-3 half is common. It's not unusual. Yeah, 4-2 half is probably most common. But now we're getting into territory where you expect a team on defense to win 4 of those rounds. Vivo Keedstars, as was talked about by you and was talked about on the pre-show, has really quite a horrific attacking round success rate. So as they start on defense, Derry, I'm going to look for a first round victory, but then they need to win 4 on this half. If they cannot escape the first half with a 4-2 lead, I fear that for Vivo Keydstars, they will just be put out of their misery in the second half by Liquid's defense.
Totally agree. Liquid could just very much slam the door in their face, right? I was looking at the stats around the world, actually, for all of Stage 2, and this site up here on the top floor, down in the basement, both hovering around that 60% win rate for the defenders. That already gives you a bit of a bad sign for Vivo when they get onto the attacking side of things. You've got to deal one of the best defending teams onto really strong defensive sites. It is not going to look pretty, but we'll see what happens when we get there. For now, at the very least, Liquid getting themselves focused on IT, a massive staple control point of this top floor, but it's not that they're going to worry about too much. It's going to be undoing this clash, I think. You know, I'm looking at the comp out of Keydstars, and to me, it just screams they're looking to waste a good amount of time. When you've got the clash, the Fenrir that you've got to try and deal with as well, the smokes that shoot your way through, a couple of C4s, or a single C4, sorry, to work through. There's just a lot in their way, and this is really going to test their timekeeping, I think. But again, for Liquid, great attacking team. They shouldn't be too nervous about this.
Liquid's already pretty quick, if I'm being frank. I mean, they're within striking distance of the bomb site, and they've got the attention of the clash. As Maya searches for the very first kill.
Just gross. That is not looking like a fun part of the map to try and push through, is it? You've got a deployable shield sat at the back at long range, a clash just kind of skirting in front of you, and every second you're trying to find an angle onto that shield, you're slowly being zapped of your soul by the clash. It's not looking too pretty, so they're going to have to get creative here, but like you say, there's tons of time to do it. Well, that's unfortunate.
That's a bad start, losing Lagonis, and also surrendering that diffuser, Derry. Now a follow-up as Miracle goes for a swing onto the window. I don't know if that was an ego check or just simply a peek for intel, but at least Liquid keep those numbers even. The bigger problem is that only one shield remains, and it's on the defenders. Nesk almost picking off Stemp with that battle inside of Electrical. The follow-up still from this window. Does Vivo Keydstars not understand that a window is there on this part of the map?
It was just weird because they knew they couldn't play onto the E-box doorway like that because of the challenge coming in from the breach inside of jungle. So it was a bit like, we have to run. Stemp's then gone for a challenge to try and make something happen, not realizing his teammate has died there 20 seconds prior. It's crazy. And like that, Liquid have turned 2 kills on its head. And for what looked like such a good, strong position for Vivo Keydstars, I don't want to say they're throwing the round away, Parker, but this was theirs to lose, and they've done just that.
Yeah, I mean, it's still entirely possible that Lenda is able to win this. He's got Diffuser, and there will be a stack up through this breach. It's good enough for one. That's a great SMG, but just a little bit too much work for one player to do for the remainder of Team Liquid to falter. But yeah, I mean, that window in Electrical, that was the big issue, wasn't it? They didn't really seem to assess that Liquid held that part of the map. Ness gets the first kill and then immediately resets, assumes the same position. Maybe the thought process from VKS was there's certainly no way that they're still sitting there, right? Not that far into the round with just under a minute to go. But no, I mean, that's the window where you're going to see somebody try to hop in. All you have to deal with is that single door on your left where you're safe from on the vault in, and then the diffuser is within arm's reach. So Liquid hold the spots outside of the map. They got in very quickly. A minute and a half into the round, Liquid was within a couple feet of actually getting to the bomb site. Now, that doesn't mean anything because there's more work to be done before you can get in there, but I don't fault Team Liquid for setting that pace. I think Vivo Keydstars wanted to be aggressive to match Team Liquid's advance, and it cost them because, if I'm being totally frank, Team Liquid's a better team when it comes to aggression, and if you let them fight each other head-to-head, my money's going to be on Team Liquid more often than not.
If nothing else, though, it's shown you that Liquid are going to make mistakes in this game, right? The Monty being the one getting caught out so early, them not realizing, oh, there's a player in E-Box. That's a big mess up by Nest to not have full control of E-Box. That opened the door for Keydstars in that round. Yes, they didn't win it, but it to me at least suggests, again, Liquid aren't this impervious side that deserve to be number one and they're the one that everyone should be chasing down. They will make mistakes. So the door is open for Keydstars, but they are the ones who need to find a way through. In round 2 then, Monty on side, Lagonis once again bringing that along. I think seeing things like the Deimos paired up with the DKB as well, not miles off playing like a Lion plus a DKB here. It's just going to be so oppressive for isolating out individual players and forcing them away if they're off on their own, which is then when you open up the chance for someone like Resets on that ram to get above, get those gadgets down in good time, and start opening things up. And if you've watched this map before, you'll know this. Down in basement, there is tons of soft flooring above it that you can deal with. So number one objective for Liquid here, really by the 1 minute 15 remaining marks, give them 50 seconds to get it done. They want to have a lot of that opened up downstairs. They're not going to try and go by the looks of it for a hard breach through into the classical sort of default plant spot inside that site where you open up the main breach, you tuck yourself in the corner, get the plant down. That is not going to be a thing. So top floor is so important, and this is the problem. You've opened things up here. Daffodil's going to be able to slip away and has picked up an early kill. Yes, it's only the Deimos, but it's a kill given away that Liquid really should not be given away.
What was it, his second highest EPS right now in all of Brazil? So keeping Maya alive, especially on an operator that has very good roam clear application, but also so helpful when you're trying to get that diffuser down for the objective. They lost Palu just seconds ago as well. So Team Liquid have not just lost the Deimos, but also the Dokkaebi. You said oppressive. And I mean, two of these most oppressive operators on attack are now gone. Halfway through the round, there's a toxic gas used to get Lagonis out of this position, but Team Liquid a little bit behind the 8 ball at the moment.
Gone from being oppressive more to depressive, I think. Not having those two on side, especially the Dokkaebi, that's the big one that you want in the execute, right? It makes things so annoying. You can't have Stemp sat and bulletproofs like it is here while the Dokkaebi call is ringing out. It helps you so much in the execute when there's all chaos breaking loose and you simply can't get away with it. All this said, though, Parker, with 60 seconds to go, they're in the default plant spot here. When you're not trying to open up through the breach and plant through there, this is your spot to be in. The smokes are keeping them away. They've got to watch out for C4s. There's so much that can come at them, but Neski's just marching on through the smoke. It doesn't matter what you're sending him. He'll try and fight it back. In comes behind though as well. Lender in a great spot, and the Monty has been blindsided here. Is there no flank drone on the watch? Is no one keeping an eye on this for them? Apparently not, because Resets is the one who's got it all to do by himself. I said this in the last round, Parker. Liquid will make mistakes and you can capitalize, but they've got the diffuser down and they've got Reset upstairs. They've got to send 2 or 3 players up to challenge him, but they've got to find out where he is. No one's going to go for this one. This will be a free one, surely. Finds one for himself. No second player to go for it. Here they come. They've got to find their man. They do get rid of him, but there's no time, Parker. 12 seconds on the clock. We're not going to see if they do it. What are we doing? Please let me see. Not going to get away with it. That's going to be a round going over to Liquid. What a chaotic round that turned out to be.
They had no idea where Resets was, sitting in that cubby position upstairs over top of the defuse kit. You saw the 2 players ascend at the top. What was it? The Bandit and the Azami, both at the same time. And that's the right play. You got 3 players left. You force Resets to pick his poison. Do you fight the 2 players that are coming upstairs, or do you hop on the diffuser right away? Well, they said, you know what? We've got enough time. Hop on the diffuser, try to draw him out while we assume the position on that main floor. So that's exactly what they do. The problem is, if you've got 3 players left, and that's the situation you find yourself in, one of those 2 needs to immediately tail off of the top floor and head to that diffuser, because even if you get the kill, which they did, you saw it yourself, it's way more than 5 seconds for them to get back down to that diffuse kit. You did not need both players up there. And if you saw the silhouettes right after the smoke of Miracle had died, you would have seen that the 2 remaining players from Vivo Keystars did not relent. Lenda and Neskin stayed up top, and it cost them.
I just love seeing teams give each other shit so much. It's brilliant. Because, let's be honest, Liquid did not deserve to win either of those 2 rounds. Their timing issues have been atrocious across these first 2 rounds. Yeah, in the replays we saw a second ago, Daffodil vaults into Kitchen. As he dies, the Dokkaebi call goes off. Why is that call not going off 3 seconds prior? Or why is he not waiting a little bit longer to hear, okay, I can hear there's someone off to my left. I should look that way. Instead, he's giving up his life for free. And even in the post-plant there, I mean, this is more Keystars era, to be fair. The smoke can wait until 8 seconds before he tries to stick it. He can wait for his team to say, oh, we know which way the bars are aligned here. There's maybe only 2 places that he can be, and one of them is going to be on the storage window. But no one's challenging it. And I'm just like, they gave that round away to Liquid, but again, it was kind of a Liquid are making enough mistakes that Keystars can win these rounds. They're just making as many themselves that's giving Liquid a way back into the rounds when it feels like it should already be lost. But for Liquid, for me, that's the 2 rounds they want. That, for me, is probably already good enough, knowing what Keystars' attacking rate is like.
Remember what I said the pathway to victory for Vivo Keystars was that they need to win that first round. They have to come out and throw Liquid off kilter.
Yeah.
They kind of did that. The beginnings of the rounds for both of the victories that Team Liquid went on to have were actually excellent for Vivo Keystars. But you can have a great beginning of the round, but you need to shore it up in the mid round, and then you absolutely have to lock it out in the late round. And the late round has been the big issue here for VKS through both of what we've seen so far. So for me, this is the point where Team Liquid can be happy. They've taken 2 rounds on attack. If they can get 3, That's a very terrible spot for Vivo Keydstars to be in because, again, we will once again reference how poor VKS's attacking round victories are. They do not win on attack. They rack it up on defense, and then they just win enough on attack to seal out these rounds. Well, they're not doing their job on the better side of Nighthaven right now.
They are not. And given they've got a very paltry 4 plants across 5 games so far in this league, it just sets you up to kind of see it's going to be so difficult on a map like this as well, and against Liquid. I don't see them getting many more down, which means they've got to win on frags. And okay, Liquid have left the door open a little bit. There will be less mistakes from them in that second half. I'm always the first one to say there's 2 halves to a game of Siege, which of course there are. Things can change massively, but the stats only really support it going one of 2 ways. Here, though, things are a little bit slower. I like this from Liquid. I know that they've kind of got to a spot where they've had both Dokubi calls come out, for example. No one has gone in too soon and died. Good stuff. But they're going to have to execute real soon. So, Lagonis, this one comes on to you. Candela start coming out. 30 seconds to go, Parker.
And he can't breathe any of the toxic gas, which might not do damage, but will at least give information to Vivo Keydstars. As there's the first domino to fall, and it's Maya yet again, whose effectiveness in this match has not been what we expect of a player of his caliber. A retrade there as Miracle dies. And now a walk in as Vivo Keydstars clobber Team Liquid, and it looks like they will get their first victory on defense. Liquid losing out on the clock, losing out on utility. And Stemp ends up drawing the final kill right as the clock strikes 0. Still a worrying spot to be in if I'm Vivo Keydstars, but if they'd gone down 0-3 to start Nighthaven Labs, I fear that would have been it for their chances. They're very much still in this.
Yeah, that was a really strange round, I think, overall for Liquid, where at least initially, it looked like they wanted map control. They had, 3 players pushing around upstairs. They were looking like they had all this vertical control. But then you just saw on the replay there as they've got 3 players around control hall. That's not the kind of limited part of the map that you have when you've got full map control on the top floor. There should be far more coming from above, far more threat in terms of those Candelas coming down from Lagonis that we touched on. But just no real bite to that attack. It was a really strange one from Liquid. But fair play to Keydstars, held their positions, had a couple of players down in that basement that sprung up towards round end, and just caught Liquid off when it came down to time. So good stuff. They get the one on the board. Interestingly, winning that site that has got the lowest offensive win rate out of the 3 that we've played so far. But it's 1 round at the very least. Problem is now, you've got to play the same 3 sides again. And given how the last 3 went, it's winnable, but let's make less mistakes, please. Especially when you get rid of a Monty so early on, please don't make that same mistake again.
I mean, it's very simplistic stuff, but the player that I'm going to be watching this round is Maya. Maya plays these very high-value utility fragger ops that are great, again, for roam clear, but also excellent for the execute. We've seen teams approach Deimos in 2 ways. Number 1, you use a death mark early just to find where these offsite players are, pinch them quickly, and then gain very fast map control, all because of 1 gadget. Or you save 2 to potentially all 3 of those death marks until the very final moments of a round where as the execute's going down, you isolate one of the players, and then when it's a post-plant, you isolate what is left. This is not an early death mark as we're 45 seconds in, but Maya is being watched, or Maya is watching Lenda as they can see one another. Stemp is positioned for the first kill, down goes Nesk. And it's really quite amazing, Des, that Team Liquid have been as competitive as they have when they keep surrendering the first pick. 4 rounds in a row where Liquid has been behind early.
Yeah. Pushing good through the flashes, at least might get themselves a bit of a freebie back here. I thought for a second we were going to see Lenda turn that onto Parlo, even through the flash, but they bring it back up to a balance, and it was good there. There was a bit of team play coming out of Liquid, isolating out the Valkyrie off the back of the info that Maya gave them. Now, I wouldn't quite go as far as saying that for me, Deimos is a lot like Vigil, but you see Vigil picked up, and many of us will say he's a very selfish defender. He's off by himself, his gadget only covers himself. He's off to cause a bit of trouble. He's serving his team by being selfish. I don't want to say Deimos fits into the same category, but obviously he only highlights 1 target. If that person happens to be around site, for example, that's a wasted gadget. You've got to wait to cool down. I much prefer Dokkaebi in these kind of situations because that sort of opening kill that came out of Stemp probably doesn't happen if that's a Dokkaebi. You're focused on 1 target, you get baited out by that 1 target, you get caught out by someone else. And so I don't really know if I'm 100% on board with the idea here of going for the Deimos over playing the Dokkaebi instead. Obviously, Liquid have got their preference. Maya's got his preference. Just one thing that I sort of clocked there that I thought would have been a bit better for them to take instead.
Well, these rounds are flying by, Derry, and they say that time flies when you're having fun. I think that's a testament to our ability to cast together. It's nothing to do with the actual game. No, it's about us. matchup
The
is
games are
completely
interesting.
secondary.
The rounds have been interesting to see the back and forth because there's a degree of both teams playing okay, but also a world where they're just throwing things away at silly times. And oh man, this is going to be one of those again, I think. As soon as that Monty drops the shield, this is going to get rough. There's a second one in the back of it, and no way does he win that one out. Lacona should not be losing that. The second player behind him, Maya, what are you doing? Monty's staring at him face first, ready for you to challenge, and you're like, now I'm going for them stairs, bro. They look real sweet right now. Let me get some fish in there. But no, pays the price, and like that, Liquid have... I don't want to say given a round away, but that was a free kill waiting, and instead they've given 2 kills away. Not too sure I agree with that play from Liquid.
Derry, I was just about to demolish Daffodil for how terribly he played that Monty entry. He missed all but one smoke. The Monty takes only 40 damage, 50 damage through all 3 toxic canisters. He whiffs on the player who rotates through fish at the top. And I'm thinking to myself, this is one of the worst string of events that we've seen out of a smoke in Brazil in a long time. And for whatever reason, there you go. There it is. Whiffs, but then wins it. The re-engage here wins it as well. How are these things not being communicated to Team Liquid? Maya, like, you're the one that needs to be prepared for the follow-up after the Monty dies, and you're nowhere to be found. So we go from Daffodil making a series of unfortunate events to Liquid completely bottling it and then falling apart all in the same spot. Daffodil gets a 3K from the top of fish stairs, and that's the entire round. Some rounds are determined by how well a team can play. That round in particular was determined by, honestly, who could screw up the least. And it was Vivo Keydstars. But there's no reason in which Daffodil should have had any chance whatsoever on that. He should have died to the Monty. That should have been top of fish. And then Liquid should have just bulldozed their way into the bomb site, leaving the Azami as the last point of defense. That's not what ended up happening. Daffodil saves them the round after making a huge mistake because Liquid committed even more mistakes.
Again, for me, Maya was the real offender there. He was the one who should have been in that spot backing up the Monty. I know there was a smoke and he was down to, I think, 14 HP off the back of it. Like, if you have to give your life to guarantee that your Monty can push through in towards site, okay. Otherwise, you've... And it's a timing issue. If the Monty stands there with shield fully extended a little bit longer and Maya gets in a better position, okay, you can maybe make that play work. But this is what I keep on speaking about. And the thing is, I can 100% see a world where if this broadcast was in Portuguese and the players watched it back, they'd be like, oh, this cast is so negative. Why are they crapping on us all the time? Like, we're playing well, we're doing good, we won the match, talk about the good things. I get it. Both teams are great. That's why they're top 4 teams. But at this level, you have to demand more from these teams to show what they can do. But it is mistake after mistake. I touched on the Deimos as a great example. Maya finally at least gets an entry. Daffodil was trying to hold down inside of storage because they wanted to deny this vertical play. But again, for me, it comes down to the small errors that are costing rounds either way. It has been such a weird 4 rounds, but equally so enjoyable to watch.
Yeah, I mean, it's been, as we say with a lot of matches, and it is often true, it is an unpredictable matchup between these teams, and one on paper where Liquid should have this one in hand. But again, this is a defender-sided map. Vivo Keydstars have a very high defender win rate. So them winning 4 rounds to start off on the favorable side of Nighthaven Labs, that's pretty normal. Then it becomes incumbent upon Team Liquid to claw that one back and either win outright or go to OT and prevail there. So, I mean, if this round, which is in a great spot right now for Team Liquid, if this round goes into Team Liquid's win column, then they've got to be the favorites for the remainder of this match. But there's a flank coming in from Stemp, and if Liquid are so focused on this bomb site, they could die. They won't, though. Lenda dies. Stemp needs to do something huge here, Derry, on the flank.
He's got to go big, but again, Palusat's here on the Dokkaebi as well. He gets a call in here, the second one to come out. That could be the difference maker for them. I'm not too sure he has one or not. We'll find out if it comes out in a moment, but they've got themselves in a 5v3. For a team of Liquid's caliber, this should not be losable, and sure enough, Stemp has been dealt with. Perfect. This is much more of what we expected from Liquid. At least the C4 comes over and guarantees them 1 miracle into a second, almost finds a third. Surely we don't find ourselves giving this one away. No, we do not. Maya making up for the errors of last round with both of those opening kills in this round and basically setting up Liquid for success. Really good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, that was Liquid taking the first kill and snowballing off of that. It was the first round where Liquid was able to draw first blood as well, Derry, which is a crazy thing to say at this point in time, especially when you look at those numbers. But I mean, Nighthaven Labs is a very intriguing map when you watch how teams approach it, because it's got similarities to a lot of other maps, right? The big one that a lot of times we fixate on the top floor is Garage and Catwalk. which is going to be a huge part of this particular bomb site, given that it's on the main floor. But teams are going to defend upstairs. This is where the parallels to, say, like a cache CCTV hold would be on Clubhouse, except the difference is now you're going to be defending above the bomb site, which then leads, in my opinion, to some similarities that we see on Cafe when teams defend Cocktail when looking over top of Reading. The big thing with Nighthaven Labs is getting that IT wall open. Usually you'll have a Kaid who will Electroclaw it. He's available, but he's not being played. We've seen Mute and Bandit as the two main denial operators. But you don't want to invest too much on IT on either this bomb site or the top floor bomb site, because Maverick can hard counter it. And the only real way that we've seen defenders be able to rebuff and advance from that position is a Nitro cell that's timed and thrown correctly. It looks like from the lineup that we see from Team Liquid, with them just going for an ace, they're not going to focus on that top floor at all. No. Instead, it's going to be a direct hit right now on the bottom floor. Selma's going out immediately, and Liquid should be able to get to the building in the first 30 seconds.
I think you play a really risky game here if you're Liquid and you try and pull off the same attack from that top down again sort of vibe they went for last time around. So a total shift in what they're trying to do looks really cool. They are going for the main breach this time around, for example, as we've just seen. Again, they were changing this kind of info operator on the team. It can be Lion, it can be Dokkaebi. Jacka we don't really see these days. Deimos we spoke about here, though, they're leaning in towards the Lions. We've seen the full gamut hit, really. We've seen Lion and Dokkaebi in one round, Deimos in another by himself, Dokkaebi in another by herself. They really are keeping things fresh and changing things up, which is a really cool sign because it keeps Keystars asking questions. What's the best way we can deal with that? How are they going to play? Because each of these operators invite something a little bit different to the play. Another EE1D ringing out here from Parlo as well, so a couple inside the first 60. Getting them more towards the building safely with the first one, the second one to help them get into a spot here to start pinching out onto individual players. But I think we all know why Azami is the highest presence operator in the game right now. It's because she makes things like this so difficult to deal with.
Even with her nerfs, she still requires an awful lot of either time or utility to clear her out of those positions. And it's very similar to what we saw. Oh, no. Resets. You knew IT was open. Liquid committing 2 errors in a row. The first one was Nesk, who had his back turned to a window, and then Resets asleep at the wheel. Half of the round has transpired right now, and Liquid's focus will be on that catwalk, but it really does allow quite a bit of freedom for Vivo Keystars. There was almost an engagement from Maya. He still could be snuck upon as his focus is on the bomb site. This is not great for Team Liquid, as now they've lost Lagonas as well.
You know, Neskin, I'll give it to him here. He's wasted so much time and got 2 kills for himself, and they're still trying to kill him. It just isn't possible. Finally, Maya gets in and gets rid of him. But at what cost, Parker? As you've already said, 2 players have been lost in the early round. He collects himself a second kill to make it 3. So now Parlu and Maya, the 2 highest rated players on the team, is worth stressing, have got to pull off a 2v3. If any players can, it's them.
There's a shotgun that's going to be waiting for Maya. A DMR really does quite a bit of damage. I don't think he's expecting Lenda to be so close to the door frame, though. He has 1 shot, 1 opportunity, and he lets it slip. Almost a flawless round for Vivo Keystars. They only lost a couple. First half in the books, though, and if I were them, I wouldn't be particularly happy with those numbers. But you can always see what they can muster up on the second half.
Yeah, I think Liquid especially will be really happy with that. To get 3 attacks here, you need to see Keystars replicate the same thing, get 3 in this half for themselves to guarantee overtime. Otherwise, this game is cooked. And as we've spoken about to the absolute death on this broadcast so far, the lowest attacking win rate in this league and one of the lowest in our 3 major regions around the world. This is the big challenge now that they need to overcome, is to show that they've gone away and workshop this. They've been working on that attacking side of things, and they can bring the heat to Team Liquid. Problem is, it's Liquid, as we've already said. They're great on defense. This is going to be a really difficult half for them to get this into overtime.
This first round, I think, is going to be very critical as well, as we said for the first round of that first half. If Team Liquid can win here, then I think they're in excellent shape. If Vivo Keystars can win on attack this early on, I do fear a little bit for Team Liquid's mental. Both teams still have their timeouts, so if they need to, they can settle things down. But I mean, look at the score sheet right now. Palu 4-5, Maya 5-4, Lagonas 0-6.
Bless him.
And it's not just that Lagonas is 0-6. As we talked about on the pre-show, he's the type of player who will improve his teammates at his own expense, and that's fine. But I really cannot say that he was as valuable on utility play that half as the 0-6 would potentially suggest. You cannot excuse the fact that he did not get a kill just by his shield play or his utility and support play. So yeah, he's going to be giving them help through IGLing, but Lagonis needs to wake up, because even one extra player showing up for Team Liquid with the scores for Palu and Maya being what they are, having a little bit extra firepower could break this matchup wide open.
I'm really keen to see what he plays, to be fair, because Mira is his most played operator alongside Fenrir, and obviously the Mira's been taken away. The Fenrir is over in Nesk's hands here, so for Lagonis, it's going to be some different operators maybe that we get to see him bring out and show us what he can do with them. And being on the Azami, you tend to play in these slightly more aggressive positions, unless he's playing a like super supportive on site itself, which sort of feels like a waste of her potential. She has got such great time-wasting capability that doing it around the map actually feels more effective sometimes. Although here we'll see what that starts to look like. For me, I think on the similar to you, we've really got to see Maya and Palu stepping up. The fact that these guys currently stand as a team, like down, I think 5 entries went to Keystars and 1 to Liquid so far. It's the one stat that Keystars do beat them on, but it's taken time to get to this point. Liquid have got to start turning it on, and sure enough, they find one. But look at this. Neskin, super sub, stepped into the team with about a week to go. Here he is with 2 kills again in this round.
As we've said when these teams have battled before, well, I don't know if you've said this, but I've said it before, winner gets to keep the name Nesk. So, I mean, it's a big deal, obviously, for both of them, whether we're going to see the mentor or the apprentice, the master or the apprentice. Huge entry from Daffodil, by the way. Liquid have completely lost the plot on this round, Darrence, and it's all in a 1v3. Palu to stand against the tides of Evo Keyed Stars as Lenda, Neskin, and Miracle inch ever closer. Palu's making it work, though.
That's a shot.
This is quite the rodeo that he's doing. Excellent shots, and with 1 minute to go, he's trying to freeze them out.
And nothing else as well. Of course, you'll hear them coming in through the ice. Footsteps, obviously, you're not going to see it normally from below, but it will detract them. It gives them a little bit more time to work with. The problem that means is they'll get more chance to stack up, which is what 2 of them have done, at least. Started inside a connector as a pairing, maybe splitting off a little bit here, which is where the risk comes through. You don't want 2 separate 1v1s to come from this. Palu's one of these guys that will hit these big shots, steps his way back here, but knows he's been hit. Oh, and gets sprayed through the soft wall. Unfortunate there, because I really thought for a second he might be able to pull this one off.
No, I mean, this is the matchup that we expected, and I think one more bad round and Liquid calls their timeout just to maybe see what the next steps are. But maybe I was a round off. Maybe they use it right away, and of course,
I get it.
When timeouts are called, we don't know what the comms are inside the server. We don't know what the mood is of the team, but Hugzor does. He's standing behind them. He can hear their comms. And he thinks now is as good of a time as ever to settle this team down and walk through the next couple rounds.
I think if you look back at it, first couple of rounds, they were loving life after each round. They were just like, "Way, giving it large over towards Keyed Stars," and really, just being happy and jubilant. But as the rounds wore on and they kept losing these entries, they kept giving away rounds that really should have been theirs. I wouldn't say heads dropped, but the energy certainly came down. And that round, to me, there probably just suggests really poor communication. The fact that Neskin has stepped up in towards Connector and collected 2 kills for himself shouldn't really be happening when you've already found the entry. For Daffodil to then walk in from Aqua side and collect 2 kills himself with no response shouldn't be happening. That is just Liquid leaving massive gaps and not communicating with each other, not making good use of information. So 100%, I think Hugzor is stepping in and saying, "Boys, what is going on? Like, communication, back up, please. We're letting this one slip when it really shouldn't be happening." Look at this, look. They've got no idea what's going on here. It's messy. That's not the Liquid that we know and love. And Keyed Stars have just played the game in front of them there. They've found the holes. They've played the round excellently. And again, for a team that we were worried about on the attack, they've shown they can most certainly attack. And what a team to be able to do it against. But Liquid have got to get their heads back in the game. Otherwise, you are opening the door to Keyed Stars being able to take that top 2 spot.
Yeah, I feel like we focused an awful lot on what we come to expect from Liquid, but not what we come to expect from Vivo Keyed Stars. And I mean, obviously Liquid is a huge entity, big organization, big players. We're going to focus on the team that tends to absorb the most oxygen in the room. And we talk an awful lot about Liquid at every single event they go to because of expectations, because of the caliber of their players, yada, yada, yada. But in this instance, they are well behind our expectations, and that's partially because of mistakes they've made, but also, no matter who they're playing against, Vivo Keyed Stars shows up. Again, if you ignore that E1 result, where Vivo Keyed Stars only got 2 rounds, it's been pretty good for the Purple Lads, especially pushing FaZe deep into OT. So if VKS can do that to FaZe and then turn around and have similar success against Team Liquid, then I think we can say with pretty good assurity, they are the real deal.
Every time I hear you say the word lad or lads, I don't know what it is, but it always sounds funny.
Is it because you're used to hearing it with a British accent?
Yeah, but I've heard of the Canadians say lads. It's you, Parker. I don't know what it is. I'll have a think about this one. I'll review and reflect.
Tell
and
me
I'll come
why.
back to you.
Yeah, tell me why. I want to know why.
You have to say it a few more times though, and then maybe I'll really get it. It'll stick.
Okay.
So you got to say purple
I'm
lads
not going to
more
say it.
often,
I'm not going to say
really
it now.
enjoyed you
But
calling them the purple lads or lad.
Yeah,
I can't even pronounce how you say it. It's so interesting.
it's just I'm getting tired of just saying team names over and over and over and over and over again. You know, and it's you got to find ways to do it. You know, the purple shirts. I think I've called them a few times, and
So what a liquid.
there's just what are liquid? The boys in blue. Come on,
I
man.
like that one. Okay.
The horsemen.
The horsemen. The five
Even
horsemen of the
listen.
apocalypse. Maybe not in this game, but normally yes.
Of their own apocalypse.
There we go. Well, let's focus on this one then. We've had a couple of calls come out from Daffodil quite early on, so at least we're not seeing players getting ahead of the game and rushing in before we've had those calls come on through. They're trying to play out the back of them. But look at this. Daffodil's already inside here. They've got pressure coming from Breach, pressure coming on towards the default spot. Keystars are moving at pace here, and already they've got ahead potentially the vertical play as well. This is looking good. Resets at least calms things down with a trade back, but I think there, Liquid again got caught a little bit asleep at the wheel. Very fortunate to have not lost 2 or 3 players in the process.
There go those boogie drones as Liquid have lost yet another player. Maya's assessing whether he wants to engage with somebody who might be above him or not. Nest creeps up ever closer. That's Stemp to shrug off an awful lot of damage, and he looks like he's just firing blind at this point. A couple of those bullets have tagged Maya, and all these flashes will go out.
Stop! This is so messy. What on earth
There
is
we
going
go.
on?
He gets the pick. I was wondering.
That was the weirdest vertical challenge I think I've ever seen. But they've lost 2. They've got the cover. No! How has that happened? You had like 2 players covering. Lender gets it and finds one, but the vertical's going against him. You've got to move. Yes, good lad, Lender. He's away on this one. He steps away. They don't have the vertical control. Nesk, I don't think will have enough info. In fact, I say that now. They've got the red ping. Will he find his man? He's spraying down. He's at 5 HP. No, he finally gets downed. 5 HP to his name, Parker, and I really thought he was going to stick it, but Liquid snatched victory from the jaws of defeat in that round.
That might be one of the messiest but enjoyable rounds that we have seen so far. I loved every single minute of that one.
That summarizes all 8 rounds for me. It has been so chaotic, laden with silly errors. Like, again, losing that Monty in round 1, I still look back at it and think, how the hell is that happening? But it's making for such good watching.
Yeah, I mean, that was a round where... what is it? With MOBAs, you can track by gold, right? And when team fights come in, you see like that little... I'm sure you watch League of Legends, so I'm sure you've seen it, where it's like chance of victory, and then it goes up, and then it goes down when somebody dies, and it spikes all over the place. Here it was like... Here it was like all liquid, all liquid, all liquid, then all Vivo Keystars, and all liquid, then all Vivo Keystars, and then at the very final second, Liquid wins it, wrestles it away from them. And I mean, you can really use your tactical timeout to plot that in advance, but you got to be able to keep your head in the game. This has been a problem that has plagued Liquid forever, which is that they get down on themselves, they spiral out of control, and they need an adult in the room to say, wake the hell up. I don't know if Hugzord does that. I don't know if the supporting staff can do that. I don't know if Maya was brought on partially to do that. I know that the leader on the team, quote unquote, is Lagonis, who, by the way, we are now in round 9, is still without a kill dairy. So I'm not really sure. And I mean, the other thing, too, is that Liquid are a team that will like and trust each other. But if you talk to players, if they're in a very close match and somebody on the team is laying an egg, as Lagonis is, that is distracting. That is something that sits in the back of your mind. And you think to yourself, if Lagonis had won this engagement, if Lagonis had 1 or 2 kills, this could be a 5-3 scoreline right now. So he's got to wake up. He's going to play on the Valkyrie. It might be easier for him to find some kills on defense here. But if Lagonis does not wake up, this is going to continue to be a very, very hard climb for Liquid.
It's always difficult. And I think, like you said earlier on, there's only so much you can forgive saying, look, he's played Monty most of that half in the first. You don't expect him to get tons of kills, but equally we see Monty players walking through teams and collecting 2 kills, even 3 kills sometimes going even further than that and getting it all done by themselves. He hasn't been that guy so far. And all the way back from round 1, as I said, the positional error that he made and got caught from Ebox, that to me was a bit like, oh dear, there's something very, very wrong here. And it still looks to be a bit like it. I know Liquid won that last round, I would wager, I'll go as far as saying that they probably shouldn't have won it given how things played out. But as it stands, they did win it. We're at 4-4. Things stay ridiculously tight between the two teams. Starting themselves out, though, more out towards this east side of things. Going to work their way through Connector once again. This is where we saw all that scrappiness back in the first half. There are no shields, though, on side for either team. So things should be a little bit more free-flowing, but also a little bit more risky for both sides.
It's a real cursed attachment and skin combo, by the way. I saw him using it earlier. I think it was on Bandit when we first saw it. Yeah, there it is. It's mighty cursed. Just a small little comment. IT wall is now open with 1 minute to go. Again, where has this round gone, Derry?
It's crazy. You say about like time flies when you're having fun. I feel like we stopped talking about the previous round and we're halfway, if not near the end of the next. It's ridiculous. It does feel like it's going by really, really fast. But I think also that's because both teams are moving at pretty good pace overall as well. Like Liquid, you commended for earlier on. I'd say Keystars are in a pretty good spot at this point where they've managed to put all of Liquid back on site with about 40 seconds to play. That doesn't feel like tons of time, but and I guess the problem is with the smoke still going off, that's even less time they've got to work with. They're just going to have to go for it, and sure enough, they step in. There's a bit of a trade there, and a down comes through on either side, but Liquid are the ones who walk away with 2 kills, though, Parker.
They do, and that's exactly what they need to be able to keep pushing this. Vivo Keystars' poor attack victory rate is really what they're going to need to keep in mind, and Liquid have to abuse this. Liquid lost their first player, it's resets. Nesk is bleeding out, though, so this is a very winnable fight. And Neskin walks in to take care of Maya, but the time is the bigger issue. Lagonis just needs to survive. They don't know. And he'll do just that. It comes down to the wire. Goodness gracious. They said that Black Dragons and the Fluxers would be our match of the day. Well, we're getting quite the treat very early on. Team Liquid survived quite the scare in that round.
This is ridiculous. Oh, utterly ridiculous. Once again, it comes down to such a close moment, and I really feel for Vivo Keystars. They were down 3 versus 5 in that round. They bring it back to a 2v1. I'm just like, wow, so winnable. They can plant and they win the round, but they didn't know where the last player was. So the risk there, if you start planting, you leave the other player in a 1 versus 1. They lose that fight, the round is cooked, the game is done. But they just down to a matter of seconds, a couple more seconds on the clock. That round is theirs. Same as the prior round when Lender was left in a 1 versus 3. If they manage to play that out correctly, they're the ones up 5-3, not Liquid. And this is the thing that we'll look back at this game in the future and maybe say, Liquid won this 7-3, 7-4, whatever it might be. They cruise through that game. I wouldn't say they've cruised through this game at all. It has been such a back and forth affair. It has been ridiculously close round to round. But again, all anyone remember, sorry, at this point, 5-4, sorry, rather than 7-3 it can possibly end, isn't a thing that can happen. But I think you'll look back at this and say, Liquid won it comfortably. I think anything but.
Look at this.
This pains me.
Yeah.
It's the panic. The panic. Oh, it's horrible. Wow. The rounds do not disappoint. I can't think of a single boring round that we've had so far this game.
Yeah, no, I mean, maybe like the first or second round were a bit slower, but everything since then has been quite the breakneck pace.
No, Parker, how dare you? They may be even slow, but they were chaotic as hell. Think about the Monty dying early on and the clash and the craziness in E-Box window that seemingly got forgotten about by Stemp. Like, there was all kinds of madness in those rounds as well. I'll go with you and say it was slower, but it's got more and more ridiculous as the game has gone by. I love it.
Fair point. Okay. I see your point. I don't disagree, but yeah, I mean, I think that the matchup has definitely gotten more exciting as time has gone on. We see an Echo on the board and a Nook being brought by Stemp, so some small changes by these teams. Curious if this will make a difference, and I didn't see in the previous round if he got on the board, but Lagonis might still be sitting at 0 kills. Can you confirm? Unfortunately, the HUD is still broken.
He was 2-8, so I'm going to say yes.
Lagonis was 2-8?
He's 2-8 prior to that round. I don't know if all the kills have been entered for the previous round, the stats, but he is 2-8 apparently, yes. So he's on the board, Parker.
He had 0 kills at the start of round 9, so if he had 2 kills, he would have got them in the previous round.
He has hatched that egg and it's flown away. Ooh, this is late.
I think this will be one successful trick.
Yeah, you'll take that. You'll take the one, if nothing else. Less of an angle to work with. Less wide berth looking in towards the main site as well. I think it just means that it's not as bad and not as exposed an angle now. It's still being open is still a problem though, so that's something that we'll have to see defenders respect.
That's a nice pace to open things up, but what are the next steps here for Vivo Keedstars? They've dispatched Neskin to the bottom floor, who will enter all on his own. It doesn't look like he's been droned in, and I mean, he's on Deimos. That's what you can do, but you've got two operators that can enter alone in Stemp's Nook and Neskin's Deimos. Both operators that excel when playing solo. Obviously, Neskin's Gadget can assist other teammates, but will typically have the most success for himself. EMP goes off, and it will slow Lenda down. Vivo Keedstars look like they might be getting a bit bogged down here, Derry.
I think a little bit, yeah. They really need either Stemp or Neskin, like you say, to make something happen here, to be that backstab threat. In this case, it's more onto the Deimos, who 2 minutes into the round is still down in the basement trying to hunt players down. He's kind of like playing the sort of role you'd see that a Buck play, right? It's more about the vertical and making use of the info that you get to literally chase him down. It is the most terrifying thing when a Deimos gets underneath you. It's no different in ranked, and you know they've got full visibility of you, and they're just pasting shots into the ceiling, trying to tag you as you walk away. It's horrible to try and escape from. But obviously in this spot, he's not collected anything. He's not even damaged anyone. And instead, they've lost Stemp elsewhere. That is not ideal for Vivo Keedstars.
There's the death mark. On to Palu. Will now be tracked. There needs to be some urgency here from Vivo Keedstars, Derry. They are just literally falling into their death.
Oh, dear.
What a play from Nesk right
one.
now on the stairs. Outdueled by Neskin. Diffuser retrieved, but very limited time left. Neskin picks up another, though. And there's the plant going down. Miracle will need to cover as the three remaining players from Liquid will circle on in. Neskin picked off. Miracle, no time to grab the kit. Liquid win yet another round, and they are poised very well, Derry, to close this one out.
I feel bad for Neskin, man. I think he's now 13 and 6 is he going to be. Hasn't been involved in a single entry, so everything for him has come in the mid-round. Yeah, a couple of kills around, not too far off that being his average across this game. He really is having an impact, but the problem is these guys, where they started out really good in the entry back in that first half, in the second half, they've collected one so far. It is not looking good for them, and they're losing players, as you just saw, in some of the silliest ways. Like, Nesk being inside a garage there and having control over Control, oddly enough named, was something that should have been figured out a long time ago. A drone would have known or notified you there's a guy on catwalk. He's sat around garage stairs. He's been giving you bother if you try and push through Control. Yet two players run down there, give him no challenge, and both die to him. That completely shuts it down. Oddly enough, very similar to what we saw Liquid trying back in the first half, if you remember. They got this full top floor control where it was like, great, we control top floor. Now let's put three players inside of Control and make that our only angle of attack, and they paid the price for it. Vivo Keedstars have just walked into and done exactly the same thing without things like a Ying to really support them.
This is our first Kaid, by the way, that we have seen here. You crunch those numbers for me.
First in this half, I believe. Oh, no, we saw him back in round 7.
Oh.
So Bandit and Kaid in the same round there for the second floor defense. This one obviously being down in the basement is a bit of a different story.
Yep. And no mute as well, so we see these intel operators on the side of Vivo Keedstars will now have greater effect as there's no way to silence their gadgets. So Team Liquid will be on the run. And as you said, oppressive operators in that first half, and Vivo Keedstars are hoping that they are just as oppressive for themselves as they were for Team Liquid. Just kidding. Team Liquid, if you remember that round, they lost the Deimos and the Dokkaebi early.
Yes, it was from oppressive to depressive, as we said at the time. Yeah, massively.
Oppressive to depressing, yeah.
I do love this combo. I think it's, again, really oppressive. It's really powerful. It's very good for finding out where players are sat. It's then for hunting one of them down if you realize, oh, this person's not on site. Let's go and hunt them down. Obviously, with Dokkaebi, the weakness being you only get 2 calls that you can work through. One, if it's used too early, can really be negated quite easily by roamers. The second one normally then guarantees a hit. But you'd love to have a third for actually hitting the site itself because, again, it denies observation tools away from those that are already dead. Things like Valkyrie cams become completely useless, including bulletproofs and things like that. Or things like the Yokais or any Maestros that might be in use. Not really a thing these days because of Brava. But you get the gist. It's really powerful in the execute. Deimos at least lets you try and save one of those calls if you want to, at least for later in the round. Daffodil's got this one here. I would probably expect him to make use of it here. Now they're trying to clear this first floor. Because as you can see from all these little red highlights, there are 3 players still sat on this first floor that need clearing away before they can start thinking about it. And there we go. Call is through. Deimos death mark is in. This will now start forcing them back. And sure enough, a great kill coming in. Neskin collecting Maya, who is not having a good game on the entry.
No, I mean, Liquid in general's not been having a great game on the entry. They've been behind in so many of these rounds. The fact that it's been as close as it has speaks to two things: the depth on Team Liquid, but also through this half, Vivo Keedstar's deficiencies on attack, which we have discussed quite a lot at this point, and I don't think needs to be repeated yet again. Well, they got those first picks, though, or that first pick. Vivo Keedstars need to follow up relatively quickly.
Yeah. I feel like they've put in all this effort and, you know, got that kill onto Maya, forced Liquid back, but that was a minute ago. What have we been doing for the last minute except a little bit of droning and clearly a little bit of work around vending? That's all they've got. Sure, Exo Stairs is now yours. Congratulations. What else are you playing with here? And the answer doesn't really seem to be a ton. Stemp on the Ram should have given them a lot more control than maybe they've already got. A kill coming through to balance things back as Lender falls. But now Vivo Keystars have got to push in and make so many errors on the way through because all they've got is 10 seconds as smokes continue to rain out from Palu. They've got nothing. They're walking in blind here, Parker. Stemp collects 2 for himself, and this could actually be the big turnaround they need. They're in to make it happen. The Miracle finds Lagonis. They have really commandeered the end of that round. That looks set to be Liquid, but 4 kills come the way of Vivo Keystars with no time left. Liquid are going to be kicking themselves.
I think it was Neskin who had the diffuser when push came to shove, and he got the case started at less than 1 second left. That is an unbelievable margin of error that he worked within. So the fact that he was able to do that, it not only did it keep the round alive, which is what allowed Vivo Keystars to get that final pick, but if he does not get that case down within that exact second, Team Liquid
look at
seal
this.
it out. Yeah,
it's when
it was
they step in here,
Neskin, by the way.
the pace start. This is where it starts going down. He sees him getting down there. Look, oh,
Wrong
I don't want to
target.
jump on him because you mentioned this a little bit earlier on. That'll be one of those moments where you're just thinking if Lagonis has that composure to just hold for half a second, see that half ahead of the plant going down and hit him, very fair chance they win that round due to the clock from that point. I can't believe how tight that round ended. Again, every round seems to get crazier and crazier. I would not be shocked if this now goes to overtime, genuinely. I know Vivo Keystars have looked a bit poor on the last couple of attacks, and it's really come down to the wire. But let's not forget the first couple of attacks they had. Liquid won by a hair, it felt, in both of them, in relatively crazy circumstances. The 1v3 that we spoke about being a really good example of that. So this could go to overtime, and honestly, I'm here for it. Give me 3 more rounds of this, because this has been great so far.
Yeah, this is not a matchup that I really fear seeing extra innings on, but
no.
I mean, part of me does kind of shake my head at some of the sloppiness that these teams have had. It has not been a picture-perfect matchup. No, it's been exhilarating, and it's been a lot of fun, but I wouldn't argue that this has been a technical masterclass by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, we've highlighted the throws, so to speak, that both of these teams have committed.
Yep.
Very final attack for Vivo Keystars. They need to go 3 for 3 on this side. Their first focus is open up that IT wall, which is being frozen by the Zoto canisters tossed from Palu's Tubarão.
And the Selma's got 2 Selmas on it and an exit thermic on the other. They really want that wall open. And I don't blame them. It's a very important piece of the map to get opened up. Stemp's going to fall. Palu finding his opposite man. A good one to fall as well with the Ash going down here. Probably look at it and think, well, why the Ash? We just know Stemp can be a little bit of a nightmare when he gets into the right spot, as we've seen a few times over. Now starting to get focused on getting this one opened up. We'll be able to guarantee at least one side of it, which is the good news. But they've got the Clash in front of them here and no Monty to be able to stare down from the other side. I was going to say they could really try and hold this on a bit longer, but clearly a little bit fearful of the fate that met Liquid earlier in the first half. Don't want to get themselves tagged out from E-Box. So said, you know what, forget about it. Reinforce that wall off. Let's get ourselves back. We're in sight here and locked down with half the round gone.
It's calm before the storm, Derry. Vivo Keystars need to be so poised on as to how they enter here, especially down a player. Team Liquid will find themselves in semi-unfamiliar territory, which is an advantage in terms of man count, which bodes well. I mean, it was Palu who almost single-handedly clutched the round before on the same operator, same position. All he needs is the supporting cast to not die early, and they've already hit that mark with 1 minute to go.
All 3 players are set up here around IT. I think there's the 1 player watching onto E-Box, and that's about it. That was Miracle, I think we saw earlier. In fact, no, he's back outside. So I think actually it's Daffodil on the other side. Either way, it's looking a bit I don't know, very reliant on this one-sided push when they don't have tons of control. They've got really no visibility of Aqua. They've got to win this blind 1v1 here, and they're going to lose it out first. Resets finds one, and he's got a shield. Okay, then fair enough. Neskin found it from the opposite door. Good. I was going to say, he's got a shield to fall back behind. Neskin into a second. How does he keep doing this? These 2 kills in the mid-round are magic. Lender finding one more, and just like that, when it looked like Liquid should yet again be in a winning position, we're down to a 2v2. The problem is, one of those last 2 players is a Clash, and we know how difficult this can be to win in this spot. Plant is now going down, going to try and hold the cover. Last player in E-Box, plus the Clash to push on through. I tell you what, where is Parlo? It feels like he's not even part of this final execute. A drop of the shield, a gun comes out, gets the down. Lender, now is the time to clutch. Put him in a blender and get it over the line.
I was going to ask the exact same question. Lagonis had the attention of Neskin. Where was Palu to seal the deal? Lenda far enough back on catwalk, but he's dropped, and Palu will have his moment.
Does he know? Now he
does now. Oh. And the case is his, too. It was a close one, my God. But Liquid stick the landing.
What have we just watched for 12 rounds, Parker?
Mayhem. Absolutely mayhem.
That is a great way to set up the evening, though. Like, that being one of those games that you look at and say it's a battle for second place. Now, I think Liquid actually temporarily jump into first place, but E1, I think many expect to jump into first place after their game a bit later on. But at least for now, Liquid sit at the very top of the table, and Keydstars are looking at that and saying, man, that was a missed chance for us to jump into the top 2.
Yeah, I mean, E1 will be in action against MIBR later today. MIBR sits tied with Furia of all teams, down in 8th. But, I mean, they're actually not that far behind, because if you look at it, it's the bottom 2 that are the ones who stand out in the standings, right? Black Dragons and Fluxo sitting at a combined 1 point, whereas MIBR is in 8th, just a little bit before that. So I expect E1 to take back first overall. But what Team Liquid has done with those 3 points is they guarantee they cannot finish the day below second place. That was where they started. FaZe Clan and Keydstars were nipping at their heels. Keydstars at 10 points. A victory would have actually put them tied, or just ahead of Liquid in second place. Whereas with FaZe Clan, they would have been tied with E1 had Liquid faltered. So we'll see what the rest of the matches mean today, as it will be Furia and FaZe Clan in the middle portion of the day. Up next is our match of the day of Fluxo and Black Dragons. Somebody has to pick up points in that match. Somebody does. Black Dragons, 5 regulation losses, a -20 round differential. Fluxo, 1 overtime loss, 4 regulation losses, a -15 round differential. These are some grim numbers. But yeah, that matchup between these 2 teams, Vivo, Keydstars, and Liquid, I did not expect this to be as competitive as it was. I thought a 7-4 scoreline for Liquid was probably most common, but a 7-5, you know what, they'll take it, and they're obviously going to be very happy with that result.
Maya's given it large when he's had probably his worst game of the stage so far. We said coming into it, his entry was phenomenal. 14-6. He found himself at top of the second overall in EPS. This game here, probably not really his proudest moment. He finishes down at 7-9 in KD and 1-3 on entry. That's not the kind of performance I expected. Equally, Stemp was his opposite man, the player that I was talking about saying, I don't think he can really stack up against Maya. It wasn't down to him. Like, for me, Neskin was the real threat in this game. He has 1 entry to his name, but he's 16-6, Parker. I don't know how, but it fell every single round. He was just able to get himself into a wonderful spot to be able to pick up a couple of kills and turn rounds on their head. And that's what gave this game its very roller coastery nature, where it was so back and forth. For a time, it felt like Liquid were often in control at the start of rounds. Then suddenly Keydstars would get 2 kills out of nowhere, and it'd be like, where the hell has that come from? And again, just that back and forth nature, it did keep it really entertaining. But for Liquid, this is the result that many would expect, and when everyone looks back at this in the history books, they'll say, a win that we expected. It's just the manner in which it was done that I think many won't expect. I think Liquid will be really grateful they've now got a few days off until their next game next weekend, because there are some things to look at in this game and say, boys, what the hell was going on? Our timing was all over the shop.
Yeah, a very, very wild start to today, and when you look at the matchups that we have, I expect that we will see fireworks later on in the day. I ran through the basic list of teams and the schedule for today. Black Dragons versus Fluxo is a match that, well, I mean, like I said, somebody has to win it.
Are you really excited for that? I think it won't carry quite the same snap as this game. Are you really excited about the BD Fluxo game?
No, not at all. I'm just gonna be honest.
It's a battle for the bottom of the barrel. It's going to be one of those. Yeah, it'll be one of those.
Yeah, it's gonna be like what's that one meme for that people use? It's like uranium bomb versus coughing baby, when it's like when it's like a one big team versus one small team. It's 2 coughing babies versus each other.
It's
And
who
I'll
can
see
survive
if-
the whooping cough the longest.
Exactly. It's not about winning, it's about surviving at this point. Furia versus FaZe Clan is going to be a fascinating one, and then NiP W7M is, in my opinion, the match of the day, because NiP are very much on the ascendancy. As a team, they look like they have all the tools to be a top 4 team in Brazil. The stats obviously don't reflect that right now. W7M, also another team on the precipice of greatness, but they've had some consistency issues too. They were a couple rounds away from making it to Manchester, if you recall. This is a team that can definitely make a shot, I think, or make a good push of making it to Montreal, but this will be the test. If NiP managed to defeat W7M here, I genuinely fear that that might be it for W7M. I think the only way they'd make it to Montreal would be through the last chance qualifiers, just based on the strength of schedule. So I'm quite fascinated to see how today's matches play out, but we had probably the best start we could have hoped for between Vivo Keystars and Team Liquid.
Completely agree. And if that's the sign of what's to come for the rest of the day, this is going to be a very fun Sunday evening or morning, depending on where you're from. However, I do hear that our interview is ready, so let's go over to the desk and hear what they've got to say about this game.
Well, thanks, guys. A great way to start the day, as they said, and I agree, Laxing. It was a good place to begin a competitive matchup between two heavy-hitting teams who we will continue to see as we go forward into the rest of the stage. We'll bring in our interview now, though, and Nesk will pop in, and we'll talk to one of these players on Team Liquid who were a major contributor in today's win. Nesk, congratulations on that victory today. I will ask, though, you guys found yourself after round 7. It was 4-3. You guys were behind. What do you do in that moment, and how were you able to regroup and make that comeback win?
Basically, we talk with each other. We decide to play more together, not more splitted. And we just decided, let's play together and let's wait for him to play. And we talked about we put our traps in our camp to be the control of the map. So basically, is that.
Well, Ness, congratulations on the win. I have a big question. So compared to your last stage, you started 0-4, then you had to play LCQs. You find yourself in Manchester. You find yourself main stage. Then you do really well in EWC main stage again. I mean, how does it feel for you? Like, what's been the biggest difference from then to now and just your overall team dynamic?
Yeah, basically the difference is because we are the new team, in the start of the season, the beginning of the year. And now we have a solid team, We have worked hard for construct our team to put everyone in the right positions and we just work. We know our potential and we just have to work to reach that farm.
And I got one more question for you, because I've asked Palu this. Obviously, you guys are the old heads, especially you being on this roster. What is it like for you to be able to kind of sit back now and let these newer guys really thrive and create the success for the roster?
It's really great because I have some great teammates, so I don't have to play every time good, I have my teammates for supporting me, so it's really great to see all this new generation playing with me.
Absolutely.
Amazing, Nesk. Well, with 3 matches remaining, with MIBR, Fluxo, and FaZe ahead of you, any match you're particularly looking forward to as we end up the group stage?
Maybe FaZe Clan, because we didn't win against them in this year, so we have some revenge. We don't win against them, so we need to win sometimes.
Amazing. Thank you, Nesk.
Thank you.
Parabéns, congratulations, and we'll see you next time, man. All right.
See you. Thank you.
Thanks, Nesk. Amazing. Well, Laxing, another great way to start the day. I feel like we said the same thing yesterday. A good palate cleanser to get the day started here in Brazil. Vivo Keystars, I think I agree with what Des and Parker said about this. It was maybe more competitive. Vivo Keystars were able to put up a bit more of a fight than we would have expected, but it was still a good game from both teams.
Yeah, I mean, granted it being a good game and it being a close game of that 7-5, I think it was a little bit sloppy on both sides' ends. I mean, if more specifically speaking into Liquid, how much we were talking them up, how well they were looking, then we saw a lot of misplays, a lot of things, a lot of situations that probably just shouldn't have happened from what we just even saw yesterday. It almost kind of reminded me of when they played against E1. The little mistakes were truly is what costed them that. Thankfully, they were able to rally and get the win here. But I mean, still, hats off to Keystars. They got two attacks. That's already more than what they had previously. So, I mean, it just goes to show, Neskin specifically here having a huge game where we were, hyping up Stimp throughout his performance. But again, I mean, Neskin having a phenomenal game. But when you look at that board across Liquid, everyone doing really well outside of Lagonis. But we already touched up on Lagonis. Even if he isn't performing, he is still, at the cost of his own performance, is setting the team up for success.
And I think Nesk said it quite well himself, right? Even if one of these players is not performing at their absolute best, you've got these young guys and you've got so much depth on this team continuing to perform. You see Neskin and Daffodil Lenda putting up some pretty good numbers there. Stemp and Miracle a little further behind for Keyd Stars. And then you look at Liquid and you do see a little bit more even across the board. Of course, Lagona's not having the game of all games, but you have teammates there to back it up. You don't need somebody to be the hero, to lead the charge, and to do all the work every single time.
Absolutely. And again, that's what really makes a championship winning roster, is when all 5 players can step out at any given moment, even if one player is having a bad day. And even if you're having a bad day, that's the whole point of being on a roster, is that you have teammates that can pick up your slack.
Well, Reset's MVP for Liquid today after his performance. Again, something that you love to see from this team. Every week, a new MVP taking the top. It was Palu yesterday. We've seen Maya take it before. It is Resets now. Of course, as things stand, thanks to the win here from Liquid, they continue to not only solidify their position at the top of the standings, but for now, they will move to the very top of the standings over E1 by a single point. Of course, we'll see E1 and their ability to retake the top spot later on in the day in match number 5. This is a very good spot for Liquid to be. While technically not clinching a playoff berth yet, they are as close as you could possibly come.
Well, they already have more points than what they had last stage, so that's got to feel good, to say the least. But, I mean, even for Vivo, I mean, yes, you are sitting nice at 10, but not getting a single point it doesn't look good, because granted, there are still games that need to be played today. Things still can be shaken up. They still can be looking at a good space. But at that same time, if some of these teams find victories, they will pass them and put them in that 6th place spot and possibly out of playoff contention.
Well, of course, playoffs on the mind for the rest of these teams, and that of course will be especially on the minds for Black Dragons and Fluxo. Both teams, without a win today, will not be able to make the playoffs. Even with a win, the power is almost out of their hands entirely, but winning is on the mind for these teams, and thankfully one team will get a chance to win for the very first time this stage. That game coming up next, match 2, our game of the day, will be with you in just a few minutes. We'll see you there.
Vai sendo caçado também mais um jogador. Achou, tentou trocar, demorou demais. Luquid foi mais rápido. Sozinho agora o Dafodil. Agora o Dafodil tenta engatar na segunda agora. Derruba mais um. Impressionante, Retalha. É 3x1. Tem mais um jogador na frente. Vai ver se consegue fazer o avanço. Tem jogador à sua direita também do Dafodil. Perigoso. Abre novamente para o outro lado. O plant vai acontecendo. Tá todo mundo marcado. Jogador à sua direita. Tá complicado demais para ele. Ele ainda tenta trocar. Meu Deus do céu. Dafodil no 2x1 agora. Vai tentar fazer o drible. Vai ver se consegue achar o jogador na sua esquerda ainda. Ele tenta derrubar. 1x1 final. É um 4K do Dafodil. Um animal, Retalha. Respirou. Tem 30 segundos. Tá tentando ver se consegue encontrar o jogador. Raps. Acaba com o susto do Fluxo, Retalha. Mas isso não pode acontecer de maneira nenhuma, Retalha. Era um 5x1, era pra ter engolido o cara. desce. Passou um drone. Dá fodil no air jab para evitar a rotação. 45 segundinhos, Getalha.
Será a zica do OT, meu amigo?
Não sei. Será que a VKS acordou agora? Vem pra cima. A gente vai vendo granadinha de impacto. Tava desconfiado provavelmente ali de um drone. O Lenda sofre dano, trocou de novo, caiu. O Raps consegue uma bela eliminação. Do outro lado pelo air jab, acaba caindo surpreendido, foi na armadilha. Ainda assim, olha o Fluxo acordando pro jogo mais uma vez, Getalha. No 2x1 agora. Vamos ver quem leva. Fluxo conseguiu manter a vantagem numérica. Tá difícil, esse ponto cego pode ser ruim. Vem pela sua esquerda também mais um jogador para tentar enganar. Direita, agora trocou. Luke vem para uma triple kill. O Fluxo consegue levar finalmente um mapa, um jogo.
Well, in this matchup, coming up between Black Dragons and Fluxo, it may not be a battle for the best of the best, but it will be important for one of these teams to secure their very first win. At this point in the stage, Laxing, we have one team that remains undefeated, two teams that remain winless. I suppose, remain defeated. Thankfully today, that will no longer be the case after this upcoming matchup. What do you got for this one?
We've talked about both these teams, of what they can do to improve, what we want to see, what needs to happen. And in both case scenarios, we don't really see any of that being implemented in any of these games. Sure, last game or yesterday's games, Fluxo, you could take a lot from that. They had a little pep in their step. They were putting a little pressure onto their matchup. But when you looked at Black Dragons, especially when you go down in the deficit that they were on match point, it looked like they just gave up. It looked like they just want to get the round over. They were making lots of airs. So again, there's not really a lot that I want to harp on too much with both these teams that we already haven't regurgitated throughout all these play days. I just need to see one of these teams just look significantly better than what we've seen them prior. And realistically, this is your best case scenario to look the absolute best from what we've seen so far.
But I like that you brought it up. If one of these teams has had a moment to shine, you'd argue it'd be Fluxo, who've had two decent performances, one overtime with FaZe. They were winning, albeit for a moment, against again in their match yesterday. So like that is a pretty significant place to be, especially if you're playing E1, the #1 rated team in the league right now. But they still have a lot of work to do, and they still find themselves on the bottom, for the most part, of the standings as a team and as individuals. It's going to be very tough to work yourself into a very good standing, Laxing, if you're just not finding success as a team every single day.
Yeah, and what shocks me is, you have a player like Astro. He's such a historic figure in throughout Siege and throughout Brazil, and to just not be claiming any bit of success outside of an overtime round point given to you, it's very worrisome. And you got players like Luke and Raps that are like really doing well, Hashi, but it's just not enough because it comes down to the team dynamic here, and that's where we're losing. And especially when you don't make a roster change, given you had such a sloppy performance, and the only thing that you're really gaining from last stage to this stage is a point. I mean, like I said, I don't know what needs to be said that already hasn't been said.
Well, here's the problem. I mean, you look at this graphic here, Fluxo on the absolute bottom in terms of attacking win rate. If you look at defensive win rate, it's Black Dragons on the absolute bottom in terms of defensive win rate this stage. Fluxo, these stats combining stage 1, stage 2 performances, it's just not what you like to see from them, right? Black Dragons, yes, they sit at 50% here, but this stage, they are by far the worst defensive team. They have a 24% defensive win rate. That is 7 for 29. The nearest team this stage with a close defensive win rate is Fluxo, and that is 46%, nearly double that of Black Dragons right now. You gotta think, Laxing, for Black Dragons to win this, a lot has to go right for them, but at the same time, maybe some things have to go wrong for Fluxo.
I mean, everything so far has been going wrong for both these teams. So hopefully one of these teams can make something go right and into the right direction. And realistically, something will have to go right because one of these teams are walking away with a win and one of these teams is still walking away with a loss at the end of the day.
Well, I've said this before, but I'll reiterate it now. If Black Dragons can win this in regulation, not in overtime, but in regulation, they will still mathematically have a chance at making the playoffs. Anything else other than a regulation win will mean that they are eliminated today. So that is very important for them to hit that mark. Again, even then, they still have to win every single game from this point forward, and they have to hope that the other teams on the bubble also perform poorly. But Laxing, when your back is against the wall like this as a team, do you come into the game with a different mentality? Do you try to take a different approach? Or is it, all right, let's just keep doing what we're doing?
Me personally, when you look at all the 5 players on each roster, Guto and Mitrix are sitting at the absolute bottom. So for me, it's like if one of these players can get their foot in the door and really persevere through today, I think that will be a really big factor that your bottom performer actually can perform. That does uplift everyone at that point. But to your point of, do you just go into this, try something new, or do you keep repeating the same thing? I mean, at this point, you may as well try something new. You're not going to gain a whole lot from this game. They're both pretty much, if I'm not mistaken, out of contention for the playoff positions anyway. So at this point, it's just getting points, at least keeping yourself competitive, staying on the board, putting yourself higher than what you were last stage. But again, are we going to see some new things? Maybe. Is it going to make a big difference? I don't know.
And maybe this is the time to innovate in terms of the map that you take your opponent to. Maybe this is the time to get a little interesting little gamesmanship here or there. We'll find out. They take Lair off the board, so we won't see that in terms of innovation or excitement, nor will we see Consulate. It is Bank where we will end up here. A map that I believe is actually one of Fluxo's favorite maps, Laxing, as this is a map that they do not ban almost at all.
Yeah, I mean, this is an interesting one. I think we're going to see both teams get a little frisky. This is one of the biggest maps, if not the biggest map in Siege. It's a lot of teamwork. It's a lot of ways to clear a map, to hold a map, to push through the map. I mean, I think we might see, you know, some unique gameplay coming from both teams. But again, it's really going to go down to that side of being able to lock down these defenders, to push them out of power positions, force them in the basement if it's a top floor clear. I mean, it's going to be a lot of teamwork, and the teamwork is where both of these teams have lacked throughout this series or throughout this stage.
Well, this one just about to get going. We'll bring back in Dez and Parker to join us here again. Gents, I mean, we're seeing, as we know, it's going to be a competitive matchup, but not necessarily the cleanest of matchups. Parker, when you look at a team like Black Dragons, who has strangely enough honestly been worse since they started this stage, decent performances against E1, decent performance against Liquid, and worse from that point forward, how do you hit the reset button and bounce back, really?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really great question. This is a team that not too long ago finished third, 2 points back of second place in stage 1. They just missed out on making it to the Manchester Major as well. And now they have completely bottomed out. I don't even know where to begin with this Black Dragons team because on paper, Fluxo should have been the worst team heading into this stage. And they're second worst, but Black Dragons collapse is just something that I don't think any of us had on our radar. And for the players they have, like, they should not be this bad. I am not skilled enough at the game to diagnose the problems that are affecting Black Dragons.
Well, what about you, Dez? I mean, when it comes to the map selection, could you diagnose that maybe is this the winning formula for Fluxo, going to a map like Bank?
I wish I could say yes. And across the year, like you mentioned, right, the stat that we saw was they banned it once all year. It's been banned against them 12 times. It looks good for them, but recent history for both teams, this is a good map, so I don't think it's really going to matter that much. And I think to come to a point Parker said there a second ago, like, for Fluxo to make no changes, we were all scratching our heads coming in. You got 1 point last stage. How the hell do you not make any changes and think things are going to get better? Yet somehow Black Dragons have made changes, obviously one sort of not by their own will with Laura, and it's gone downhill. It's bonkers how things have got worse for them. They've got to change that today.
Well, Parker, you said this, I think, astutely at the very end of that last game. It's not about winning, but about survival here for these two teams. It's that survival on the mind for both Black Dragons and Fluxo. I'll pass it to you guys.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, one of these teams has to win, Darren's. No matter what, one of these teams will come out with
That
at
is
least
how
1
competitive
point.
Rainbow Six works, Parker.
Yeah. It's funny because when Jonah was asking your opinion, I was going to say, you think Dez is any more skilled than me to be able to talk about this stuff? Are you? But no, I mean, this Black Dragons team has, on paper, a good enough roster that they should be, if at worst, if you look at these teams, maybe 7th or 8th, not 10th, not 15 rounds through 5 matches, which, by the way, means that they average 3-round victories per game. That's terrible, Dez.
Yeah. You know what I'm hoping for? Our last game was like 2 top teams, and it was messy. We've now got the 2 bottom teams. Watch this be like an SI Grand Final. Watch it be the best map you see all stage. It's going to be beautiful. We're going to have a great time. Even Mitrix will get good at shields all of a sudden. It's going to be wonderful. I'm not too worried, Parker. I'm really coping right now. I hope it proves to be a really good series. I'm just a bit conscious that the weaker links on these teams in Guto and Mitrix, they've really got to step up here because those are the weak links on this team that are costing their teams rounds time and time again.
Yeah, I mean, one of these teams will pick up 3 points or maybe 2 points. It's not going to change the standings beyond maybe Black Dragons going above Fluxo, Derry. That's really just it. So I am very interested to see how this matchup goes. Well,
me too.
With that said, we are seconds away from the action. Fluxo versus Black Dragons. Up now.
O confronto contra o Fluxo vai ser um jogo disputado. Os caras estão vindo bem, estão melhorando a cada campeonato que eles estão jogando. Sempre legal jogar contra os meus parceiros aí, o Japinha e o Mitrix. E acho que vai ser um jogo bom.
Mano, contra a BD, eu não faço ideia, porque nem sabe nada da line dos caras. Sinceramente, tipo, não tem nada pra falar da line deles, não sei.
Eu acho que tem que ficar de olho no Mitrix. Ele é um cara que vem sendo bem constante no Tier 1. Pode dar umas balanceadinhas no jogo.
Tem que ficar de olho no Hornet, que como eu já joguei com ele também, eu sei que ele é um dos caras que tem a melhor tela do jogo. Pô, um bagulho absurdo.
Aí, Mitrico, você ganhou de mim das últimas vezes aí, só que dessa vez não vai estar dando não, hein?
Vai perder de novo pra nós, vai ficar careca, ô Gochum. Já tá ficando.
Our second matchup of the day, deemed as the match of the day, Derry, is before us. And again, you and I both took some issues with calling it the match of the day because to me, I flat out don't think it will be.
Yeah.
I think if you look at the matches that we still have to come, I said NIP W7M will be the matchup of the day, but you can make a very compelling argument that it's Furia versus FaZe Clan. For these teams, though, you don't have to suffer through Jesse talking about the Fluxers and how much he Fluxing loves them and whether they're going to be able to Fluxing do it or not.
Stop.
I'm sorry. I just need to get it out of my system. I don't know if Ace... I don't know if Tim had to deal with it yesterday.
Tim's too nice. It'll let Jesse say all that as many times as he wanted to. You've had your 3. We say none of those words ever again. Deal?
Flux.
You can say Flux. Okay, I'll give you that.
Okay, thank you.
But no Fluxing, no Fluxers, whatever else you said for Fluxing's sake. We'll leave them one. That'll stay away. And hope... I'll tell you what, I've got a good one for you. How old are you, Parker?
I am 34 years old.
Okay, you're a couple years older than me. Fair chance you'll have watched a little bit of Yu-Gi-Oh! As a kid, right? Please tell me you did.
Like a couple episodes.
Please. So you won't know the whole, like, Red Eyes, Black Dragon, Blue Eyes, White Dragon thing, right?
Well, of course I know of Blue Eyes, Black Dragon.
Okay, so, Blue Eyes, Black Dragon. Please, Parker. See,
Blue Eyes, White Dragon.
I tried this with Tim, and he was just like, I've got no idea what you're on about. And I was like... I'm screwed.
Tim is older
you guys
than
haven't
me.
watched it. The young kids these days don't watch Yu-Gi-Oh! So no one's going to get the jokes about the whole, like, which one are they? Which dragon are they? But here we are, whatever.
I mean, it's fine. I have a very odd sense of humor, and I quote, like, Tim and Eric and Auntie Donna and stuff like that, and I realize that, A, it's already quite obscure to begin with, but the average age of the people watching this broadcast is probably over 10 years younger than me.
It's like half your age, probably.
That could be correct, yes.
That has been my experience in ranked. I've been playing quite a bit of ranked lately. I'm back into the season big time, and I've come up against
Sorry to hear that.
Well, with 3 stacks on my team. I like playing solo a lot. and they're all just like, "How old are you?" I'm like, "You don't want the answer to that question." I'm like, "Is it really that obvious in my voice now that I'm over 30? Please stop."
Well, I mean, you don't sound like a squeaker, but
no.
I was playing a match, I want to say about a month ago, and the entire enemy team were apparently like teenagers. And at one point they were saying really just in like nasty, inappropriate stuff in chat. And I was just like, you need to grow up. And they're like, how old are you? And I was like, what does it matter? And then they're like, you have to work tomorrow. And I was like, how is that an insult? Like, yes, I am.
Darkstar, we're talking about our ranked experience. Enjoy before the game starts. Sorry.
Yes, we are a little bit out from the actual matchup starting, which is why you wonder why we're talking about it. But yeah, I was like, so I'm sorry, it's an insult that I have survived longer when like these kids are they're gonna become the same age, right? Like, hopefully at least they make it that far.
It's the worst one yesterday, and these are definitely not words that are broadcast safe, but it's Brazil. Who cares? They were like, "Oh, you're a nonce." I'm like, "I'm not a nonce." You know what the word nonce means, I assume, right? It's a very British insult.
I have a great idea of what it means, but I also don't want you to openly explain it on a broadcast.
For those who know that, when they learn my age, they're just like, "Oh, why are you playing a game with a bunch of kids, you nonce?" I'm just like, "Brilliant, thanks, nice one, okay."
I think there are weirdos. There are weirdos who do everything. There are weirdos who play games. There are weirdos who go to concerts. There are weirdos who go to the same coffee shops you go to. You'll run into them all the time, and
there are weirdos who commentate on Rainbow Six Siege, like us.
I mean, the fact that our job involves talking over video games is very, very odd. I don't know if you saw, there was that poll that made waves on Twitter a couple weeks ago where it was like women said that men who play video games, it's like the most unattractive trait.
Yeah. I was like, get stuffed. Like, no way.
And I was like,
think of a million and one worse things than that.
Over racism? Like, surely, like, you're like, you know what, like, racism and sexism are okay, but I draw the line at cyber sports. Like,
I really feel there should be a separate line. Like, you should have, guys who play video games, and above that, Valorant players.
I mean, Riot doesn't pay my checks, so I mean, I can talk about.
They did mine for a while, and I'll still say, I'm joking.
I mean, just you and I have both casted Valorant before, so I mean, like we've done that, and it's like obviously we've played it, I've played it, but the thing for me with Valorant is that because it is a free to play game, and because it can run on a toaster, you get a lot of younger kids that can't afford video games, can't afford good computers and all that jazz. And because it's a free-to-play game, the stakes are significantly lower. I mean, there's obviously huge benefits to no price point barrier for entry. But when a game is free and you're not like banning hardware or IPs or stuff, it's like, yeah, I'll just hop on my other account. It's fine. There's no real consequences for bad behavior. Just why I miss those days. You and I are old enough to remember the days of dedicated servers where mods and communities could handle problems themselves. You go into like a random server on any game, Team Fortress 2, old Counter-Strike, Day of Defeat, etc., and you're an asshole, they're going to ban you right away. Yeah. The way it is now with matchmaking, it's like the Wild West out here, Derry. But good news, the matchup is ready, and we can finally say Black Dragons versus Fluxo.
Yeah, and also, chat, I really appreciate your concern. One person was like, it feels like a private party chat getting leaked, and I was like, I don't know how many party chats you've been in, but there are plenty worse out there, I can assure you of that. That was tame.
What? I was going to say, what part of us stalling is a what?
Yeah, like, guys,
that was just normal conversation.
The game wasn't starting. We could sit here and talk about the game back and forth and repeat the same talking points, or we can talk off topic for a bit. Just enjoy it. It becomes a podcast during the downtime. Anyway, game is underway. Bans are coming on through. Hibana, I think, a key one. That anyone who've watched Bank before will know this. She's been declared by Ubisoft to be the Queen of Hatches. That was the line they used when they changed her gadget to be able to use 2, 4, or 6 X-Kairos at once. She's very good at getting rid of hatches. 4 of them she can remove all by herself. And on Bank, there are 5 when you're attacking downstairs. So she is excellent. No surprise to see her taken away. Kaid, pretty good for at least denying the denial, I guess is the way of looking at it. And Grim, very good in a number of executes, so they all make sense so far. And it's a big map. Valkyrie, an incredibly good operator here. C4, incredibly handy for the downstairs defenses as well. Not surprised to see that one taken away. It means the attackers don't have to worry about switching over to an IQ, for example, when they realize there is a Valkyrie on side. So it all makes good sense. And I don't read Portuguese, so I'm pretty sure we can have a guess that that's something about bands of operators in stage 2. And you can see how they currently stand. I don't know if that's just for this map or if it's across the whole stage, but there's some fun numbers for you to go away and look at.
More information is never a bad thing. Well, sometimes I suppose too much information can be a bad thing. Bank, by the way, we mentioned it on our very first map of Nighthaven Labs. Bank has now fallen to the 3rd most played map, but prior to that Nighthaven matchup, it was number 2. Both Nighthaven and Bank lag well behind Clubhouse, which is the number 1 most played map in, I think, every region. I know it was in NA as of the last play day. I'm not entirely certain of the numbers in Europe or the other tier 1 regions that we watch, but Clubhouse obviously very defender-sided. Bank is a perfect 50-50, though, Derry. 48 rounds played, 24 rounds won by both attackers and defenders. So it's going to come down to a couple things. Number 1, which team spawned into the server better? Number 2, the operator bans. Is there anything that's particularly worth noting? You talked about the operator bans briefly while we were going through them. And then, of course, just the abilities of the teams themselves. Black Dragons are the only team right now without a point in this region. That means they have not even lost in overtime. So you've got to think in some small way, Fluxo has the advantage.
Yeah, and I was just taking a quick scan actually at the bans from last week. Fluxo's game they had against Furia, exactly the same bans, so it's more a comfort thing for them. They're used to playing without Hibana in their own arsenal, for example, so just think, hey, we'll just ban these away. Black Dragons should know this, though, and they'll have prepared their own adaptations to the gameplay for this. As I'm sure we'll see as the game steps on by. Maybe you'll see a bit of Bandit coming out at some point, but no Kaid, at least, if that was something they like to bring into their arsenal. Now, nice and quick, Hashi's got himself into a good spot. And to touch on Hashi for a second, he was a player that many hyped up, right? Got picked up, we were just like, cool, is he the guy who's really going to make a difference here? Well, picked up a while ago. He's in a spot where if he's the one popping off, the team comes close. If he isn't, they tend to fall behind. That has changed a bit this stage where Luke has had a couple of good games. Astro's played okay too, but Hashi a little bit less so. So we've really got to see consistency start to build for Fluxo if they're going to be a top team. If you're going to do it against anyone, it's going to be against Black Dragons who are having their own consistency issues.
Hashi's the first one to take damage, as a Deimos on most teams will usually be first operator in the building. It was an oppressive operator that you called it in the very first matchup, and oh my.
Hello. Drones do exist. You have 6 of them out on the field or in back pocket, and not a single one apparently was going towards Blue Parker.
Unfortunately for Nuxka, he's picked off. A bit of an odd position for a defender to be rotating through Blue, especially as it is a incredibly important avenue towards the bomb site. There's a Sam cam in there as well that Luka can use for his advantage. The changes to Zero have enabled him to be played more effectively. Diffuser going down, and now it's time for the old ring around the rosy. There goes a toxic canister tossed out to stop Raps in his tracks. Only 4 Black Dragons remain. And that hatch, an easy pick on to ask for Mitrix. They will inch ever closer. Diffuser still in hand as Fluxo clamps down around the bomb site. Kudo finished off. Florio the first kill for Black Dragons.
Hello.
But it's all up to Hornet, who right now gets jumped on by Hashi. Hashi got the first pick in the round, and he gets the exit pick. Very good consistency, and Fluxo looked mighty good that round, Derry.
Yeah, I've never seen a team look so unprepared for a backstab or a back push coming in from the team. Like, they know that you've got a couple of C4s in back pocket. I was watching top left of the screen. They had 2 C4s still to use. They had another smoke to come out from Ass, for example. And at that point, all the defenders have got to do is hold the position. Don't get yourself surprised or backstabbed. But what do Fluxo do? 2-3 players come down the back and just pick up 3 1v1s, in some cases, without the members of Black Dragons even shooting back. So it's almost like BD looked surprised at the fact that Fluxo were coming out of nowhere, and it was like, well, what's they were going to do? Just run into C4s and smokes? Not really the best. However, I'll give it to Fluxo entirely. They realize the stall that's about to take place. They send these 2 or 3 players to come for the backstab, and Black Dragons, they just completely wipe them out. Good stuff and a good start. And I do want to shout out Mitrix. I was his biggest hater on day one. His shield play was abhorrent. It was awful. But he's picked up 2 kills pushing through server there, which has really given his team a little bit of room to start trying to bait out these fake plants, to start drawing away utility and attention. And that's what's enabled the rest of the team to come through the back. So really good stuff for Fluxo. Black Dragons, got to sharpen up. That is one of the best defensive sites in the game, and you've made it look easy to attack.
Really did come down to that blue hold, right? Nobody actively watching that part of the map. You've already given up so much control. You can then leverage that as attackers to take control down of CCTV, down below, servers, get into the actual site, get diffuser down and lock them out. And then if you can get hatch control, you've effectively paralyzed the defenders. The only real way out at that point is to rotate through the other set of stairs and go up through open area and hope that you can either retake from the hatch that overlooks server or through blue itself, which I think is what Black Dragons were attempting to do, but they had no information, and that is ultimately what cost Nexka his life so early on. As Hashi, who got that very first pick, and he will do so again in the second time, as it's Gudo this time, playing downstairs, completely unsupported, and he doesn't seem to realize where Hashi is so quickly.
No, and these are the small things that will start falling by the wayside. I said in the pregame that the players were watching out for, really, Mitrix and Guto. They are the two lowest rated players joint, I should best say it, 66 EPS in the whole competition. It's not looking good. One started strong, one hasn't. Damn, it's really weird then that one team is looking better than the other after admittedly only one round, but we have got to see a little bit more coming out than that, I'm afraid. Especially when in this round you're looking at the stall tactics of the Yokais coming out, the Goo Mines, the castle barricades that you have to work your way through, the Izami, a similar story, including a C4 to chew through. Black Dragons want to slow Fluxo down as best they can here, play a lot of denial. Losing someone so early on, although it's a castle, still not super ideal.
I mean, it's just one extra player as well to watch for flank. It also means that Fluxo can take advantage of an extra lane, an extra avenue. No. But man, what a bit of sloppiness from Astro. He must have heard the calls knowing somebody was nearby. Both of these teams will trade blows, Dez. And right now it's anybody's game, but the numbers. They favored Fluxo.
Oh, please. This
coughing baby versus coughing baby, Derry.
There are certainly no bombs being dropped in this game. Jesus. How does he get away with that? Oh, okay, nice. Raps maybe about to save this one back. Maybe it will be like the last game, Parker. Maybe it will be back and forth, and it makes it interesting. Raps has got to pull out a 1v3, but Florio is giving him absolutely nothing. A better round from Black Dragons, but how on earth did they let the Izami get away with a 2K like that?
Okay. Well, that was a round that transpired. How does Astro botch that when you've got logic bombs going off? You know that somebody's up there. He was already aware of a player's position even without the logic bombs. He still couldn't do anything with it. He was unsupported. Look at, you knew they were there. The logic bombs were going off. You could hear them clear as day. I'm very dumbfounded. A nice swing from Florio there to seal the deal. But either way, a very, very sloppy round.
Yeah. But that makes it fun. And I know it sounds really fun to say, messy siege is fun to watch. Things have to go right for it to be able to turn back and forth. And in that case, again, the Izami, forget which player it was, but pulled out a really good play. To be able to play so aggressive in that position, I think it was Ask, to be able to pull out that kind of play and walk away with it does require, the balls to be able to say, right, I'm going for the aggressive play here. I'm going for the window. I'm going for a player that somehow has got locked in behind two castle barricades and an Izami barricade and is dead to rights. He cannot get out of that box without throwing himself out the window, which is already a massive risk. But Ask identifying that was the one that capitalized, and that is what makes it interesting to watch. So we'll keep a close eye on it. I will definitely use the word interesting a lot in this broadcast. It is a very special word for casters because it can mean interesting as in, oh, that is actually interesting, and interesting as in, that's bad, but I don't want to call it bad. And you guys will have to do the guesswork on which one I'm referencing at any given time.
Yeah, interesting is a word that, for people who want some insider baseball here, interesting is a word that is used when we see something that is
baseball.
Inside baseball.
Inside base. What is what? I don't watch
inside baseball. Like we're showing you how the sausage is made.
I see.
Never heard that term before.
Someone in chat earlier said they love your analogies, and now you're really starting to chain them together. And even I'm here like, what? Why are you reading chat? Why not? This was in the previous game. I like to scan back through sometimes, see what people thought of the game. Sometimes when we're in like downtime, I'll have a read.
All right, hold on. According to Wikipedia, inside baseball is a metaphor that is used to refer to the minutiae and detailed inner workings of a system that are only really interesting to or appreciated by experts, insiders, and aficionados. AKA, for people that want to hear about the inner workings of casting, it would be inside baseball.
Either way, I've never heard that expression in my life, but that's...
Well, I mean, it's an American term. And as far as I'm aware, you are not American.
I'm not American. That's correct.
You're British, which is the America of Europe.
Wow.
So
very true. No one likes us. Yeah, sounds about right.
That is true. But anyway, I like you just fine. But the point is that when we use the word interesting, to get back onto my point here, we use it because we usually want to say something that is worse than interesting, but we cannot, or we see something that is confusing. That was a beautiful Echo Drone bait, by the way. That was just committed by Black Dragons. The focus was on killing the Echo Drone, but there was a Nitro Cell underneath, so the IQ got baited in and Lukid took it. Fell for it hook, line, and sinker, Des.
Well, that's what you need sometimes. It's the IQ getting picked off that I remarked earlier on might not get picked as much with the Vault being taken away. Of course, Yokai still being here is a thing. So now those suddenly go up in power level over 9,000 or not. I'll leave you guys to decide. We'll see if it has an influence in the later part of the round, but we are getting towards the sharp end of things. 40 seconds left. They're thinking about what this execute looks like. Everything is coming off the back of these Candelas, which Mitrix really had in hand there for a second. That will be a thing. They've got to worry about the backstab coming up from Blue at the same time. So this is looking a little bit ropey. Oh, look at that. A two-man swing. Beautiful bit of team play from BD, because now they can turn all their attention in towards the site. And the Warden is waiting for the drop. They've got basically the perfect read on this. It's going to take a bit of a miracle for Fluxo to get it over the line.
Miracle's on the other team, Derry. He's on VKS. They already played.
Thanks. Brilliant.
Good position for Fluxo right now, but Mitrix needs to get the diffuser down. Nitro Cell tossed down. No, it claims Mitrix of all players. Now it's Astro to juggle that one, and Gudo is finding himself in a 1v2. Raps watching the hatch. The retake from above. Astro will get out successfully. Gudo's got marks inside the site. He finishes off the down, gets Astro as well, and now it's Raps against Gudo in a 1v1. Florio's still bleeding out.
Florio's down with the info though, right? He's giving info here. He can hear him moving. He knows what's going on. So surely, Guto, you get yourself off the bottom of the EPS scoreboard for the league. Surely you make this your moment. Got the right idea as to where he is. Oh, Guto takes some shots and he's got the down. Yes, my son. Let's go. A 3K for Guto. A defuse comes on through. Stick that in your pipe and smoke it.
Oh my goodness. It's quite a mad scramble and a great start. A great start to that round with the Nitro Cell that baited the IQ in. And honestly, Black Dragons played so much of that round right. They lost the gunfight as Fluxo breached into open area, but everything else really worked in their favor. And you were right. Getting that intel, being able to relay that, and while you might be bleeding out, you are still valuable. There's the Nitro Cell pick. I don't know if it was a deliberate bait. It sure looked like it was planned. If it wasn't planned, that's some excellent riffing. But either way, we saw some really good moves from Black Dragons there. The retake from above was great. This was just a bad gunfight that honestly Raps should have won. You should not let them be able to get through that door alive. But alas, you don't win every single gunfight, even when you've got the wins at your back. Black Dragons, though, looking mighty good after the stumbles in the first round. They've taken the lead. They're top 2-1.
That was just like, Raps would be kicking himself. And I remember actually back on the first couple of play days, even he looked a little bit off. This is really the story of the game. There's a lot of players, I think, who have got a lot to prove today. Like, it's not like I'm fighting to be second worst in a way, but that's what it feels like. It is proving that they've had a bit of a shaky stage and that actually they can turn it on when required. And I'm really behind Guto here. I think after watching Mitrix on play day one, there was a lot of frustrations. For Guto, there are still a lot of points to prove. That was a great little play. Yes, enabled by Raps missing some really crucial shots, but sometimes you've got to be able to hit the shots to win it, and that's exactly what Guto did when asked of him. So fair play to him. A great round for Black Dragons to get over the line. 2-1, it's following the line that you'd expect on Bank overall, but just like the last game, certainly not in the fashion that we're used to.
No, I mean, this match is pretty exciting, I will say. Maybe not always for the right reasons, but you've got a close one either way. And go back to those numbers. 48 rounds played on Bank, 24 of those won by the attackers, 24 won by the defenders. So a 3-3 half is what we expect. As you can see, the Hibana ban has impacted Fluxo, as they're not able to open up hatches as reliably. The Hatch Queen, Ubisoft said it, you reiterated it. Queen. So without her being gone, and I'm old enough to remember, I'm not sure if you were casting before Ace existed, when the three hard breachers were
4 years. Yes,
yes,
I was
it's been a long time.
When Mav got introduced, was I? No, it was definitely before that. I was playing when Mav got introduced.
Well, I remember this map where you had to ban a hard breacher because leaving all of the hard breachers up to deal with To deal with those hatches, having the hard breachers all up would make it almost impossible to defend. That really could have gone ugly. I mean, did they trade it? As Fluxo gets towards the bomb site very quickly here, Derry, but again, what is going on? Astro's just inside the site. What has happened here? How is Fluxo dominating on this bomb site so much?
Ask, hello? He's still upstairs, man. This is ridiculous.
Mitrix
did it again. Go on, son, give it large. Oh, I'm enjoying this play day. This is giving some entertainment. Astro had like 30 seconds uncontested inside a B site now. It's just like, how has he got here and no one seems to know that it's a thing? And the thing is, players do find little cheeky backstabs like that. But I think Black Dragons got hit by it in the previous round, if you remember. They were so focused on the default plant spot. They had 3 players hit them from the backside and just slaughtered them. You think you'd be a little more cautious of this, but no, just absolute domination. Fair play, Fluxo. Do not
rounds
say
that are
Fluxo
just
on them, please.
decided so quickly. I'm enjoying this. These have been very, very brisk, and again, decently sloppy, but still enjoyable all the same. You know, there are times where you'll watch a matchup that is a technical masterclass, but it might not lend itself well to an exciting viewing experience. Whereas there are times where you watch games that are just an absolute mess, entirely a mess, and yet they're fun because sometimes you don't need to see the best to have an enjoyable experience. I mean, like, you could go to a fight.
Joy in we could sit here and be the worst cynics and just be like, oh, this sucks. These guys aren't playing well. They deserve to be bottom. But actually finding the fun in it is what makes it fun, Parker. Interesting, that, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, not every single meal needs to be at the French Laundry. You can enjoy a McDouble at McDonald's all the same, and it's trash food. But you know what? It hits the spot sometimes.
I love a double. Do you guys call it a McDouble?
The McDouble, yeah. Everything obviously has the
no,
Mc.
we just call it a double cheeseburger.
Well, I mean, we have a double cheeseburger and we have a McDouble. So I mean, they're different things, you know.
So we're being scammed. Fantastic. Speaking of, there's 2 universes about to collide in this round, because remember what I said about Mitrix earlier? One of the worst Shield players I've ever seen. This game is 7-3. He's playing well. So one of 2 things can be true. Either he's still a bad Shield player, or he's just a bad player, and he's about to prove one of those 2 things wrong.
Are they about to collide like 2 delicious patties with a slice of cheese in between a succulent bun delivered by McDonald's? Des, is that what's...
Come on.
It's a lot of cheese, your poor cholesterol. 1 minute off of the clock in a round that has worn on. Let's look at Mitrix on that blitz, as you talked about. A lot of finger pointing at Mitrix and his performance so far. He's taken a little bit of damage. There's been chip damage actually done across the board. Elmas will open up this back wall, and Raps holding on to that diffuser is below half HP. We cannot see the utility, so I have genuinely no idea how many toxic babes are remaining. By my count, we've seen 2 used. Hornet might still have 1 in back pocket. Maybe not. We don't know.
Fix that UI, please. Either way, they found themselves the Yokai up in the air. That's now gone. No need for the IQ in this round compared to previous, where they had to bring it along to try and spot that out. Ask is still dancing around that same double window that he was before. 2 quick kills for Fluxo out of seemingly nowhere. Hashi and Luke have really get them started. Hashi into a 3rd here. Guto going down. 2 left standing. Oh, sorry, a nice reverse shot. I'll give him that one. But at this point, Mitrix is now even more powerful. He's got 2 players to hunt down. This feels good. The plant is going down. Raps sticking it to the ground. They've got the window control that they need. This one feels like an inevitable win for Fluxo. You see him why now? It is their favorite map that they've only banned once all year.
It's all up right now to Nuxka, who's, well, he's still got the blitz on the board, and here comes No! Team kill!
Bro!
I mean, Lincoln at least salvages it by getting the final pick, but what on earth are we watching here?
Yes. Okay, the multiverse collision of bad at shields or bad player remains open to discussion, because he actually played it okay. I thought for a second he died in that 1v1. I was like, you are still terrible. But the fact that his teammate kills him still leaves that question unanswered. So we'll revisit that one at a later stage. It's far from the end of the world. Fluxo looking good, 3-2 up. I'm going to Google this double thing, by the way, McDouble. I've not heard of it before.
How have you never heard of a McDouble?
We don't have it in the UK.
Jeez.
McDouble, what is that? Surely it's
McDouble.
It's a double cheeseburger.
It's branded officially as a McDouble, okay? Look.
What? It is a double cheeseburger. I need to go and find what you guys call a double cheeseburger then, because I'm scared about what I'm going to find now.
Double cheeseburger McDonald's. Double cheeseburger versus McDouble.
They
There we go.
literally
Look at
have
that.
one less piece of cheese on them. There is no difference except for a piece of cheese.
That's what I said. A McDouble. That's what I said. A McDouble is one piece of cheese, and then that's when you're like 2 pieces of cheese, and I was
This is a joke.
you wandered into my realm, Bucko.
Why do you guys just want one less piece of cheese on it? I don't
Why do you
understand
need
why it
two
has to be a
pieces of cheese?
separate item. Like, what?
The real key is that when you get a McDouble, you get it dressed as a Big Mac, which means instead of mustard ketchup, they give you the Mac sauce with lettuce. And it's basically the exact same as a Big Mac, except with one less piece of cheese and without that piece of bread in the middle.
Man, you guys are tapped. I don't know. This is weird.
I mean,
Look at this rush.
it doesn't surprise me that
Oh, it's
somebody
not a
who's
rush.
from
It's
British
respect.
doesn't know real food like a McDouble, okay?
Shush now. Shush. Just get a quarter pound of cheese. It's better. Wow. Look. 3 of them all working in together. You got Mitrix on the Amaru, who may be looking for... No. Shh. You guys have got no control. You've got no knowledge. What are we going for here?
They're going for a rush. Nuxka rebuffs them, though. But there's the slingshot up from Mitrix, who lives on borrowed time. He's alive for roughly 10 seconds into this engagement. Ask is the only one to die from Black Dragon so far, Dez. Astro on limited HP. Lukid as well, very, very low, and they both find themselves in a precarious position where a vault in will need to happen for Astro to have any real effect. There are goo mines on the board, and with 11 HP, that is a dangerous place for Astro to find himself. Lukid all the while, well, he can use those death marks. He's still got all 3. He cannot hold on to them for too long, by the way. This round is half over. You need to use those death marks ASAP.
They should have been used when the execute happened. Why are they still in back pocket? Like, there's a whole reason why you bring a Dokkaebi and you bring the Deimos, and it's for moments like these. It gives you the free knowledge of where a single player is, and you can just point your team towards him or go and kill him yourself, one of the two. And also, let's not ignore the fact that Mitrix went up like about 5 seconds before his team were in position to hit. I don't know. Again, it's a timing issue as we saw in the previous game. No real big surprise they'll lose this round. It was, I don't want to say it was a good attempt. It was a good idea. I'll give them that, but I would give 1 out of 10 for execution.
Astro has plenty of time, but 1 minute left, 11 HP, and he's dead to Gudo. That's the UMP. It's not a particularly strong gun, but I mean, it's reliable, it's steady, and when you're on 11 HP, just a high 5 would actually take you down. So that's the first half, and guess what? The 50-50 map ended the first half 50-50.
These guys definitely had McDoubles and not double cheeseburgers before the game. Not enough cheese to get them going.
Now I want a McDouble that I could order from McDonald's, provided by Uber Eats TM.
Just get a double cheeseburger.
You need to knock this off. Let me eat what I want to eat.
Honestly, disgust me. We switch sides. Now we get to see Flux on the defense, and we're going to start things up on the top floor. A mirror on side. Will be one of the many challenges we're going to have to see Black Dragons chew their way through. You see a mirror, it suggests you're going to see a janitor hole coming through as well. But the mirror facing off in towards A site itself, which means they're expecting Windows play to come out of Black Dragons. On their side, that then normally means things like smokes, as you thought you might see for a second when we had the glass being hovered. That has now changed away, so Black Dragons have seen enough, they know what the game plan is, and have completely switched up their own game plan to try and respond towards what Fluxo are bringing.
I do like the Osa very much on this map. I also reference Osa whenever we see her because I think there's some information that we can impart as well on the viewers, because not everybody who's watching this broadcast is going to be able to compete at a professional level. There are plenty of people watching that are going to be silver, gold,
let's be clear,
etc. I mean, speak for yourself there. But Osa is an excellent solo queue operator that I don't see that much. And I mean, I said this about Warden as well. I feel somewhat vindicated because I called this about Warden right before he took off with the 1.5. Osa is an excellent operator in solo queue because a lot of players just don't have the manual dexterity to be able to shoot around the shield, and a lot of them panic, they freak out, they don't have the patience to wait you out, and they use utility poorly. The 2 best counters to Osa's talent shield are impacts and nitro cells, and a lot of times people fear using that utility, so you can easily take up more and more space. As for a map like Bank, though, those shields can be used on every single bomb site. The most common application that we tend to see is on the bottom floor bomb site where they get set up inside of servers. With this being a top floor bomb site though, I have to suspect that they will use her one of two ways. Number one, march her in towards Janitor, set up a Talon shield on square stairs and hold down the flank. That's how we often see her. That's how I expect Black Dragons to use her. But right now, that is not how she is positioned at all. So we'll see. Do they opt for a rotate on that operator?
Ooh, nice catch though. Change side, of course. Astro, sorry, being in a really precarious spot there where you've got two angles watching you and you're relying on those keeper barriers to protect you. A nade comes on through, destroys them all off. You're exposed. You're dead to rights at that point. And there's no castle on side to make sure you're doubly safe. So that's the trade-off they've made with things like the mirror, is you can't afford to bring that. And of course, Luka playing that oh-so-selfish operator, Individual is looking to work a little bit of magic, and so far has found nothing. And I do agree with you on the Ossa. I was going to say, normally a repel in, you plant it down as soon as you can get in here, like they're looking to try and do. In the corner, here we go. In a great spot to get the plant in. Are there any impacts to be able to use to try and stop this? No, there are not. So this one should be able to get completed. A couple more kills come on through as the defenders scramble to try and deal with this offense coming on through. Black Dragons looking excellent on this first attack, and that is something I've been very happy to be able to say, given all we said about their awful attacking stats so far.
Boss G on Vigil's very strong, but tends to have the most value on this map in the early portions of the round. And I mean, you're going to get an opportunity to take one, maybe two shots, then reload. Your position at that point will be known. Doesn't even get that off as he's picked apart, heading over towards square stairs, shot from inside a Janitor. And yeah, Black Dragons much better on attack than what we saw from them on most of those defensive rounds.
I believe their coach is called Ghosty, right? From what I just saw, I'm checking real quick.
From Black Dragons?
Yeah. Or is it an analyst?
Ghost.
Or...
Ghost is their main coach,
sorry,
yes.
Ghost, yeah. He was going off. Yeah, the funny thing is, if we go to an event, that kind of thing, they'd be like, whoa, whoa, calm down. The admins have to step in and say, settle now, settle now. Over there, you let him scream. I have no idea what he just screamed, but it looked particularly aggressive and I'm sure struck fear into the hearts of Fluxo. For Black Dragons, that puts them up at least ahead of Fluxo for now. And I think the momentum we saw in the first half was fully with Fluxo. They look like the ones who really should have come out of that at 4-2, if not for a very weird, mistimed, not rushed, but fast execute, I'd call it. And they paid the price. At this point now, though, I'd say for Black Dragons after that attack, they're the ones who look firmly in control. They isolated players who are in very risky positions. They've got the plant going down, have players set up with crossfires ready to catch players rotating in towards trying to defend that. Really solid defense from them. Sorry, really solid attack. Really pleased with how it went. Now all the onus turns on to Fluxo to be the ones who show they've got what it takes to deal with this excellent team play coming out of Black Dragons.
Really, really, really happy to see Astro on the Caveira. This is an operator and a role that he knows decently well. We've seen him get interrogations at the top level against some of the best teams. If he can hide and keep himself concealed, oh, he could catch them off guard. How?
Yeah. Yeah.
Just another day in Brazil.
I mean, again, that was the player I was speaking about. I mean, Hornet has joined this team. We've got big shoes to fill with Laura moving over to G2. And many looked at last stage and was like, Hornet played really well. It'll be a great addition to this team, but it's not looking to be quite that way so far. Unfortunate, he finds himself at least doing well on entry. He was 2-0. Now he'll find himself at 2-1. But I think overall on KD, he's still looking pretty negative. 3-6, I believe he currently stands at. Oh, look at the
Astro might still not been spotted.
Oh.
Not going for the interrogation, but instead
Stop.
making sure he's very dead.
Just wanted to make sure.
It's funny, though, because the pistol actually does more damage at that range than the shotgun does. And a lot of people underestimate the damage that Cav's pistol can do. That thing is a two-shot at very, very close range, enough to get it down if you've already been semi-injured. So...
But it requires being accurate, Parker. A shotgun, big spread. I haven't got to be particularly skillful. It's great.
It's not about the damage, Derry. It's about sending a message.
Exactly. And also feeling good doing it, because little pistol that kind of tickles you like blip, 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 or a shotgun that feels like you're running like a diesel engine through someone's face. I'll take the shotgun. Here we go again.
And so, and by the way, so will Striker. Striker takes the shotgun as well, but not in the correct direction. Twitch drone goes out to potentially bait out the Caveira, and they know he's still toying with it, but there's patience as both of these players line up. You got to run for the hills, and Cav is able to get out of there quickly enough.
Hatch, hello? Is Hatch even open? I guess not, because he's still sat here. They're really trying to force him through with Candelas as well. This will be the third Candela. Oh my god. Now he's got 3. I mean, that is a classic example, guys, for Ranked of how not to deal with a shotgun player on blue stairs.
You get the feeling that this one's going to go the distance, eh, Des?
Yes.
I think we're going to need all 15 rounds.
Or it'll feel like someone's about to win, and then the other team will they'll just do the dumbest shit in the world and throw around, and it'll go to OT, and then we have no idea how the game ends. That was just ridiculous. like the classic thing there is you get the square hatch open, so if a player tries to push down bottom blue and come back through the door, someone's got the angle. He isn't winning with a shotgun. That's a freebie. But instead, they force Candelas and try and brute force their way in. Respectable, I get it. But you're also pushing him through barbed wire, so they were slow trying to move forwards and couldn't catch him through blue stairs. Run to the bottom, basically swing with a Candela in hand, which lets him counter swing and get a free kill. He's got 3 kills there, running around the map with a shotgun. It's ludicrous.
How do you get a 3K on Cav without firing a single bullet of your pistol? By the way, Jesse J Chick is currently co-streaming at the moment, and he took time out of his busy schedule to message me and said, "That's definitely a flux round right there." Yes, it was, Jesse.
Well, I'm glad his voice is to a limited audience today.
You and me both.
Yeah.
You'll have to ask Tim how he felt Jesse did yesterday.
I'm sure Tim will only say positive things about anyone.
It was all right, Des.
He's the good cop. He doesn't say anything like that.
Tim
It was amazing. He'll never go as far as being like, oh, X person was better than Y person. It'll be like, yeah, they were amazing. Yeah, I'd happy to do it again. Oh, were they better than your normal casting partner? Both amazing in their own rights, in their own way.
That's not the point.
Well, what's the point? What are you trying to make?
No, that's what he'd say. It's like, hey, it's hard to make synergy happen with somebody who's so new. Des and I have been doing it for so long. But it was a fun experience.
I see. So we're abusing Jesse now, apparently. Very good.
Yes.
I didn't catch too much of the broadcast yesterday. I think you and I were both recovering, very much in recovery mode.
I wasn't home at all yesterday, so I mean, I didn't get a chance to watch it. I was paying the good son tax. I spent the entire day with my family.
I was out in the thunderstorm watching a soccer game. I call it soccer because we're on the Brazilian broadcast. I guess it counts to America. Yeah, I was at a soccer game, screaming in the thunderstorm. Britain. There we go.
It rains in England?
In the UK? It actually wasn't raining. It just suddenly thundered. It actually downed the power inside the stadium. It was pretty incredible.
What? I don't believe that.
I'll find a clip for you at some point.
Either way, this definitely is a matchup that is going in many ways the way that I expected. I did not think this would be a clean, easy fight for any one of these two teams. And given how close it has been, I suspect we will go, again, pretty deep into this matchup. It's a 50-50 map again. First half was 3-3. Second half being 3-3 would not be a surprise. Then you just have overtime on the board.
Yeah. Again, with how the game has gone so far, it's just been one of those games. Probably like the first half where, again, it felt like Fluxo should really end at 4-2. That they just throw it all away in the final round, and it's like, okay, you'll come back to regret that very questionable Amari play. All in good time. For now, at least, so no one has gone down inside 2 minutes. I think that is probably the latest entry that we've had in the game so far. Like, the fact it hasn't come still means it could yet prove to be in the final 20 seconds if it really comes down to it. But it's almost like a throwback to the 20-second meta where no one has gone down. There's still a lot of utility to be used and chewed through. Light Dragons have got a lot of scary stuff to use at the Capitao and the Ying on side. That screams a very, very potent execute, but there is a Warden in the hands of Lukid. He's going to be able to deal with the smokes and the flashes, and he could just completely decimate them when they try and make this happen.
It'll be a death drop now, as there go the Candelas. First casualty comes with 20 seconds left. It's Astro removed from action. Hashi firing back. Hashi's had a pretty sensational start to this second half, mirroring what we saw in the first. Both teams coming to blows inside the site. Fluxo coming out ahead in the numbers.
What is going on?
And it's all up to Gudo now, who won't be able to get the diffuser nor get it down. Mitrix credited with that final kill. And the Fluxers are fluxing.
Brilliant. The basically cross-map deagle kill was just what cemented the end of that as well. It was a good hold. For a second, I really thought, right, they're screwed. They're up against the Warden. But to give them full credit, I'm pretty sure it was Hornet who was on the buck who managed to find the Warden, remove him off, and I thought, great. That means smokes are going to be online, the Candelas will be even more potent, but every bit of utility was so focused inside of the open area, instead of the staff side, that Hashi at long range was just sat on the bomb chassis like, all right, I guess this is free, right? Picking up kills at long range, got himself a couple out there, and that made it all too easy for him to get that one over the finish line. Unsurprisingly, attack timeout coming through, because it is looking a little bit ropey now at this point. Black Dragons, round one might have been good, but outside, well, round one of the second half looked good, but outside of that, still looking all up for Fluxo.
There's been good looks for both of these teams, and there have also been plenty of opportunities for improvement. And when you've got the two bottom teams in the league, you know that there's going to be ways for you to improve. When you find teams like this that only have a combined 1 point between them, there's obviously a lot you can improve upon, and it tends to be quite obvious. So the hope is that the coaches who have better working knowledge of the teams and of what's being talked about and strategizing and stuff like that, they'll be able to diagnose the problem better than us. But I mean, there are obviously issues that these two teams have that cannot be fixed in the actual matchup. This is not just unique to Black Dragons and Fluxo. This is something that is across every single team. Sometimes there are structural issues, attitude issues, etc., that just cannot be problem solved that quickly. They will require more work. But for both of these teams, I mean, these rounds have been very ugly, and not necessarily in a bad way. They've just been very hectic, very chaotic. The kills tend to come in bursts. So when you are in that position, Laxing will say this easily on the analyst desk and make me look like I'm smarter than I am. Communication and calmness in your comms is paramount. When shit breaks loose, you gotta remain composed, and you have to make calls and ensure you're not cluttering the comm channel with nonsense. And I don't know what these teams sound like, because obviously we don't speak Portuguese, but also we don't have the listen-ins anymore. But I imagine amidst the chaos in that particular round that we just saw in open area, you can't decipher anything during the comms. So if you've got clear comms and you're giving out information, I think you're going to be ahead of your opponents.
Massively. Hashi got a 3K from that position, by the way. I've just looked at the numbers for it. That's mega. The first entry didn't come in that round until 19 seconds are left on the clock. So as you say, at that point, it's sort of anything goes. Like, everyone's throwing information in. There's a din of voices really ringing out key information that's important, but none really seemed to get through that Hashi was in that big spot. No backstab attempt came onto him. Normally, you'll see someone coming up blue stairs late and maybe trying to hit him from there to try and unsettle that safe position that he was in. But whether or not that person was dealt with or just simply didn't exist, I didn't see. But for Black Dragons, again, they missed out a really key part of that. Just a very scrappy end to the round. And definitely the slowest one we've had so far. In every other round, by the looks of it, from a quick eyeball test, the average entry kill was about 150 left on the clock. As said there, it was 19 seconds. So definitely a unique round that I don't think we're going to see play out again.
Laxing just posted in our group channel that we use, because he and Jonah are sitting in the chat listening to us right now, and he says, wrong, when it gets hectic, just yell in Portuguese. If anything, over communicate, and even throw in random callouts that don't even exist on the map. That is the key to victory. So, oh, you know, I guess I was a little off there, but thanks so much for your expertise there, Gabe. That kind of thinking, that's missing on some teams. No wonder your former teams of OXG are not doing so well, because they're clearly not overcalming and yelling in Portuguese.
I've got a funny story about this that I'll tell you after this round, because we are coming towards the sharp end of things with 60 seconds on the clock. Lukid is the first to fall. I mentioned earlier on that he was one of these players that has had some really big performances in the stage. Currently sat at the bottom of his team, not looking great. Really good play around the Monty here as well. Ask getting 2 kills. That's what you're looking for. A little bit of team play, a little bit of synergy goes a long way. And Mitrix has let his man slip. At least gets the close. 2 HP to his name. He's dead to rights here. Surely he doesn't win against the Monty and 2 other players with 2. Please, no. And it would be an ace? No. Thank you. Oh, my God. Thank you, Florio.
You're correct.
I was going to have a heart attack.
You are correct.
Damn. I mean, for a second, I started to believe. He wins that 1v1 onto the player that's off at range. He can run away from the Monty for as long as he wants to. That would have been an interesting end to the round to play out, but doesn't quite get it done. Damn. 5-5. It's another close one, just like that. Oh, yeah, that story. So have you ever done the, virtual reality arena things where you like put on a headset, you put on the VR goggles, you might wear the PC on your back, for example. Those are less of a thing these days, and you like carry like a prop gun that acts as the like VR controllers, and you run around in like a warehouse or something, and you basically move inside the game as well. You ever done that before?
No, I've never done that. Though that does sound like just a typical day in America.
Yeah, it's phenomenal, trust me. But we were playing one. There was a game on there that was like it was a cooking thing. You're on the kitchen together. You got to serve orders. You know, like Overcooked sort of vibe, but VR. We had a friend with us who had lived in Portugal for a few years. Turned out later on he doesn't speak a word of Portuguese. But the whole time in there, he pretended to be head chef and was just like, "Porquê, porquê, porquê?" And I was just like, "Bro, calm down. What are you saying?" And afterwards, we were like, "Were you saying pork the whole time?" He's like, "I don't know. I don't speak Portuguese." And I was like, "Are you kidding me?" But you were speaking about just shouting in constant Portuguese, and it reminded me so much of that moment. It was extremely funny. I was in tears afterwards. 10 out of 10 would recommend.
No,
If we get a chance to do that as a talent group, we should definitely do it. It would be hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, if we
Just
all end
don't
up
scream
working
porqué all time.
If we if we all end up working Montreal, that could be a nice bonding session for all of us. I keep trying to get I keep trying to get Jack to do a spa day, and he always says no, but
Jack
hopefully
loves a
one
spa
day. I'm always down for a spa day.
Yeah, I'm down. Find one. I'll be there.
I didn't ask you. I asked Jack.
Wow. Okay. I'll go by myself and just conveniently be there at the same time.
You guys came to the same one too? It's like, Derry, we literally posted about it in the group chat.
Oh, weird. No way. I didn't see that message.
No, I meant like I was playing a hypothetical game.
I know, and I'm doing the same.
This is what I have to work with here. Right now, we will need all 12 rounds. We were correct in that this would be a longer match. You talked about how oppressive Dokkaebi and Deimos could be. Well, look in the bottom right corner of your screen. Hashi was not just being logic bombed, he was also being death marked. Logic bombs will now wear out. They're just gonna they'll leave it.
It'll blow up.
It should blow up when the hatch goes.
Time out, right? Yeah. Otherwise, you're waiting for it to time out before you can open the hatch, which is just about 20 seconds wasted. It's horrible.
As we always say, when those Goyo canisters go, they last longer than you think. So.
And pair that with smoke, with rats, for example, and it's, yeah, horrific to play against. I think it was Chaos X on Twitter who tweeted about Dark Zero's 60-second hold on Lair, was it? It was Clash who died early, but it was Clash plus a couple of other things that just led to them wasting about 60 seconds, so the other team couldn't plant. It was very creative, very cool.
Still,
do you know how much faster drones go when they're boosting like that, by the way?
I don't. It doesn't look that much faster. So, I mean, like, I just wonder, what if they don't actually speed it up? They just give the speed lines to make you think it goes faster.
This is what I want to know, because that's what it feels like when I'm playing ranked. I don't feel like they go much faster.
I still see those lines though, and I always kind of chuckle because those are like the anime speed lines that they put.
I wanted to do a little montage that'd be like "Nani" and just have it charging forward or something. It gave me that kind of vibe using it earlier. It's brilliant. Anyway, Execute's coming on through with 30 seconds to play. A mirror window dug much further back, but a smoke still rings out. A fresh one goes through. There's a lot of time they can waste here. So Black Dragons, it's kind of a Hail Mary in the dying seconds here to make this one work.
Nobody dead yet. 19 seconds was the number last time. 16 seconds, as you can see. And, well, a bit of a miss from Lucan. But the rest of his team is there to clean up the kills. Nuxka will need to get Diffuser down as he loses all of his teammates. There's no chance whatsoever. Toxic Babe still lingering about. Hold on! He has time, but it runs out. Raps gets the final 2 kills. And the Fluxers are one fluxing round away from a victory.
Stop it. You know what? Andre, our producer, has just said, if you guys want it, we can show you their TeamSpeak communication just for this game, but we can show you. And I was like, ooh, that could be
actually, you know what? I would like that.
I swear to God, if we listen and they're just going, Porque! No. I'll be sent. I can't do it.
Isn't Porque Spanish? Like, that's not...
Mate, I don't know if it's any language. It's also, is it like... It means because in Spanish. But obviously you can, it's also, is it not a thing in French? Like not the full word, but I swear.
Pourquoi is why in French.
Pourquoi? Did they say pourquoi?
Pourquoi. It's French for why.
Porque? Is it? Oh, pourquoi is actually a thing. Oh, it's also a thing in French though. Porque means so that.
We
I know it wasn't
are
going mental.
we are learning, Des.
We're learning languages. Languages with Parker and Des.
As far as I'm aware, you don't speak another language. I don't. So
No.
you are learning languages from 2 anglophones. That's it.
I've tried, right? I know minimal French, minimal Japanese, but it's one of those things where you like... I get short attention span. You look at it for about 2 weeks, and then you find something else that excites you. And then next time you come back to it, you start back at square one, get excited for 2 weeks, and then find something else. And that is the story of my life in a nutshell.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're getting confirmation right now, by the way. We will get a listen in at some point. But with what team and when?
Black Dragons ended this round, apparently. And even Andre said he'll try and translate it for us, bless him.
So towards the end of the round, we'll get a listen in.
We do get the audio right, Andre. Did we get that at the end of the round as well? That'd be the one. That's what you want. Just to hear exactly what it is they're saying.
Here we go.
Só sobe essa hora aí.
É só fazer pressão que eles dropam, rapaziada.
Nem ninguém mais, mano.
É só zelador.
É só zelador.
É, vou subir o zelador pode lançar vez, tá, botão? Cadê?
Tá, tá com drone.
Tá PC nessa, minha não givou. Marca verde, Gutão, marca verde, consegue? Que eu pressiono ela aqui.
O verde é meu.
Dropei aqui fora dela. Tá, ô Nusga, eu vou
Tentar
poder...
do escritório aqui, ó.
Tá no PC, não que vou PC, não que vou PC. Durante o zelador, esse cara tá aí ainda.
They're definitely talking about that player now.
Dá zelador, guys. Ah, Zami dropou também, eu acho. Clean aqui.
We were told originally... Yeah, apparently our producer's having a tough time even understanding where their focus is for the comms, which obviously doesn't necessarily mean anything because, I mean, we might not understand what teams are saying because there are teams who do speak with their own, not their own language, but they have their own way of talking about it. But they were earlier on, we were being told they were talking about pressure.
I just want to hear how chaotic it gets when things start building to the end of the round.
Yes.
Someone get up Siri and just find out what's going on.
A lot of comms though, like they are all talking, which is not common for teams. You might have one caller, maybe the odd comment here, but this is very vocal.
Calm, voice what I like.
Very calm, but voices will start to quiet as they keep losing players. Astra gets the first pick, so Black Dragons find themselves in a bad spot, given that they are the ones staring down match point.
I'm impressed the energy hasn't really changed. That's good.
Peguei a Thor, Nusga. Tá, vou quebrar o shield dela. E o que é o sapão vermelho aqui, tá?
É só o botão enfrentar. Rotation nosso, né, botão?
Sim. Da meio e server.
Smocando. Contigo, viado. Tem que dropar o cara tá aqui no reforço, Leão. Tá, beleza. O cara tá aqui no reforço. Só falar que eu faço, tá? Tá, calma aí. Eu vou pular portal lá, mano. Vou pular portal lá, guys. Segura. Biel, só trava isso, tá só, viado. Guys, vou contar as dropas, tá? 3, 2, 1.
Azami deitada comigo. Tá, Azami deitada na cozinha.
It's not a lot of time for the Monty to rotate in through printers. Flux hitting their marks. Nuxka's going to be all on his own, though. Derry, 13 HP with diffuser in hand. Time running out on Black Dragons to get a victory. They are right now not the team with a single point. It's all up to Nuxka, but Mitrix will keep Black Dragons winless. The Fluxers win.
Wow. On the back of Mitrix as well. Again, a player at the start of the day I was nervous about. I've remarked before about how he just hasn't been up to that level. Bottom rated overall alongside Guto, who's had a pretty decent game as well. But to be the closing player that wins that 1v1, that then gets across and gets the down, or finishes off the Monty as he's planting, wonderful stuff. And we've got the answer. Black Dragons, they remain the worst team on 0 points, Parker.
Yeah, not exactly what you wanted to see from them. A very obviously distressing position for this Black Dragons team. And I mean, we're going to wait on the desk to confirm this, but I think this just about eliminates Black Dragons from playoff contention based on the numbers that I have seen. The desk will jump in, but yeah, we're actually just hearing right now in my ear. Hold on a second. Breaking news. I sure hope that beep came up on the broadcast.
It did.
Black Dragons have been eliminated from playoff contention. If they'd like to go to the Montreal Major, the only way for them to do that will be through the LCQs. That is a devastating result for this team since there are still a bunch of play days to go.
They got a lot of work to do. I'm looking at the remaining games as well. They've got Furia, NIP, Keyed Stars. Those are tough games. Not that it would matter about you getting something from them. Furia, maybe, it sounds weird to say this. You look at Furia and go, maybe get some points there. There's a rough end to this stage for them either way. There are no easy games in there, which means they'll be coming into the LCQs, I think, a little bit bruised and battered.
Yeah, I mean, if you keep this in mind, Fluxo's only points last stage actually came against Furia. That was one of the most stunning results that we saw in the entire region, Terry, was that in stage 1, Fluxo took Furia to overtime. It was the only time that Fluxo was able to get a single point during the regular stage. And Furia so far has shown that they are not the same team at this particular moment that they were for the entirety of last year and even the start of this year. They are mortal. They are not just mortal. In fact, they are currently on the outside of the playoff race in Brazil. We were calling them a dynasty when we were in Sao Paulo back in February. They did not have the results that they wanted in Manchester. And if today were to be the final day of Brazil, Furia's only way to make it to Montreal would be through the LCQs, no different than MIBR, Fluxo, and Black Dragons.
There needs to be a study of all these world title winning teams that then just seem to absolutely suck for the next year. Like,
championship hangover, man.
That's what an SI. They've all fallen off and just been terrible for the next year. And even maybe after that, struggled to find their way back to form, normally having to make roster changes. And even then, not quite getting back to that title winning form. It is so weird how it happens year after year, and teams know that it happens, but again, it just seems to be a permanent staple of the game. It's really bizarre. But on Fury, of course, we'll talk more about them in a little bit as well. I was just looking down the stats for this game. Not a single player for Black Dragons went positive that game. On the other side, Mitrix, 14-7. And to give it to Hashi, I was speaking about him, 12-8, that's great. 5-1 on the entry. Those are massive numbers for those two players that, yeah, Mitrix, again, I said, you've got to see him step up. You know, him and Guto are the two players I looked at. Guto, 9-9, 2-2 on entry. I'll give him that, fair enough. But Mitrix has been the star and the difference maker today. I said at the start, the difference will get made in either of those two players and who plays better. And it came from Mitrix today. And for all I said about him in the past, fair play, he's really showed up today, just when they needed him most.
Even though they are not in any way, shape, or form in contention for one of the best teams in this region, it is very fair to say that this Fluxo team, through the last chance qualifiers and now through stage 2, are doing significantly better than what we saw through all of stage 1. We were a little bit skeptical when they didn't change their roster as to whether or not they would actually see some improvements, whether this was the right idea, because clearly if you finish dead last with a single point, you should probably make at least one roster move. They decided not to do that. And it's not that it's paying off, but there are very gradual improvements for this team, which it stands to reason. If you stay with the same roster, the more game day reps you get, the better the team is going to get, the more comfortable these players are going to get with one another, which means that you will gradually improve. But gradual improvement is not what you're looking for when there's only, you know, potentially 18 days that you actually compete at this level outside of LCQs. You need to blow that team up and actually make some big roster moves. Fluxo didn't do that. I still think it was the wrong idea, but it is hard to argue that they are not a better team. They are definitely improved, but they've gone from, like, say, a 55 to a 59, whereas other teams, like, say, Ninjas in Pajamas, went from, like, a 58 up to, like, a 75 with their roster moves. Fluxo will continue to show signs of improvement, I'm sure, but their season, just like Black Dragons have been knocked out, Fluxo's time is also running out. Their season is pretty much almost over as well.
There's a lot to think to speak about with them. Yes, the table shows improvement. In game there, we had some interesting rounds. We did have some good rounds from them, some good moments, but they're 3 points shy of NIP, who sit in 6th place. The battle, I think, in Brazil especially, is there are 8 teams that could make it to a major here comfortably. E1 came out of nowhere and surprised everyone. Keyed Stars are playing well, and that's ignoring all the other big names like, you know, FaZe. If we look down at W7M, Furia are always going to be in there. Liquid are in the conversation. It doesn't matter if you're playing a little bit better. It's still not going to be enough. You need to be a top 6 team, and that means being better than teams, like we said, like NIP and Furia. Don't really see how that happens.
We have the interview ready, but one final note before we toss on over. Fluxo's schedule isn't any better for the next 3 play days, by the way. They play up against W7M, a team well above them in the standings. They play up against Team Liquid, the team that is currently sitting at 1st in the standings, who, by the way, Team Liquid and E1 Sports, based on the numbers, have now clinched spots in the playoffs, so they will at least make top 6, even though E1 hasn't even played today. The only real reprieve that Fluxo gets is in the very final play day, which is against another basement dwelling team, which is MIBR. But at that point, if they lose to W7M and they lose to Team Liquid, they are assuredly out of the playoff hunt, and the LCQ will become their focus. So while I said gradual improvement has been a thing there for Fluxo, you need to go up a little bit more than just a couple points. But we got the interview ready, and we still have 3 more matches. So enough rambling from me. Let's hear from our winners.
Well, Des, interesting. There's that word again. An interesting matchup, to say the least, but one that Black Dragons will, of course, walk away without a point and without a chance to get back into the playoffs. Fluxo, now with their very first win under their belt and still technically alive with some playoff hopes. We'll bring them in now, and we'll speak here with Lukid to walk through this victory and see how this one went. Lukid, parabéns on your very first win. You made it happen.
Thank you.
How does this feel to now get one under your belt?
Yeah, it's a great feeling because we didn't have since the first phase. So the first victory is amazing, and we are relieved.
Well, I also want to congratulate you. It's nice to actually be able to talk to you guys, have you guys up here. But, you know, we all have speculated the reasons why you guys haven't been finding success, why it's been an issue. But I kind of want to hear from yourself, like, what has been the biggest hurdle for you guys outside of even just performance?
Yeah, for us, it's difficult. The communication sometimes gets messy. So for this game, me and Astro focus only in communication. So we have the best calls, best ideas at the best time, so we can make the rookies like Hashi and Matrix perform. So I think was a great idea, and we came to victory.
Absolutely.
Lukid, what do you think about this? What do you think about this winning formula carrying you forward for the rest of the stage? Do you think you have a chance, you know, coming up Liquid, MIBR, W7M? How do you feel your chances are there?
Yeah, I'm confident because if we can redo what we did today, so we think we can make the victory.
All right, amazing. Thank you so much, and congratulations again on your very first win. Hope to see you. Hope to see you again.
Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you, Lukid. Well, Laxing, another matchup that, well, was close. I feel like every time in Brazil, somehow every game is like 4-4, 5-5. Is it going to overtime? We don't really know.
I mean, that was the best case scenario for Fluxo, to get the 3 points, because if MIBR does not get any points as of today, that puts them even closer to possibly clenching a spot in playoffs, but they do have very tough matches, as Parker pointed out.
Yeah, not going to be easy from here on out. Of course, you saw Mitrix at the helm of the Fluxo side, Hashi not too far behind. You heard it from Lukid himself. Really doing a good job of bolstering the rookies, helping their ability to play, to get into that flow, and you see that there from Hashi with putting up some very consistent numbers. But Black Dragons just could not hang, Laxing, and we've talked about their struggles throughout this process, but here they went up against someone like Mitrix, your match MVP, and they could not put together rounds that just weren't sloppy, that were free of mistakes.
Yeah, I said this in the pregame. Des harped up on it. If the players that were performing the worst throughout the stage so far can actually come in and step up today, that is where we would see the success come from, and that's exactly what we're seeing from Fluxo side, with Mitrix stepping up, having a tremendous performance. To go back to what Lukid was saying in the interview of him and Astro are going to be the ones focusing on comms, helping the rookies to just facilitate rounds. I mean, if this is the result, if this is what's going to set Mitrix up for success to be able to pull out a 14-8, there is a chance for Fluxo. But again, to harp back on Intero's point of their next 3 games, we have to see the consistency staying on Mitrix. And then in terms of their communication overall, that's also going to be a very pivotal factor for their next matches going forward.
Well, we're also looking to see some improvement from Furia, a team that has been underperforming our expectations a little bit. They currently sit outside the playoffs, needing some magic to get themselves back in this fight. We work our way to Furia and FaZe coming up in just a few minutes.
O Jeans é muita C4 para pouco espaço aí do ataque, Retalha. Vai ficar ruim. Esk gasta só a última colmeia. Vem pro plant, tá difícil. Esk cai, Muzi consegue eliminar. O Loira também do outro lado. Pino. É uma eliminação para cada time, mas ainda assim a vantagem numérica aí do tempo é da Ninja e Pijamas. O plant tá acontecendo. Eu acho que eles realmente não ouviram. Retalha, pegou na C4 no ar. Belíssimo trabalho. Condes volta. Pega aí a proteção para tentar fazer rotação. Tem marcação ainda por cima da área aberta. O Guto fica quietinho, escondido para tentar surpreender, Retalha. Numa subida dos jogadores. O Muzi não sabe da posição. Espera na maldade o Guto. Nas costas. Rolou a eliminação com sucesso. Ainda assim o Nusga por trás da área aberta. Surpreendendo todo mundo, Retalha. 15 segundos, Flório com mais uma aqui, Afterplant. Sensacional da Black Dragon!
Que isso?
1-0 BD em cima da Ninjas em Pijamas! Por cima do Hash tem ele. Caiu agora um jogador. Stamp cai, Mitrix também. Hash vai tentando surpreender pelas costas. Raps tem a proteção do escudo, são 3 jogadores na frente dele. Olha o perigo. Hash ainda na frente. Surpreende o Lenda. São 2 agora. Vai puxar shotgun. puxar shotgun para tentar pegar de surpresa. Pega o primeiro, vai pro segundo! Belíssimo trabalho do Red!
Well, another beautiful Brazilian landscape in front of you, the flags waving. Oh, you can just tell, Laxing, it just looks like a warm place to be. But in this matchup between Furia and FaZe, there is one team hoping to stay away from the cold and the dark. It's Furia, who are in trouble here, Laxing. They are currently out of the playoff position, and if they don't remedy their not so good performances soon, they could be here for a while if they're not careful.
I mean, yesterday was rough. We've already harped up on a lot of teams with their attacking sides looking pretty lackluster, to say the least. But I mean, if we're talking about Furia specifically, they couldn't even find one single win on their attack yesterday, only winning 3 rounds of defense, ultimately losing 7-3 to Liquid on Clubhouse, which is a very default map. So the fact you couldn't even find one attack on that map and only 3 rounds of defense, they have a lot to bounce back from going into today's match versus FaZe.
This is a world championship team. Like, this is a team that you expect to be not just a good team. You expect this team to be a great team, if not the best team this region has to offer. But right now, it's just not clicking. You mentioned it, Laxing. Did not win a single attacking round on Clubhouse. That is a shocking statistic. And with their rough performances, that has put them, at least at the moment, temporarily outside playoff position. But this is a dangerous time for this 5-man roster because they do not have an easy schedule coming up. They have E1 2 play days from now. They had Liquid just yesterday, right? They're in the middle of a ruthless time. Other than Black Dragons coming up next play day, they have to fight to get into this top 6. It's not going to be easy at all.
Yeah, I mean, all the players really have to come in and step up today if they really want to try to make a run for this playoff spot. You need these 3 points. Even tying isn't going to be good enough. You want to have yourself to constantly look and sit pretty at the end of this. And again, finding yourself tied at 6 with MIBR isn't great. And again, that's great for Fluxo that we just talked about because these points are, you know, they're only a couple points off from one another. But yeah, I mean, if Furia can't muster, you know, a better performance from what we saw yesterday, FaZe is going to have an easy one. They're going to solidify themselves at that point and securing a top place.
Well, FaZe is a team that is boasting the best defensive win rate in Stage 2 right now. Now, normally, that's not necessarily too surprising to have a lot of defensive success. They have a 72% defensive win rate. You've got teams like Keydstars and E1 at 70%, not too far behind. But when you look at the attacking problems that Furia have been having lately, that particular stat line is something that FaZe will look to flex today.
Oh, for sure. And, you know, looking at the FaZe game yesterday, their defense is what they wanted off of. All they needed was those 2 attacks on that attacking side on Clubhouse, and then they closed it out in the defense. But the thing is, in how they were playing the defense, that is where Furia was struggling against Liquid, is when Liquid would get aggressive with them. That's what FaZe tends to do. They get aggressive. They get in your face. They don't give you the respect. And then sometimes they pull off that aggression and then make you think you're going to get pressed and then make you stall time, bleed out that clock. But again, Furia need to be on top of that going into today. So when we get to the map pools, I'm not expecting another Clubhouse again from either of these teams. I think they're going to try to throw one off or bring something a little different, because if you're going to bring out something now, it needs to be now.
Well, the good thing is we don't have to wait any longer to actually figure that out, Lex, and we can dive into this and figure out where we will end up here. As you said, is it really the default map that these teams want to go to now, or is it time to change it up and mix it up a little bit? Immediately, 3 of the more maps with some flair, you could say, off the board first. That's Consulate, Border, and Lair. And it is Skyscraper where we will end up, FaZe making the ultimate decision to take Clubhouse off the board and go to Skyscraper instead, a map that neither team seems to have played very recently at all.
No, the last time FaZe has played this was during Manchester when they beat Beast Coast, and then the last time Furia has played it, they were on W7M back then. That was at SI 2024 where they beat G2 in a 7-3. So neither of these teams have played it in quite some time. Sure, they probably have been scrimming if you're going to be comfortable enough to go here, but that leaves to the question of, you're going to bring out something, you're going to bring it out now. So both these teams haven't played in a long time, so I doubt any of these teams are going to use a VOD from that far back. Sure, FaZe is a little closer, but still, they could be bringing out something to try to throw someone off. It is a little question of up in the air as, you know, who's really going to start out strong. But what I worry about with Furia, especially on their attacking side, this map can kind of play similar to a clubhouse where these key power positions you need to be fighting for. And if you can't gain that composure in any of those rounds and you can't gain that control that FaZe is going to be playing aggressive against, you're going to struggle here.
Well, it is FaZe who've been on an up and up ever since that very first loss they took on the opening day against W7M. Since then, it's been relatively decent for them. They've had a pretty good performance across the board, very recently winning in a historic matchup against NIP. You think they can just keep that momentum going into this matchup against Furia?
I mean, I definitely think they can. I definitely think they can. I definitely think they can. They've shown to be pretty consistent so far across the board, not even just from one player perspective, but from a whole team perspective. I think yesterday we saw in a stat line showing that they had the highest rated EPS of any team, regardless of how E1 has been doing, being flawless. So it just goes to show that the FaZe, for the longest on a fundamental level, have been the key team in Brazil to have that nature. So I have no doubt that they can go into Skyscraper here, maybe bring something that we didn't even see back in Manchester, and bring it here to Furia and really shut down Furia.
So, as someone who's been casting a lot of LATAM, we've seen a lot of Skyscraper in the recent months and weeks, especially in Stage 1. This map always seems to be extremely defensive sided, at least in Latin America. Here in Brazil, we know it's going to go a little bit different, a lot of different play styles, and that mixes things up. But when you look at this map and how, well, Furia haven't been attacking so well, do you think this is really the place they wanted to end up today?
I mean, worst case, I mean, you could say the same thing about Clubhouse, though. It's a very default map. You should just have a general understanding of what needs to be done. Now you're going to a map like Skyscraper that in the same area in some situations, it's kind of the same thing. You need to push across to get over to the other side of the map. But again, that's where Liquid was being aggressive against them and then putting them on their heels, stopping them and making the clock bleed out. So again, for Furia, I need to see a little faster pace. And a player that we touched up on yesterday, not as much, but very little, was JV92. We're definitely going to have to see a lot bigger performance coming out of JV92. We were touching that matchup head-to-head with Maya, where Maya was literally shutting down JV92, not letting him get a foot in the door. So if we can see JV92 really step up here, I can see Furia have a little bit more resurgency than what we saw from yesterday's match. But again, that's all left to be undecided to just see what this map's going to look like, since we haven't seen either of these teams play it in such a long time.
Well, here's one more added detail before we get closer to the game. I want to talk a little bit about the Scopos, because this is something we saw FaZe specifically bringing out in that game yesterday. And we know that on a map with a lot of verticality, with a lot of roam potential, and, well, Skyscraper, just such a huge map, seems like bringing out the Scopos could be quite a resource here for these defensive teams. Do you think it's realistic that FaZe would do that again?
Even with the Scopos that we did see in the situation that we're in, like, theoretically, it was smart, but did we see it used in a sense where we're like, oh my God, like it worked. He got the flank off. No, we didn't. So I don't really see scope host being a huge factor here. I think you're just going to stick to your defaults, your basics of Skyscraper and what that's going to look like. And like I said, just trying to reinforce certain positions, hold power spots. So yeah, to answer the question, I don't think scope host is really going to be a massive factor, especially with the drone clear that tends to happen on this map. So yeah, I mean, I think it's just going to be stick to defaults on both ends. It's just a matter of how they play those defaults.
All right, well, just a moment away from getting into this one. We'll bring Parker and Dez back in as we look to get things started. Gents, I mean, another great game, match 2. We move to match 3. Cat? So, Dez, why don't you do some cat whispering here and tell me this? And honestly, tell me what the cat thinks about this, too. Furia have been falling short. This is a world championship team. If you were to, as a cat here, if the cat were to, say, make a prediction or at us, give us some feline wisdom as to how this team can get back to their form, what do you think that could be?
Drop the whole roster and start again. No, all serious though. This has been the story, I think, for so many teams, and we spoke about it in the last game. So many teams they go through a dip after SI at the next major, that's kind of expected, and then try to get back on top. No one has really been able to do that yet. So the answer is nobody knows. It's the multi-million-dollar question. How do you get a team that's won everything to then get back on form? I think it's a motivation issue, to be honest with you. And as much as players say, we're not going to drop off, we're not going to lose motivation. I asked Oki about this when G2 won. He was like, we're not going to. Stuff clearly happened, right? It's such a tough question to answer.
Well, Parker, this one, of course, we expect it to be close because it's Brazil. But we expect it to be close even more because FaZe, they just seem, other than a nice 7-1 win over Black Dragons, we know how that goes, they have played every other game at least 12 rounds, most of them into overtime. same story again today. Can this team close it out in regulation?
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a fascinating one for different reasons than the other two matches that we've seen so far today. You know, I said that this one and the NIP matchup coming up next against W7M are my two candidates for match of the day. I think domestic Brazil is always very different from international Brazil. Absolutely. And I find that I fall into the same, I'm a victim of this pitfall. A lot of other people are, where we try to extrapolate the international successes of these teams and then compare it to what we see domestically. And it's always really foolish, because a team like Furia, for example, will dominate internationally, but has historically never really dominated this region. Whereas you look at a team like FaZe always destroys Brazil, and up until very recently has had middling success at international events and don't have anywhere near the same hardware internationally that Furia does, despite the fact that FaZe always comes out clearly ahead of the rest of these teams. So it's going to be an exciting rematch from what we saw, all the way back in Sao Paulo, but it's a best of one. So who knows what's going to happen? I'm going to give the edge to FaZe solely based on one criteria. Furia kind of look a little bad right now. That's it.
Kind of look a little bad. Well, things are looking a little dire for them as well. They need to get these wins because domestic, international, or otherwise, you don't want to have to make it to the major, grinding through the open quals and then the last chance qualifier. A risky proposition, to say the least. All right, that's it for Laxing and I. Guys, it's all you.
Thank you very much. I was going to try to make a semi-potent or a semi... what would you call it? Relatable clip about your cat and how apparently Americans are now eating them for food. But that's I don't want to dive too much into the conspiracy theories thing here, Derry. But what are your thoughts on this particular matchup as we see the teams in the studio in Sao Paulo, and in just a second we'll see the rosters on the screen?
It's going to be a difficult one. We won't have time for that, though, Parker, truthfully, because I have heard that the game is basically ready. So let's take a look at what both teams thought coming into this matchup.
O jogo contra a Fúria é sempre um jogo muito pegado também, é um time muito difícil de jogar, não vai ter tempo ruim, vai ser trocação lá e cá, acho que é o time que mais troca tiro. Acho que vai ser um jogo pegado, como sempre é, fez um adversário difícil, eles sabem jogar contra a gente sabe jogar contra eles, então vai ganhar quem estiver mais preparado no dia e quem estiver melhor. Quem tem que ficar de olho lá, acho que é o Neide. Ele que segura os BO quando dá lá, que os caras fazem cada cagada, então ele que segura esse BO, então eu tenho que ficar de olho nele. Quem tem que ficar de olho na FaZe é meu irmão, o Randy, porque ele vem em uma constância de 1 ano aí jogando bem e tendo impacto positivo no time da FaZe. Mandar um recadinho aí pro Dan, o cara que foi meu manager na época que eu tava na Fúria. Pô, eu sei que você queria voltar pro Rainbow Six, mas que lá não é essa, cara. O recado pra FaZe é pra eles tomarem cuidado pra não tomar mais uma virada.
Well, there you have it. And there's the team roster. Game is getting underway nice and quick on this one, and bans coming on through nice and quick. I think we saw the Monty being taken away pretty much straight away there. No big surprise. I think we know there are quite a few Monty players in the server, especially on the FaZe side. So that being taken away doesn't surprise me. Grim we saw banned away in the last map as well. Touched on it how a good few teams make excellent use of this operator during an execute. Whilst it's not like firebolting the floor with a Capital to deny an area of the map, it's the information that it gives. Someone pushes that angle, they want to hold the angle, guess what? You're being tagged out the whole time. It's as good as dead when they know exactly where you are. Azami, I touched on this earlier on, and we used this stat as well. We spoke about presence. Presence is the combination of how often an operator is picked and how often they're banned compared to the available rounds they've got. So if someone is banned in one game and picked for half of the rounds in the next game, you'd say they've got a 75% presence in that case. Azami has got the highest presence of any operator in the game right now by quite some margin. I think she's about 68%, whereas Dokkaebi, by contrast, is down at 50%. And we all know how oppressive and how strong Dokkaebi feels for many, many teams around the world. So not surprised to see that one going on through. The Super out, an interesting ban at the very close as well. Feels like a bit of a target ban. But as we spoke about in the pregame, the big thing about this for me is that neither team have really touched this map this year. Furia haven't played it since SI, back when they were known as W7M. As Furia, they haven't played this map. And for FaZe, although it was their favorite map last year, similar story, have barely played it this year. So there's lots of new things for both teams to learn about each other coming into this map that's going to make it really interesting. They'll be using new things on each other. There'll be things they get surprised by. Does that mean we're going to have a really chaotic game the same as before? More likely than not, I'd say. Was that hum, my mouth is full of food?
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you in the middle of eating right now? This is our third map.
Yep.
On our third matchup of the day. Oh, I'm not eating. I actually was I'm pickling red onions right now, actually. So
so you didn't go from a double?
No, unfortunately, I don't think I could make it to a McDonald's and back. Believe it or not, in downtown Toronto, McDonald's are not as close.
Spoke about Uber Eats. TM.
Yes, well, I mean, I could Uber Eats it, but I think for a McDouble, which is like $2, I think that's a little ridiculous. But
yeah, I do agree. You get 10
also,
of them, that makes it worth.
Also, for everybody watching, you want to know how to make mac sauce at home? 1 cup of mayonnaise, 2 tablespoons of yellow mustard, 2 tablespoons of sweet relish, a tiny squirt of ketchup, and then a teaspoon and a half of garlic powder, onion powder, and paprika. Mix them all together, leave it in the fridge for about 3 hours, and then you've got your own mac sauce. There you go. And you can make your own McDoubles, dressed like a Big Mac, or your own Big Mac if you'd like. You're very welcome. This is an educational and informational stream. It's edutainment. It's entertainment and education.
Mac sauce. We've done everything so far. Well, not everything, but we're on the way to covering everything by the end of the show. Well, look at this.
I like sauces. I think they define a dish. So
yeah, I'm not that sophisticated a cook, I'm afraid.
Well, you are British.
Yes. Fish and chips is all I need. Anyway, Herds, I thought for a second was really in danger of being caught out on terrace there. They had a couple of players starting to box him around him, and FaZe, if any team is going to be good at isolating an individual player and punishing them, it's going to be FaZe. Look at that straight away. Handy was looking for that vertical kill that we spoke about a couple of maps ago about good use of the Deimos when you've got the live track on someone, and Herds has finally been sniffed out. It's taken about half the round to really catch him out here and put him in the dirt, but that's, again, just really good team play coming out of FaZe to find someone, isolate them, and finish them off.
It's been Herds who's been dying first for Furia in so many of these matches, Des, and it is a really worrying sign because if he can stay alive, he can go toe-to-toe with the best players in the world. I don't know if it's hubris, overconfidence. You mentioned Doki discussing how you kind of lose motivation after you win it all. This is something that I've talked to Troy an awful lot about, and he's noticed on every single team he's played on that there is a big challenge in staying motivated. JV92, the first kill so far for his team. FaZe Clan in the driver's seat with just a little over 30 seconds to go. There's a Nitro cell to go out. Nade takes out Cyber. JV92 and Nade are the last two remaining, and JV92 from this spot is so powerful. Vidaking is just a second behind with only 20 seconds left. JV92's on low HP. Nade at full HP. He can try to just ride this one off. The ring around the Rosie is not working out right now for Vidaking, who's losing out on time. Reminder that he has the diffuser. He will attempt to get it down, but the 2 remaining players from Furia will likely collapse on him. This was a great start to the round for FaZe Clan. It will not end well for them, as a prolonged series of engagements goes in favor of Furia.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe started out in a 5v3. Let's not forget as well. They got the 2. What are we doing, guys? Okay, brilliant. Cheers, JV. If anyone's going to do it, it's going to be JV. But I was saying they found the 2 early kills, right? And I think their isolation of 2 players there in 2v1s, the player that was in Geisha box, but also the player that the Herds that they caught out towards the east side of the map, sublime. 2 or 3 players from FaZe all coming together to isolate one player and crush them before they can barely respond is beautiful to see. A lot of it being fed by the intel that came from the Deimos, by the way. So that was an excellent bit of use of the operator itself. Problem is, Furia turned it on when they had to, namely looking towards JV on that one as well. And Nade just swinging at the right moments every single time as it looked like FaZe were going to get a really comfortable position and get good map control. It was like just trying to walk through, I don't know, through a woods or something and just constantly walking into stinging nettles. There was always something to trip them up when they thought they had control. Like here, he didn't know that the player had swung out. Admittedly, he probably could have done better with that gunfight in itself, but Furia just knew when to turn the heat on. It felt in these gunfights and go a little bit aggressive. Yes, it was a risk. They almost lost a couple of those fights out, but overall, I think FaZe started out really good there. Yes, Furia won the round, but I think we've seen something really good from FaZe in the first round.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big deficiency for FaZe was collapsing on Drum at the appropriate time, right? JV92 was playing at stairs. He was also watching Drum. He also had a good line of sight to Geisha. Those are three incredibly vital parts of the map that if you cannot get those as an attacker, you are going to have a big degree of trouble pressing into whether it be the Geisha component of the map, whether it be karaoke, whether it be T. And as you saw, FaZe Clan really stumbled there. And even though FaZe did get those first 2 picks, as with a lot of the teams at the top of every tier 1 region, there's just so many threats on the side of Furia that even if they've lost Herds, even if they've lost KZ, even in a 3v5, they are still capable of doing some serious damage.
It feels like the story about both teams, right? Just so many potent players on either side. By the way, I've taken up haiku writing recently, and I want to share some with you when the time is right. Maybe at the end of this round, I'll wheel them out.
I didn't know we were getting to that level so quickly, but I'm very flattered.
Well, people are asking for a recipe per round. So have you got any other good sauce recipes that you can show us?
I made a tartar sauce yesterday because I'm actually going to try to make a fillet of fish at home.
That's actually a really controversial opinion. One of my favorite burgers from McDonald's.
I will say this. The more beers I drink, the more I like fillet of fishes.
There's a very weird correlation there. I love it. Here we go on the push through, though. Immediately, they're in. Vita King falling down as well. Hertz at least balancing things out. They almost get the trade back, but not quite. As said, Fury have started moving quite aggressively here and got at least 2. But FaZe are right back in their face, balancing it out. Souls is starting out with thunder and fire in his belly. Down for a 2v1. Hertz, who was picked off as the entry in the previous round, he's on 30 HP. A single bullet might be enough, but he's only got to hit 1 bullet himself. He's only got to find the head. And he'll have those kills, and Handy has got the cross. Good round overall from FaZe.
I suspect that's what FaZe was looking for and expected in the very first round, Dez, even though it didn't ultimately come to pass, but a far cleaner execute with FaZe committing far fewer mistakes. Furia as well, not really committing the same mistakes either. Both of these teams are so far through these first 2 rounds, are likely going to give us a very good technical match. It might not be as exciting as the Fluxo Black Dragons match, which has sent Jesse into orbit, by the way. He is extremely happy. The moment that Fluxo won that match, I got a message from him that said they Fluxing did it. So, I mean,
excellent.
He's very, very excited. But as for these 2 teams, I mean, I think you could make a very compelling argument that these are the 2 best teams in the world over the last 365 days. I think the outside shot is probably BDS, that some people could make a very credible argument for. Yeah. But while Furia is clearly trending downwards and BDS is trending upwards, Furia is still a top team internationally. They've obviously got to get there. We talked about this in the preamble about how, yeah, they're not exactly the best domestically. And if Furia loses this match, they're actually in some serious trouble to make it into the playoffs. If FaZe Clan gets a clean 3 points in regulation, not only does FaZe Clan vault up to 2nd place, they cannot overtake Team Liquid for first today. The only team that can do that is E1, who's in action later. But if Furia do not get 3 points here, they play Black Dragons next week, or, well, technically not next week. We're in the middle of a super week, so technically it's in 2 days from now. Furia should beat Black Dragons there. Then Furia plays E1. That is not an easy matchup for Furia. If Furia lose that match, depending on what happens elsewhere, it doesn't really matter what happened in the NIP match. Furia might be mathematically out of the playoffs, but of course this requires a lot of other different results to occur. But this is a really bad start to the stage for Furia. They absolutely must win this game against FaZe Clan, because if they don't, the likelihood of them making playoffs drops off a cliff.
Completely. And I think at this point, we just need to let BDS win an SI, just so they stop being this really like top 2 team that everyone's afraid of. Let them win an SI and they'll crumble. We've seen it time and time again. More about that in a minute, though, because Furia has started out pretty good. Outside of Hertz, falling down, of course, here as well. They've caught 2 players walking in through display, clearly unaware that the Vigil was sat hanging out here towards those house stairs. He's got a freebie onto the man coming in, and so far, so good for the defenders. They find themselves in a 4 versus 3. KDS, Souls, and Vita King with it all still to do.
Impressive operator that you talked about, Dokkaebi. Even though she's seen a pretty sizable nerf, I think you could argue...
I disagree. I don't think it's a nerf at all. I think because most teams use her when they're pushing into the building, which is normally after about 30 seconds. And lots of teams then want to use her in the execute, which is much later in the round. I think if she's really going to get nerfed, it needs to be heavier than just giving her 2 charges that she uses really at the time the charge is already enabled. It's very rare you see her pop a call in the first, say, 15 seconds or so. So I don't like the nerf. I think it's, well, air quotes nerf. I don't particularly like it, full stop.
That's fine. Still quite impressive and still rocking a relatively high pick rate. And despite all of this and these new synths ops, it's JV92 just dominating FaZe Clan at the moment. He's had a tremendous start to this matchup, and Furia have now taken the lead.
Now, and to come back onto the Adoku point as well, she is still really impressive, and that's why I don't think we've seen the pick rate drop off, is because it wasn't a significant nerf. If teams slow down for 20 seconds, they can do exactly the same things that they used to. The main time you'll see global utility used early is like a Lion Scan, for example, right? For a potential spawn peak coming out. I feel if a team was using a call at the very start of a round, it's a bit of a waste. You still got to get to the building. You've got to get yourself repelled. You've got to get inside the map to be able to capitalize on the info. It doesn't really help, which is why I think having it at 2:15 and then the second charge at 1:30 is perfectly fine, and why I don't think it's really effective most teams' plans. I do think there are going to be further changes to her in the future that will alter that. One I'd really love to see, and something I've advocated for a while, is she has maybe 1 call, and you can get a second call by picking up a phone of a dead player that you find. Because that then starts a really interesting battle between, did the defenders fall back and not risk giving her a second call for the execute or further roam clear? Or do you go hyper aggressive and try and pick her off while she's only got 1 call? It would make a really interesting mini game within the round itself, which is what Siege is all about.
Down below, you see the schedule. Sorry?
Gonna hear a haiku? I've written them just for you during the break.
Okay, well, can I talk about the schedule first?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Excellent. As you can see, we are in the Furia FaZe matchup. W7M versus Ninjas in Pajamas is our next. They took it away. They're just too busy. They heard you say haiku, and that was it. W7 and Ninjas in Pajamas are next. W7M, obviously, for those that haven't watched in the last 7-8 months or so, this is a new team playing for that organization. Furia is the old W7M. And then our last matchup of the day will be the team that started today in first place and the only team that does not have a loss in all of Brazil, and it's E1. They will go up against MIBR. E1, of course, was at Manchester. They were one of the first 4 teams to be eliminated, but they made some roster moves, and boy, oh boy, do they look so formidable since. And now
I am very excited if they make it to Montreal. Very excited.
I'd love to hear your haiku.
So which one? I did try a few. This is my favorite one, I think.
How many haikus are you writing?
She's sad. Double lost what it once had. Value gone. So bad. That's good, right? I've got more that I can share with you in a minute.
Well, with the way that these rounds have been paced out, action can break out at any moment. So I would say maybe hold off just a tiny bit. Souls has already died. Vidiking, by the way, is almost dead. So it's Handy.
Ouch.
There goes Cyber. These kills coming in such a flurry, Des.
Yeah. Look at the health as well on 2 of the players of FaZe. Like, this round could have been cooked and done already, especially if Vidiking had also caught a couple more shots. It would have been done and over with, but at least as it stands, they're in the game. Furia, I'll give them full credit. I thought after that first round, FaZe would really ramp into the next few rounds and just start running them over with the team play they were showing. But Furia, I think, changing the pace of rounds where sometimes they're playing really defensive and letting FaZe take parts of the map. And then others, like here, JV just going, that is ridiculous. Fair play, Kate. Oh, Handy, that's a bit painful. Self-made to kill himself off at the end of the round. He was just like, guys, I'm done. I'm done. We've been swung far too much. We're out. But just one of those where, again, I think the pace change from Furia in the mid-round is beautiful. They're almost lulling FaZe into a false sense of security where they feel happy, like, cool, we've got map control, we've got drones going through, we haven't had to expend loads of utility. Cool, let's start pushing different parts of the map, like 1 player here, 1 player there, rather than all grouped together. And that's when players like JV and Nade have just turned things on, gone hyper-aggressive and collected a couple of kills. It's really impressive from Furia, and it's tripping FaZe up. Trying to hear my second haiku?
Yes.
Patty pear stands tall, yet the cheese slice feels so small. McDoubles, short fall.
You're just making me hungry. That's all you're really doing. You're just making me want.
Not for a McDouble.
Maybe it's not real food. McDonald's is not real food. I mean, it's real food, but it's not real food. If you know
it's
what
so
I mean.
easy.
You know what I'm saying?
In fact, no, my third line of this other one is my favorite.
Okay.
1 cheese slice so lone, 2 patties feel overthrown. Where's the second throne?
Where is the second throne? Oh. Why?
Nice,
Where's
right?
this sudden burst of creativity coming from?
ChatGPT.
So you're not the one writing this. ChatGPT is literally writing it.
That's the punchline. I just like
Jesus
asked for a few
Christ.
haikus, and it gave me really positive ones, and I was like, no, give me one that ridicules the McDouble, and that's what it gave me.
I will keep my thoughts about AI to myself, as I do not have nice things to say about it. But hey, if a computer could make me a McDouble, I would be okay with that. If AI could...
Everyone has a price.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not anti-AI in general. I dislike that we are using AI to replace creatives instead of the monotonous tasks that, you know,
Parker,
I don't think...
no one tuned in for a bang on. They tuned in for sauce recipes and chat about McDoubles.
I mean, I don't think humans were born to be cashiers, but I think humans were born to be musicians and artists. So maybe we start there. How about that one?
Now philosophy part of the broadcast. I love it. Oh.
You're very welcome. This is what you get. I'll give my tartar sauce recipe later on because people want a recipe around, and that's... I actually just pickled red onions. It was 1 cup of regular vinegar, 1 cup of water, a splash of apple cider vinegar, a couple garlic cloves, let it heat up, and then as it's heating, add 2 tablespoons of sugar, 1 tablespoon of sea salt, and then put the red onions in. Once it is fully heated, take it off the heat and let it sit for 2 hours. Nice shot by Nade, by the way. And everybody's going to start dying. What did I say about the pacing of this round, Des? How much time is left and how many people are left?
It's come down to 3 being left now with half the round still to go. This is what I mean, though. The spring of aggression from Furia, 3 kills in half a second, maybe. They just know when to turn it on, and they're letting FaZe get comfortable for the most part is the funniest part. Like, early in the round, 2 FaZe players were bearing down to Nade, who was inside a terrace, and he really had to squash his back in there to try and keep himself safe. And then 3 seconds later, FaZe have got 2 players, one trying to peek out breach, and one swinging on terrace door to pressure the player that's outside on balcony. It's just, the ebb and flow is just so back and forth. It is ridiculous. But it's making it entertaining, as we've said all night long. The games have got a lot of variance in them. Furia up 3-2 still. They want this 4-2 split. FaZe, would I say, are they happy of only 2 rounds? They probably want 3, but you'll take 2 on the attacker skyscraper.
All right, let's do a little bit of chat interaction here. Chat, if you want the Fluxers and the Dragons, if you thought that was the better match, if you thought the McDouble of Brazil today was the better match, I want you to type 1 in chat. If you think that Furia versus FaZe Clan is more akin to fine dining, as I mentioned earlier, the French Laundry, I want you to type 2 in chat. Which one do you prefer? Do you want the McDouble or do you want the 15-course chef-guided tasting menu? Which one do you want?
15-course, I'll be sick.
Well, I mean, they're tiny little, you usually get like they're like tiny plates.
And if you think
it's not like you're getting 15 McDoubles.
Waffle, type 3.
You're getting like a tiny piece of salmon with like
waffle, and I'm hungry for that.
You're getting like a tiny piece of salmon with like some kind of reduction with it, and then that's it, and that's one of the 15 courses. It's not about being filled up, okay? It's about being impressed and satisfied with a culinary experience. I suppose McDonald's is a McDonald's could be a culinary experience for people who are not from. I was going to say North America, but I guess McDonald's is everywhere. So
it's everywhere, and it all looks the same. It's crazy.
I try to eat chicken nuggets in every single country to see how much variation there is, and number 1, there isn't much. But number 2, Europe clears North America a thousand times over.
We don't bleach our chicken.
Well, I mean, it's just that America doesn't care about regulating food safety and food standards, and Europe actually cares about people, so they make it harder for, companies to feed people garbage.
Absolutely. That is a great C4.
That's very nice. JV92 starting things off so well, as he has done time and time again.
He's in this game.
He's dialed in, Des.
Yes, something like that. Herds a little bit less.
Herds is not.
No, JV, just check the numbers to be fair. He's now 8-2, but he was 7-2 at the start of this round, so excellent start from him. That was his first entry, interestingly. But again, this player that I said earlier on, him and Nade both, at midpoints in the round, just turn the aggression on, and FaZe just don't look very ready or composed for it. It's really good to see.
E1D will go out as FaZe Clan have been not abusing, but certainly using these information operators. Deimos, Dokkaebi, and Lion, the 3 main ops that are used, as you said it, very oppressively, though Lion is not seen as often as Deimos and Dokkaebi, not as of late. I'm a little surprised, though, that FaZe Clan have not opted to go with shields. I understand there's a Monty ban, but a Fuse shield, or sorry, a Blitz shield is still very possible. Fuse shield is an outside choice. If both of them get banned, though, I would be shocked if we saw a Fuse shield used by either of these teams. Still, I guess maybe on a map like Skyscraper, Monty only really finds effect because of how tall a lot of these rooms are and how many soft walls there are to shoot through. Blitz is really good in tight, close quarters interactions, of which, if you see the setups that are being done by Furia, do not really aid a Blitz pick. That could be why.
I'm a little bit nervous about the time here. They've got to play with two. Like, FaZe have got this west side of the map. They've got Shrine. They don't feel like they fully have Terrace, although arguably they should if they've got the control of Dragon. Still two players bearing down on it for the side of Furia. It makes this a little bit tentative for them. They're going to try and force Dragon. They've already lost Cyber. That is not the good start they're looking for. And they lose the reverse here as well. Oh, KZ has deleted them. Flicks from one onto display window. Gets the second kill. That's another solid round coming out of Furia. And they are looking really hard to break down. FaZe at this point, probably thankful that this half is over.
It's not exactly the result that I had expected. I don't know about you. I mean, it doesn't surprise me that Furia is in the lead, but the way these rounds have gone, you can also go back to round number 1, which probably should have been a FaZe Clan round, but wasn't. And that could have made it a 3-3. And then I'd say, yeah, 3-3 on Skyscraper makes an awful lot of sense with the way that these teams played. Heading into today, this was actually the least played map in all of Brazil. I want to take a second here because there's something quite striking on the screen. JV92 obviously has 8 kills, but Herds feels like he's done nothing and feels like he dies, but he still has 5 kills, which is just goes to show you the player that he is that even though he has died in all but one of the rounds, he's still finding huge value. But back to the points about the map, Skyscraper has been played the least out of every single map in Brazil, and it is slightly defender favored. There were 9 rounds of it played prior to today, 4 rounds won by the attackers, 5 rounds won by the defenders. So nothing really to gain from those numbers, and every region approaches maps differently, so I think it would be incorrect to start pulling numbers from, say, ANZ, Japan, EU, NA, etc., to try and get a good idea of where this map sits. Either way, Furia taking the better numbers, even if it is by 1 round, and winning. That's what you want to see.
Yeah, a 4-2 is very standard. It's more who the teams are that's surprising, right? When FaZe are sitting right near the top and Furia are lower down, a 3-3 is probably what they would have hoped to have got, but haven't been able to walk away with. And Herds almost managed to spin on it and find his man there, but I think just lost out to KDS, who was more than happy to take his life as he goes flying in through that window. So Furia is still trying to keep with the unpredictability of the pace, I'd say. Just not lining his shots up properly, unfortunately. That's the Deimos offline.
The shotgun sitting on those stairs on top of a mute jammer, so depending on where another mute jammer may be, could be a challenge to see the location of Vidaking. That shotgun is he's going to win the engagement almost every single time that they come to blows, but hold on a second, JV92, top frag in the lobby. He might have found a way on in. He's not far removed from KZ. As they're looking to sweep through this portion of the map, they've got to clear it out before they can translate over towards Office. Fellapox eliminates Handy, and we're back into a 4v4 for a second before Vidaking gives the advantage back to FaZe.
I was going to say they really want to cut off the retreat here. The best thing about Skyscraper top floor is there's this front line that moves left to right, depending on what site that you're on, and you can really easily slice this map in half. But FaZe are giving them absolutely nothing. Where Furia have tried to isolate these 2 or 3 players, corral them in them, pick them off one at a time, FaZe have done to Furia exactly what Furia did back in the first half, which is spin the aggression on when it is most required. And they've shut down this aggression. They've left 2 players standing who have no knowledge of where on the map is safe right now. Even with 7 drones up and a minute to play, I'm not convinced they're going to be able to get this one over the line outside of an incredible clutch from either Nade or Felipox.
Still very winnable. Because, I mean, it was Furia that was in this very similar position in a very similar part of the map just a couple rounds ago. They were able to make it work. FaZe Clan, whenever they have the upper hand against Furia, must really sweat. You get flashbacks to Sao Paulo. What little remained of KDS is now gone, but there will be no salvation for Furia as Souls tears through Fellapox. Summit will open things up. It's just a waiting game for FaZe at this point. Nate holds on to the diffuser, but the daunting task of getting on in, hold on!
Oh, man.
He's made this winnable. Souls is hiding. He'll wait for the call. Halfway through, Dez. Halfway through. He makes it work. And now a standoff. As one bullet fired from that Alda will give tons of information to Nade, but his position now over by the case is known. Default cam is still up. Cannot allow that information to be there.
Told you, man.
Nade thought he was in the other direction, and Souls will mag dump the remainder of the Alda into the corpse. FaZe Clan win the round.
Souls is just that guy. He is just that guy. He is the guy you want in a spot like that to clutch. I look back to... That was Sweden a few years ago, but ever since I saw him win that 1v1 against Rin, in that semi-final against Damwon Kier, round 15, map 3 of Oregon, he wins the 1v1 against Rin, and FaZe obviously go on there to perform spectacularly. It was the closest APAC got to making it into a grand final. But even since then, he is still the guy that you want in those clutch situations, so composed, so skilled. This stage, interestingly, has taken a much more front-leaning role. He's been involved in a lot of entry engagements, for example, but still the guy that I'd love to see when the team is, all the chips are down and you've really got to have someone that comes up big. I wouldn't want anyone else in that team in that situation, and he's done it yet again.
None of these rounds playing out the way that we would have thought. I will say that the round that we just saw is probably the most straightforward of the 7 that we've witnessed up to this point. I mean, it went the way that we thought it would. Fury was at a disadvantage. FaZe Clan had the upper hand. It got close, but FaZe still ended up closing it out. That is going according to plan. Yeah, all of these other rounds, though, have been wildly unpredictable. I don't have the chat open, but I'm assuming you're still monitoring it to a certain extent. Did the Fluxers and Dragons win in the 1 versus 2 contest that I had the chat do?
Like 85% were with the ones.
Well, of course.
Everyone really likes them at doubles, I guess.
It's a tremendous dish.
Don't. I'll never try and get.
I'm gonna force feed you one in Montreal. Of course, assuming that we both work it.
Yeah.
Because obviously we would never leave that ahead of time.
If I get offered it, I'll just say no on this basis alone.
Parker will make me eat McDouble. Imagine I don't get offered it. It's a 5-hour drive. It's a 5-hour drive.
I'm sure you still come along.
The joke is that Montreal offers have already gone out. We're playing dumb. Spoilers.
Clash is on side. That was your invitation to talk about the Clash, Parker.
I figured you had some stupid AI generated haiku, which I was praising your haikus. I was praising the haikus, and I was like, wow, those are very clever, haha. And now you're like, well, ChatGPT did them, and I'm like, now they suck. But now they suck. Now they suck.
Patties, but where's the cheese? Double cheat, please.
It's like when your 4-year-old kid draws you a family photo and gives it to you, and he's like, Daddy, look what I did. And you're like, this is garbage.
But you have to say, oh, that's great.
Yeah, you have to pretend it's good. You have to be like, yeah, this is great. Thank you so much. I'm going to put this on the fridge. And somebody sees it and is like, who drew this, a 4-year-old? And it's like, yes, exactly. Either way, halfway through this round, very limited action. There's been some blows exchanged. Cyber and Herds have taken some damage, but outside of that, it's been all Furia working their way to the site, and now Herds has found an opening.
Nice.
He could actually go for a plant here, but he's not the one with the diffuser. It's Nade to do just that. This line of defense for FaZe Clan will be over at backstairs. Herds has to moonwalk his way out of the site. The flames from the Goyo canisters will go. Souls with another kill, and that will give FaZe Clan a numbers advantage.
Soul C4 was the big one from below for me. If he'd stayed on his feet, that could have been huge, because as these numbers dwindle for the attackers, you've still got a Clash to face off against them. We all know what shields are like. The lower those numbers fall for your side. Sure enough, even now he's squaring up. It doesn't mean that he can block, of course, all these angles being opened up if they want to. Just means that he can give a lot of information over to his side. And now it's in a spot, actually, where the Clash is one of the final 2 left standing. This ain't looking so good, given there's 30 seconds on the clock. If there was 10, different conversation. But at this point, Furia have still got all the time in the world to play with, as long as they're careful about this one. Did they see the man? Yes, they do. And they had no idea that Handy was coming for that push. That's exactly what we saw. No way. Gets down and gets Souls up as well. They've sold Vita King out there. He is forfeit, but the other 2 may be able to make this work. It's a 2v2 with 10 seconds to go. Felipox has got the diffuser, but look at this angle. Herds is ready. He's locked in. Makes it 4. Can he make it 5 to get the ace for himself? Yes, he can. We were speaking about how he's found impact despite it feels falling so early in these rounds, but here, he was the man.
Every single kill That might actually propel him to the top of Furia in terms of kills, surpassing his teammates. I thought for sure that the Dokkaebi on side of Furia knew of Handy's position by drum. I thought they were just playing a game of chicken on that door frame. But that wasn't the case, because why would you switch your sidearm to your main weapon and then run away and expose yourself to a push from that exact same position? So I was sure of it, but obviously I was wrong. And Furia still get the job done, and sure enough, there you go. The numbers on the bottom of your screen. Herds going from 5-5 to start the second half. Had no impact in the first round of the second half. Died, and now 10 kills to his name. Just goes to show you, if he can stay alive and be a part of the action, the damage that he can do to teams. He really is one of the best players in the world, and has been for the last 2 to 3 years. I feel like he doesn't get the same praise that people like Nesk do, and even Palu and a lot of the guys on FaZe Clan do, but boy oh boy, does Herds deserve his flowers. I honestly think the thing that holds Herds back is how good the rest of his team is.
Massively.
You can't single out Herds, because then you have to talk about KZ, you have to talk about JV92, and you have to talk about the support cast. If Herds was on a team like, say, Black Dragons or E1, he would be the only person we would be talking about time and time again. So while he is good, he's damn good. The problem is that he's surrounded by other damn good players, and it makes him shine a little bit less. But make no mistake, he is terrific.
It's also probably a degree of, you know, I mean, here he is again. I think that's him going up to 3-3 on entries, being involved in the early rounds so often here. Is that fear from FaZe wanting to take him out early on and not have to worry about him for the rest? Maybe so after that previous round. But I was going to say, if you think about, like, when people speak about players like Shaiko, a lot of it is nostalgia, right? That they have been around for years and years, whereas Herds, it feels really has only been a big staple name for the last 2 or 3 maybe. And so maybe there's a degree there of not strictly in the conversation because of that, because at different times, players like, you know, Vidaking has been absolutely massive on the side of FaZe. I think it was Player of the Year last year as well in Brazil. KZ's had big moments. Everyone else, as you say, on the side of Furia has too. So it is hard to shine in the same way I think Shaiko finds that now with players like Yuzus on side for BDS, right? You're not the one harvesting every kill because others on your team are very capable of doing the same things that you are. Still, as you say, generational, fantastic player. There's a reason why they were world champions earlier this year.
It's a scary start for Herds. We just praising him, praising him. There's more work for him, as now we are on a very unorthodox bomb site, Derry. This is not where teams usually like to play. FaZe Clan suffering through 2 losses. Herds still outside, still has 2 death marks. And he'll now use one of them. Kaida Vidaking will be harassed. Honestly, Herds is more to lose here, but he'll gain some very vital information. There goes the death mark. KDS finished off. This has been, again, another prolonged fight where these teams go back and forth. The advantage, though, decidedly in favor of Furia.
I know where one more is as well here, but they've got to get some kills back if FaZe want to fight their way back in. As said, Souls being up is never a bad thing. He is one of those players, but there's only so much you can do when there's an onslaught coming your way. Fun fact about this site, by the way, played 60 times this year, 37% plant rate. It is an objective-focused site. You wouldn't guess it with what KZ's doing in this round, has found himself 3, but that might open them up to get a plant down here. Souls is above, gets sprayed through the floor by Herds. Who else to close out the round?
Is a timeout going to be called by FaZe Clan here? Yes, there will be. You can tell the moment that the microphone goes down, they will be able to talk to their players, and this is a perfect time for FaZe to do it. It's hard to diagnose FaZe Clan at the moment because, again, that first round really could have gone in their favor. It's been a very up and down matchup, and it hasn't been anywhere near as exciting, frankly, as Fluxo versus Black Dragons, but it's been a far better technical game to watch. If you're Furia, you need to... Hold on, are they sponsored by Hellmann's? The mayonnaise company?
Really?
Well, I mean, so this is a perfect time for me to...
Oh, yeah, on his left arm. Yeah, you're right. I think they are.
Of course.
That's exactly what the adverts that gamers need to see. Mayonnaise.
I mean, here's the thing. I actually use Hellmann's mayonnaise for most of my stuff because I think it's excellent. If I'm not making my own mayonnaise.
We do?
Of course. But I mean, I used Hellman's mayonnaise in that Big Mac sauce recipe. And now if you want the tartar sauce recipe, you basically just need 1 cup equal parts mayonnaise. You can use Hellman's if you'd like. And dill pickles. Chop the dill pickles as finely as you want for the tartar sauce, or you can make them a little bit longer if you want a chunkier tartar sauce. That's totally fine. Some people say to use dill. I don't use dill in my tartar sauce. Then you need about half of a lemon to 1 full lemon, depending on how much mayonnaise you're using. You don't want the lemon to be overly present on the tongue, but you just need it there for the acidity and the tartness. Then a little bit of sugar. If you don't want to actually use sugar, a good substitute that I use is I'll use a little bit less dill pickles, and then I will just use a tablespoon of sweet relish because it's already got the sugar in it, and it also adds to that flavor profile when it comes to the pickles. A little bit of black pepper, just a little bit of salt. And I actually put a couple dashes of, I always butcher the name of this, Worcestershire sauce.
What did you just say?
Exactly. Tell me how you pronounce it. Worcestershire. There you go. Mix them all together, and then you have a tartar sauce recipe.
Did you say Worcestershire?
Yeah, I say it all over the place. Jesus. No, I will say if you're okay with it, this one's a little bit more polarizing. I actually put capers in it. I mash up a bunch of capers and put it in too, but I know that capers are kind of, a lot of people don't like the flavor and the taste and the texture of them. So, but anyway, use Hellman's mayonnaise. There you go. Equal parts mayonnaise, dill pickles, a little bit of sweet relish, Worcestershire sauce, a little bit of lemon juice, black pepper, sea salt, and then some capers. There's your tartar sauce recipe. We are growing as people on this broadcast, are we not?
Yeah. You're learning words. Worcestershire. Wow, that one really got me. But thank you for the recipe again, Parker. I'm sure chat will be clipping it and listening back later. That was a lot to take down. Everyone's got a notepad at the ready.
Well, I mean, the best part about this, you can rewatch these broadcasts. I'm not expecting people to be, oh, slow down, Professor, you know?
I was going to say about this game, they're looking at the numbers. 6 rounds where there has been a 3K or more from a single player on the side of Furia. And shock horror, they were all rounds that the team won, except for one, which was round 7. That was where Souls won out that nice 1v1 on the Maestro. But it just goes to show that right now, although the teams are both playing well, and I've commended FaZe for their 2v1s, the isolation play onto players of Furia, what's really making the difference, and it sounds so simplistic, is one team's hitting their shots, one isn't. FaZe are winning some gunfights, but not convincingly enough, and they're not able to stop clutches. I say that. Vidiking has managed to find at least 2. A third coming in. He's got support from behind from Handy. Good bit of team play coming in, and an individual with a shotgun just putting that straight to the chest of 2 Furia players who were a little bit out of sync. Maybe FaZe finally get around here as Vidiking goes on to a 3K. He already had one back in round 5 and might be about to secure another one here. Finally gets put down. But Handy secures his 2nd kill off the back of the attention soak being created by Vidiking, and FaZe get the round.
Very easily could have been a 3K from the Thermite that was going through that office breach too, but I think it was Handy got to that one first, so nice to have a bit of help from that position, but these SAS operators on defense in particular, Mute and Smoke, are so uniquely built to handle 1vXs because you can tackle a nitro cell first, then pull out that shotgun. At close range, that shotgun is almost always a guaranteed down, if not an outright kill.
Yeah.
And then you've got the SMG-11 with one of the highest fire rates and highest DPS rates in the game that, yeah, can be a little bit hard to control. But, I mean, you couple pumps of the shotgun, take a long-range engagement, and if you're Smoke, you've got the gas as well. For follow-up from you, you've got that nitro cell. Excellent operators for dealing with multi-pushes. Just as you saw that round, Vidiking handled it adeptly.
Well, is it enough to get the team on the track back to winning? I would wager no. One round does not quite make a team, unfortunately. They've still got to pull off that kind of round twice. If they even want to see OT, they can't win it in regulation. It's going to have to be in OT if FaZe want to fight their way through. And I was curious actually what this does to the standings. So we pull these up now and take a real quick look. For FaZe, if they lose out here, Furia end up just 2 points behind them. Furia would move up to 9 points. They would jump into 5th place, forcing NIP down into 7th. However, NIP, as we know, has still got to play. They're against W7M in our next game. So we'll have a bit of a reflection on this at the end of the show about exactly where all of these teams stand. But all I know is it does put quite a dent in FaZe's hopes of finishing in that top 2. Given E1 are 3 points ahead, Liquid are 4 points ahead. They've really got to fight their way back in.
It's definitely a winnable situation for Furia, especially if you look at the way that the bomb site rotation has worked for FaZe Clan. Furia hasn't had some struggles of garden variety of bomb sites. So You can easily overpower FaZe, but I mean, you take timeouts for a variety of reasons. Obviously, when you're on the ropes the way that FaZe Clan is, you have to take the timeout because there will be so much, you know, so much judgment thrown your way if you go through this and not call a timeout. And there's no harm in calling it. The only real downside that teams have talked about is that your opponents also get to talk through it. As you can see, Furia put that timeout to good use as well. However, as you can... Sorry, I've lost my train of thought here.
One team's trying to problem solve, one isn't.
I was thinking about tartar sauce. If the big issue with FaZe Clan was more motivational, like if they were showing a bit of shakiness or having some issues with, you know, their coordination, the timeout could also allow them to focus on being a unit better. And that last round was way more teamwork from FaZe Clan than we've seen in previous rounds.
Yes. That's all I have to offer as commentary, I'm afraid.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Goyo canister will go off just by drum and make an awful lot of noise in the process. Herd's firing away. He's the only player on the team who's taken some damage. Nothing has been done to FaZe Clan. A rare soulless sighting. The hands of Cyber, who favors this operator quite a bit. The fire still lingers in front of Herds, who doesn't check the door frame correctly, and Handy will punish him for that.
This has been the slowest entry we've had as well. I'll always like tracking these stats to give you an idea of how the game's playing out, but every other one has been quite early on, really, generally in that sort of minute 15 to minute 45 mark. That one came in our last 60 seconds, which means this could be quite an explosive end. More importantly, FaZe have got the opening 2 kills, a good start for them. The problem is, it's so hard for a team to hold on to it in this game, as we've seen time and time again. We've had 5v3s go the other way. Oh, I don't think this one's going the other way, unless we see something magical come out of KZ. FaZe have found their fire again, Parker, though, in 1 round of striking distance.
This is exactly what we expected, and now the damage that was done is being reciprocated. FaZe Clan is the team that is starting to fire up, and while Furia still has their timeout, but if you feel that FaZe Clan have the motivation, do you necessarily want to give them the time to talk it through? Furia says, sure, why the hell not? We have some problems that we need to deal with, so let's take our time to do that. 12 kills for Herds, by the way, kills a lot more even on the side of FaZe Clan.
Yeah, I think overall, like, every player's had their contribution, right? Like, no one sat here at 1 kill, 2 kill, and looking like they're really not part of the action. Everyone's having an impact in some way, shape, or form. And I know we've seen Herd sort of put his head above the parapet and make a name for himself as the hero of the game with that ace round that we saw coming out. Take that away from him. He's just sat down on, like, what, 7 or 8 kills, and suddenly he's right in the midfield of every other player in the game. And these are the things that you come to expect when you've got 2, you know, top-level teams coming against each other. I know Furia has struggled a bit at this stage, but when they come up against each other, it's very rare that one player can just solo win a round and just pop off and go nuts. It requires facilitation by the rest of his team to really enable him to do that kind of thing. And that round, maybe earlier on, it was more that the stars aligned for him. He got himself in some great positions to win those firefights. Overall, though, again, it's a team game at this sort of level. Everyone is getting involved. Everyone's picking up kills across rounds, which is why it's going to take a stroke of magic, I think, for FaZe to now get this one over the line and push Furia into overtime.
Things have tightened up. Overtime, Des? What do you think? I know it's your little catchphrase.
It's not mine. It's Tim's.
Well, it's both yours, but...
Yeah, fair. I always say, Tim, say the line! And then he does it really well. And you've got a... If we get there, you best prepare your Mancunian accent. Impersonation. It could be very, very poor, but it will be expected. It is part of your contract.
You know me. I'm a corporate boy. I love contracts. Love signing my life away.
Hell yeah.
Love the Brits. What a mix this is, isn't it?
Yeah.
I am excited for our very next matchup, by the way. News and Pajamas versus W7M is a matchup that I've actually been looking forward to for about at least 20 minutes. You know,
it'll be great because both teams are in a similar spot. I'd wager both got high potential, but both middling performers right now.
Yeah, both of them have way more potential than, you know, results. And you don't always realize that potential, as plenty of teams will tell you. But either way, one of them has to win, which is going to obviously impact the standings. Let's get through this matchup first, because as we pointed out many, many rounds ago, it is not a must-win based on definite numbers, but if Furia lose this match, they'll be in trouble. The good news is Furia have guaranteed themselves at least 1 point by getting to 6 first. Overtime is the only way for Furia to lose. So that is a sign of hope. But if you're Furia, if you want to make it to the playoffs and not roll the die on the LCQ, because your strength of schedule, it's tough from this point on. Furia needs to close out in regulation against FaZe Clan. Get all 3 points. That's what you need in the standings.
Absolutely. And for now, FaZe has mentioned they're the ones who've got to be battling up, because those two teams will be the ones looking to jump over them in the standings. If FaZe don't get things back online here, W7M, 8 points, winning 3 would put them ahead of FaZe. And that's not a good position for FaZe to be going into ahead of next week. Obviously, the end of the weekend does give a lot of chance for teams to go away and reflect for the next 4 or 5 days in scrims and figure things out that went wrong today. But anything can happen, as we see time and time again in Siege. At least an idea that one stood on gold here as well. This top floor needs to be cleared out, though, by Fury before they can even start thinking about the site. One of those barbecue kitchen where it's just like on Cafe when you're trying to attack in towards any of the second floor sites. You have to clear out the third floor first. It's a very similar story here. And there are 2 holding up top. They've managed to down 1. JV, I feel like he's the king of drum. On defense, he was swinging it and winning gunfights. Here on the attacking side, he's now bringing down his opposite man, who was playing the exact same position as where JV was earlier.
Cyber cannot be retrieved, or worse yet, if somebody tries to get him up and a double kill is had from Furia, that might be the dagger through the heart of FaZe Clan. And that just might have been it. Souls picked off, but at least Fellapox has died. He has been, in terms of impact, the lowest performing player on Furia, but now somebody from them will have to get that diffuser in, and it's the 3 fraggers from Furia to do it. JV92 dying, KZ will fall.
Oh my.
What a situation for Herds to find himself in with 15 seconds to go. And what do you do at this point? He picks off KDS. 10 seconds to find 2 kills. He does have the diffuser. 1 up on the stairs, but it's a hard angle to fight, and Vidaking finishes it off.
Wow.
Away we go. Say it. Say it, Derry.
You've got to say it, Parker. It's the rule.
Overtime! I don't know if I did it justice, but...
You didn't. That's the Portuguese way of doing it, though, where you can just scream it as loud as you want and for as long as you like. Like in soccer when they go, goal! It's just like, okay, brilliant. Yeah. It's one of those. The line you're looking for is, we're going to overtime, Des! Something like that.
There it is. There it is.
And we are indeed going to overtime. The fact they've managed to pull 3 rounds back there off the back of that timeout is pretty incredible. And the big difference really is, I think, is shutting down these individual players on Fury, like I spoke about. Up until round 9, 6 of those rounds had a 3K or better from an individual on the side of Fury. They were just popping off like crazy. Whereas FaZe has sort of put them in the bin a little bit, put them in the naughty room, so calm down now, sit on the bottom step, chill out for a while. And they've managed to find the solution and the way through. Really good stuff from them. Great recovery. And honestly, looking at it and looking at the numbers down the screen now, all of it came from slowing down a round. The entries didn't come until the last 60 seconds in those final 2 rounds. The one prior, it was about the 120 mark. Slow that round down. Don't get caught up in the back and forth game with Furia. And FaZe have really made this game their own. They've set the pace. They are on the defensive side here. Of course, it was generally that half where we saw a 4-2 split for either on the defensive side. You'd bet on FaZe here and say they're the team that you'd see winning. But it's Furia. As we've seen all game, it's Furia. Anything can happen.
I kind of want Fluxo back, and Black Dragons. I gotta say, I really enjoyed that.
You're not enjoying yourself, Parker.
I'm having a good time, but that match just it felt something.
It did.
You know, I felt something in that match. So
I'd normally loathe those kind of games, but that was very fun.
We had a good time with it, and I think it's because we went in with next to no expectations. In fact, we actually probably went in the other way. We went in with the expectations, Des, that it would probably be a sloppy and chaotic match, and it really hit all those points.
I think the formula of happiness is expectations minus reality equals happiness. So lower your expectations and you'll never be disappointed.
Did you get ChatGPT to spit that out as well?
No, it's actually from a book I believe called The Happiness Formula. It's an interesting read.
Did you know that the band Tears for Fears just took a lot of heat for using AI for their new album cover?
Oof, unlucky.
That's why we don't use AI.
Okay. Yeah. I'm actually going to just come dressed up. I don't know what ChatGPT looks like. I'm going to dress up as ChatGPT and turn up to your house one day. And I'm pretty sure you'll be arrested for murder the same day.
I'd love to have you over. I think that'd be a really nice time. Fellapox will equalize, by the way, Derry, as we now have a little bit... Dear! Can't believe we made that on an official broadcast. Look at this rat position by Handy. A very strong spot for him to be in if it goes unchecked.
Oh, man.
He can do some damage. They trade out. So neither team is any closer, but they are so slow to follow up. Furia wanting more information before committing to this. Handy finally pulverized from that position inside of gold. And very quickly, Furia will realize that the remaining FaZe players are sitting on the site. You've got free reign over the rest of the map. But Nade's got to get that diffuser in, and you have to cross Souls and Cyber first.
You just said his name. Souls is still... Think about the 1v1 earlier. The guy does this for fun. He's the clutch guy. He's like Brede, but in Brazil. Brazilian Brede. Call him that if you really want to. They've got to make this work. And I think with the clock ticking down to 25 seconds at this point, there's just bound to be an error made. When you have no time left, you can't afford to drone everything. You can't afford to check every angle when you're pushing into a room. It's kind of get the diffuser down or lose, or collect kills or lose. You're forced to make a bunch of errors, and they've already stepped into one. Felipex is offline, one's on the deck, and this is what I mean. They're going to have to step forward, and he's on the floor, and they've clutched it out. This is what I mean, Parker. You can't check everything to the nth degree like you can in the early round, and you get forced to make errors. Beautiful little clutch coming out again. Good round for FaZe.
4 rounds in a row from FaZe Clan to put themselves in this position, and now they're the favorites to take it all the way. Furia have let this lead slip through their fingers. And I mean, it is a little poetic if you look at the way that the SI finals played out, Derry. It was FaZe Clan in the driver's seat on the precipice of greatness, a world championship literally at the tips of their fingers. And how many rounds in a row did Furia win to seal the deal? 7 rounds in a row on map 5. In what I firmly believe is the greatest match that we have seen in Rainbow Six, in front of one of the loudest and best crowds. And I know that neither you nor I were a part of that final cast, and I mean, I can say this. I was green with envy that they got that match. Whenever I'm not casting, I'm like, quick 2-0, quick 3-0, let's get it over with. I don't want them having good matches. But whenever I'm casting, I'm like, I want every round. I want the most prolific dogfight between these teams.
I was good when we didn't get the final. And obviously, we got the semi the day before, and the Virtus Pro. No one remembers it because obviously the final was so good, but the Virtus Pro game was the same. It took map 3, round 15 to determine the winner of that series. And we were just like, there's no way the final tops that. And then the final goes and does that. And I was like, damn, you jammy buggers. It was unreal. But it was an amazing final. Like, oh. I'm very glad I was at least in the room to watch it, to be honest, because the Brazilian fans are it sounds so typical and cheesy to say, but the fans really did make that final because they were going absolutely bonkers for about 6-7 hours straight. It's brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, I was exhausted in the crowd. At one point, Lynx's shirt was just gone. So, I mean, I don't know where it went, but boy, oh boy, was Lynx ever excited for that one. And yeah, I mean, it was great to see as a spectator. I mean, you and I have been involved in so many finals in fact, there are, if you add you and I together, and obviously Nick and Kix and Tim, that we've been in almost all of them for the last like 3 years. Very rarely do we actually get to sit in the crowd and take in a matchup. So it was really nice to be a part of that as purely a spectator.
And here we are, not quite spectators, but spectating from the safety of our homes, watching these two dish it out in overtime. Herds, gotta be that man.
My home is very dangerous, so I mean, there's no...
Is it gonna go? Oh, you got to go to the other line now. We're going all the way to 15, Des. There you go.
You did it to yourself.
Yeah. All right, do you want to do it to Parker instead? Should I address it to you?
No.
We're going all the way to 15, Parker. It doesn't have the same ring, though, because the 2 syllables.
Yeah. It's not as good, no. So, I mean, I will say this much. Foolish for us to see what time is left on the clock and then go, we have time to fill, we have time to vamp, we have time to talk about stuff that's a little off topic, and then everybody dies in the span of 4 seconds, and foolish for us. But this is what I expected between these teams. I mean, when we were halfway through the match, I thought Fury was actually going to walk away with it based on the scoreline. I thought there's no way that FaZe Clan pulls off a perfect rotation after the first couple rounds that we have seen. Furia will win at least one of them, and that's it. It's curtains, right? But boy, oh boy, have these two teams been beating the ever-living hell out of each other inside of the server. And I have no idea who's going to come out on top in this final round. I like the lineup that's being brought by FaZe Clan. It reminds me a lot of what they were able to do just 2 rounds prior. But I mean, this bomb site is all over the place with how you go about attacking it. Do you go directly from Geisha? Do you engineer a full back stairs and window take onto the B-bomb site? Do you bother to isolate Drum at all? What of the roamers down below? FaZe Clan are setting themselves up really well to play underneath the bomb site too, which means the challenge of Furia getting in and getting the diffuser down, which is a challenge. They've been very poor at objective play on attack, will be even harder if you don't clear out that bottom floor.
We've seen
Solus
Plants
will
go
be the
down
big fix.
in round 1 and round 7. That's it. I don't think this is going to be an objective. The really interesting thing, the only time Furia have won this site in this game was Herds' ace. That is the only time. I don't think they can rely on that happening twice, but something magic has to happen, because as it stands, FaZe being on defense, you would give them the lean to win, given they've won the last 4 defensive rounds they've played.
It's a very tense moment right now. I expect we won't see the same brisk pace.
No. I mean, again, what we've generally seen is the slower play has kind of benefited FaZe overall, whereas the faster play has benefited Furia. So it's in their interest, I feel, to get things moving pretty quickly. We're already over that 60-second mark, so it's looking slower than the last couple of the times they attacked in towards this site. That's playing into FaZe's hands. They love the clock running low when they're on this side of the map.
Hard breach opened up, and now you go on to intel work. Is Geisha free and clear? Will Furia be able to gain that information? Handy is playing in this spot. And there's a drone stopped by the mute jammer. Cyber starting things off. FaZe Clan 4 kills away from 2 big points. FaZe Clan themselves are in a fight for the top of Brazil, Dez. So it's not just like Furia is fighting for their lives. If FaZe Clan loses some of these quote-unquote easier matchups, then their road to making it to the major, while all but certain based on previous success, gets harder.
Oh no,
Nitro Cell from Souls will take out Herds. That's beautifully played, and now below the breach in Geisha, FaZe Clan will sit. This could be a dead JV92 if he doesn't head the right way. Handy also hasn't given up control of this room. Excuse me, he's still in there. JV92 knows it though, finishes him off. The first kill for Furia. If we've learned anything from these teams, Dez, it's another one can follow very quickly, but there is a brief pause as utility work will be done by Furia to narrow down these remaining defenders.
5v3 FaZe have been in so many times and given it away. So Furia, this is still possible for them to do. They're getting a good amount of control, and like that, they've balanced things back out. FaZe cannot keep giving away 5v3s like this, but this might be the last chance that we have to say that. They lose this one, game is over. KDS, headshot onto JV, beautiful shot. He finds a second as well. He's been quiet this game, but he comes up when you need him most. KDS and Soul see this one over the line.
FaZe Clan lost 1 round of the last 5, but that's it. They were the superior team inside the server. Furia flamed out a little bit too early. And boy, oh boy, they are going to look back on this one. And if they do not make the Montreal Major, or if their job to make the Montreal Major becomes way, way more difficult, they will look at this matchup and shake their heads, because it was really theirs to lose. And as the name suggests, they did lose it, Des.
They did. To lose 5 defensive rounds in a row is, well, 5 attacking rounds, should I say. FaZe winning 5 of those defenses in a row is crazy after Furia won the prior 2. But this is my worry, and I said about it early in the game. You can't rely on Lightning striking twice. Herds getting an ace, KZ getting a 3K in the next. Those are 2 things that you're not going to be able to guarantee on your attacking sides, and that's exactly what happened. So a bit of a stinger for Furia to be at 6-3 and still go on to lose. For FaZe, though, showing that composure, pushing themselves back into that top 2. This makes that top of the standings especially a really spicy place to be.
It was a very scrappy game between 2 teams that have great mechanical ability, good strategic ability, and frankly, a showing of a map that we don't see all that often. As you'll see here on your screen, there were plenty of highlights for you to take in. Terrific gunplay, very quick action, and I really appreciated from both of these teams that despite this being a big map and despite running intel denying operators on defense, as you can see on the screen right now, Mozzie and a Mute's pick rate was huge this particular game, and bringing intel gathering operators on attack, lots of Deimos, lots of Dokkaebi, lots of Lion, that these teams were able to very quickly gain information and counterpunch very fast time and time again, these two teams were never really able to stretch a numbers lead unless you were in a dominant position to close out the rest of the round. Lots of 4v4s, lots of 3v3s, lots of 2v2s. And it just goes to show that despite the way that the standings in Brazil have shaken out, these two teams are very, very evenly matched. And Furia needs to bring this energy for the remainder of the stage. Because if they don't, well, their shot at making it to Montreal will fade.
Absolutely. And I just want to touch on a couple of rounds in this game, I think, that were really the deciding factor as well. In terms of clutches, there were two. Vita King in round 5 in the 1v1, got a 3k in that round. And Souls, I think, as we'll all remember, on that Maestro in round 7. Those will be the rounds that Furia look back at and just go, man, one bullet would have been the difference. And again, FaZe will remember this from, like, I referenced that game back in Sweden against Dan1 Kia, round 15, Oregon, a 1v1 between Souls and Rin. They've seen this happen so many times that they are just so reliable in these clutch scenarios that they get things over the line when teams otherwise normally wouldn't. And that is what makes them this team that consistently over the last 2 years has been in God knows how many grand finals, making deep runs at every tournament they go to. They're kind of that final boss that every other team has to overcome and better if they're going to go on and win a competition. So a massive praise to them for that as well. Fury will feel hard done by, I imagine, especially Hers and Nade, who had a phenomenal game between the two of them. But FaZe again just showing why equally, they were so close to being the winners of back in February, and why this time at least they do beat over the team that did the dirty over them back in February.
Well, I'm just waiting to hear if we have an interview ready. It sounds like we might. I don't know if you heard that.
Not yet.
No, we do not have the interview ready just yet.
It's all good.
We will have KDS, by the way, when it comes time. But yeah, I mean, I do like hearing from these teams post-match. There was a period of time where we were a little bit worried about the Brazilian broadcast not having an English language cast to accompany it. And while I think all of the Brazilian talent are incredibly good at their jobs, it is nice for the English language speakers to hear this game being casted in English. And frankly, I love casting this region because teams, you see how exhilarating it is. Even in the bottom place game of the day, it was a fun matchup, and it allows us, like I'm casting with you right now and Jesse did with Tim yesterday, it allows us to try something new. And I mean, hey, we got Jonah hosting as well. Jonah and I have really never had an opportunity to work together as much as we should. So getting to see him jump in as a host, and he sounds so quintessentially American, which neither you nor I are American, so we can say that. It is good to see and hear from him. But yeah, I mean, this is not the result that Furia wanted. Certainly, it doesn't help them in the standings. They get 1 point, which is good enough, I guess. And given that there is a bit of a logjam in the bottom 4 teams, it helps. But you were up 6-3. You had every opportunity to exit this matchup with all 3 points, which would have made this region, which is already quite competitive, even more competitive. But Furia just can't get it done. FaZe leveled up. It was too much to handle.
It's going to be a really interesting potential final playday for Furia. They've got to play against E1, Black Dragons. I imagine you win one, lose one of those. Your final game is then against NIP. That could actually be for a spot in the top 6, and whether or not you make it to those playoffs, or if you've got to make a really, really deep run through the LCQs. It sounds crazy to be saying that about a World Championship winning roster just 7 months ago, but that's the reality we find ourselves in. It's absolutely bonkers.
Well, the interview's not ready just yet, but the desk wants to at least talk about this in the interim. And if we're going to waffle or they're going to waffle, it doesn't matter. Somebody's going to waffle. I'll let them take over because we've been doing enough talking.
Thanks, Parker.
It's about time.
Waffle. And yes, thank you for the kind words. Really, really appreciate that, both of you. But wow, FaZe, another wild comeback, Laxing. I mean, it's crazy that this is a pattern that has emerged now. They were down 6-1 against Vivo Keaton Labs. They now come back against Furia in an even bigger match against, in theory, a more historical, like long-lasting opponent, and they do it again. Is this something that they just got just a little bit something special they're cooking?
I mean, one, it shows the resilience of this roster, but two, I mean, it's the meta right now. Defensive half should always be your stronger half. So yes, it's not a surprise to see them come back on the stronger side, but still, that is a true testament of one's resilience, not only from a player individuality, but also from a team dynamic.
Well, I heard nothing because you're not unmuted in Discord, but I'm sure the people heard.
I accidentally
heard
pressed it when I was scrolling down. Okay, what I said was this is a
the people heard you. The people heard you.
Oh, okay. You didn't hear me. Oh, okay.
I trust that you said something extremely insightful. So we'll take a look at the stats here. I mean, I know you got it. I know you got it, Gabe. Here, listen. Furia are in a tough spot now, right? We know that because now they've lost yet another game and they do not have a chance, right, to get those points and get themselves back into the playoffs this week. They have to wait a few days to do that. And like Dez said, it's going to get tough with 2 games left against big opponents, NIP and E1. Sure, you could take that win against Black Dragons, but you're going to need something else. Otherwise, it is the open quals for them. We'll get back to that in a moment, though. For now, we'll welcome in KDS, our victors once again on the side of FaZe. KDS, great to speak with you again, and congratulations on making another comeback. I know we spoke a little bit about this yesterday, but what's that like when your back's against the wall? How do you make a move like that to end up winning most of the rounds in that second half and then eventually winning?
I think the defense side on this map is very strong, so when we switch sides, we are very happy because FaZe are playing very well on the defense. But attack, we are committing some issues, so we are going to fix to the next game. But the defense is very strong. We are very confident on the defense. In the comeback is very cool to happen again and against Furia.
I gotta ask, so neither of you guys have shown Skyscraper, one since SI, you guys since Manchester. What was the thought process and going to this map outside of any other of the outliers?
I think this map is very good for us. We are very confident to play them. And Furia, the last time we play, we beat them. So I think we are just happy to play because we know it's good. And we in Furia is not have a lot of experience in this map, I think, to play against them.
Were you expecting it to be that close, or did you want to close it out a little sooner?
No, a little sooner because the attack is we are very bad in the attack side. In the defense, we are a good team, you know, like we are playing very well, communicating, Absolutely. But the attack is very bad, and we are trying to fix that.
Well, KDS, it seems that between FaZe, Liquid, E1, you guys are the 3 top teams right now, and you guys have a very big match coming up in the next Playday where you face E1. Any thoughts on that match before that one happens?
I think it will be very tough because E1 is playing very well, you know, like the attacking side and the defense, and we scream a lot with them before the BR6 start. So I think it will be a good match. And Liquid is the strongest team for us, so it will be very fun to play against them.
All right. Thank you so much, KDS. Obrigado. We'll see you hopefully next time when you win another game as FaZe. All right.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, KDS. Well, FaZe take yet another one again in overtime fashion as always. That is now of the 6 games they've played, at least 5 of them have gone to 12 rounds. 4 of them distant into overtime. Here it was an 8-7 victory for them as Furia just could not make it happen after they lost a bit of that momentum in the back half there, Laxing.
Yeah, I mean, there isn't one single outlier that you can pick from either one of these teams. Everyone across the board on both sides was performing. I mean, 8-7 really went the distance in terms of both teams' dynamics and fundamentals and how they were playing. And what I specifically said that you didn't get to hear me talk about of FaZe, I'm sure FaZe was more than comfortable going on the defensive half, just like KDS said, because defense is their strong suit. They've looked the best at it, and obviously this is what pushed them all the way to get the 8-7. But I mean, this was a close game. This really could have went either way. It really came down to who was going to make the first mistake and who was going to capitalize off of it.
Well, we talked about the attacking struggles that Furia had coming into this game, and they did show themselves on that second half when FaZe was again locking it down on defense, and Furia was just not able to really take the fight to them enough to close it out in regulation. They had plenty of chances to do it. They just could not close the door on FaZe for good. And as a result, as we've said, that puts Furia in a very tough spot going into the final 3 games they're going to be playing coming up. Of course, you see that they still contributed across the board. You saw Herds up there on top, but now they remain in the bottom 4. They gain a single point from getting it into overtime, but nothing else, as they sit just below NIP, who has yet to play today.
Yeah, and MIBR still has to play their game today. Sure, it's going to be a tough one against E1, but if I'm correct here, I believe FaZe only need one more point, and then they secure playoffs no matter what happens for the rest of this stage.
Well, you see it right there. The 5th and 6th teams on that standings, W7M and NIP. These bubble teams where every single point matters quite a bit. They're coming up next. Our 4th of 5 matches today should be a good one. We'll get that one to you in just a few minutes.
Vamos ver o que o Arthur vai arrumar aqui, hein? Me parece que a W7M já dronou, já sabe dos posicionamentos, agora... Agora é tomar a decisão. Olha a abertura. Não consigo capitalizar o flastre. Meu Deus do céu. Cai o jogador. Olha a bala. Eliminado. Dodês fez a eliminação. O MC Arthur ainda vivos. Arthur pega a primeira. Vai peitar a segunda. E aí, One leva o round.
Vamos ver como é que vai ser aí esse trabalho dos jogadores da BD nesse fim de round. Ainda assim complicou pra NiP, tá?
E 20 segundos.
Pois é. Nem chegou perto do bombe. Psycho sozinho, cadê os outros jogadores? São 4 jogadores, mas já avançou na área aberta, é isso mesmo? Olha o Pino no ADM. Pode tentar varar, o Psycho... consegue eliminar, mas o Nusg e o Wesk vão diminuindo aquela vantagem numérica que existia para Black Dragons, para Ninjas e Pijamas da verdade, com 4 segundinhos. Eles vão tentar avançar para tudo. O Wesk sozinho. Meu Deus do céu, retalha! Nos últimos milésimos de segundos, o Wesk sobrevive!
Watch out.
A NiP também tá adulta, não tá dando a cara, tá esperando no bombe. Essa movimentação e a decisão da BD por onde avançar. Pode ver, ó, os jogadores nem aparecem ali. E a BD acha que tem alguém que vai sair e forçar a troca.
Exatamente. 20 segundos. Olha o Condes. Flash dos dois lados. Flash dos dois lados, o Flório consegue pegar a primeira, ainda tem trocação, o Psycho cai também, 2x1 agora, Retalha. Olha o Condes, perigoso, tentou trocar, Black Dragons! Garantiu mais um round, Retalha!
Known as the capital of joy for its week-long Carnival celebrations, you're looking here at Salvador, the beautiful former capital of Brazil, as we get into our fourth and penultimate matchup of the day. But as always, they continue to ramp up in their importance as we go along. It is W7M and NIP, the 5th and 6th place teams respectively, Laxing, who, as we get closer and closer to the final day here in the group stage, these wins right on the bubble for these teams, they matter so much.
Listen, there is no fast day and there is no fast game. I'm expecting this one to be a heavy-handed game coming from both teams, especially the desperation for points that both these teams need. Like I said in the pregame, the pre-des before any of these games even started, is with these two teams, it doesn't matter. Like, you need 3 points. You can't afford just even getting 2 or 1. Someone needs to be walking away with 3 here because of how tight and how close that bottom contention spot is to make it into playoffs.
Right, you've got teams like Furia and MIBR in the hunt and eager to take those spots right out of their hands. Of course, with W7M, they are coming off a nice win against Black Dragons. Yes. Sure, that's not necessarily the team to beat, but it is a good place to be and a great way to set yourself up, maybe carry some momentum into this match. You look at players like Volps and Dodez, 2 players on this team in the top 10 statistically as a whole on this stage. Very impressive that 2 players from this team are in the top 10, considering the 3 other teams with 2 players in the top 10, Laxing. It's FaZe, E1, and Liquid. That's great company to keep.
Yeah, seeing Volps, I mean, just his KD line right there, I mean, it's pretty impressive. And just even watching his play, he's very mechanically gifted, to say the least. And then Dodez, we saw some life out of him yesterday. He was playing extremely well. I think he was the match MVP overall yesterday. But we need that same performance going today because, again, we talk about it. These points are so crucial. So they need to step it up and bring everything they possibly can to muster out 3 points today.
For NIP, it's kind of a bit on the opposite side of things here because it wasn't a recent success that's going to get them into this spot today. It's actually back-to-back losses, a trouncing delivered by E1 on Lair, followed by a close game against FaZe on Clubhouse. But it's been Fantasy and Pino, the 2 players who started this stage so hot and then have really fallen off in recent weeks, but especially in that game against Clubhouse, they really got lit up by FaZe, especially Fantasy.
Yeah, I mean, you know, to talk about Pino, he's had 2 games prior to yesterday and then just immediately fall off. But Fantasy, we talked about in the beginning, he started out very hot. He was the highlight player of the week or whatever. And we just aren't seeing that from him. And we need him to be there because this is why they picked him up. They said it in their interview. Fantasy has allowed this roster to just play a lot faster pace because he's their entry. And even the rest of the league thought Fantasy, NIP, this was the best roster move that possibly came out of any iteration that's been made. But we just are not seeing that success happen, especially down the wire where we need to be seeing that flourish here. Because again, I don't like to keep repeating myself or regurgitating everything, but these points are so vital right now.
Well, you look at it, it's W7M with 8 points, NIP with 7. And what that means is there is a world here, if NIP wins in overtime, that these 2 teams end up tied after the day is over. It's wild to think that, but this is just such a hotly contested group stage right now. Here are the 2 players we mentioned, 2 of these top performers and former match MVPs for these 2 teams. It was Dodez, who we highlighted, who had a very good game against Black Dragons, and Hates, of course, who was leading the charge against FaZe on Clubhouse, but just could not do enough to push his team over the line.
Yeah, I mean, Dodez went 13-3 prior to yesterday. So again, if we can get another standout performance from him, it's going to look really good. But again, as well as for Hates. I mean, he had a really good performance yesterday, but the thing is, it came down to the team's issue that was really losing them that game. They were bleeding out their own time, and that's a hard thing because you only can do so much on that entry point and being that spearhead, that when all push comes to shove, you need to be there as a team and you need to pay attention to that clock. So again, this game, I want to see NIP move a little faster and not hemorrhage out that time that's left on the clock.
Well, we know that both of these teams have some maps they'd like to avoid, and namely for W7M, that would be Chalet. That's back-to-back losses on Chalet in the middle of this stage. The only 2 losses have been on that map for them. On the other side for NIP, they've had 2 Clubhouse losses, 1 Lair loss, so we're likely to see them avoid Clubhouse if possible. But Clubhouse has been one of these maps, the most played maps we've seen so far, as well as Bank. So you see these maps coming in later in the pool, we very well could end up there. But we'll take a look to see exactly where this one is going to go. We've seen a little more creativity today. We saw the Skyscraper last match, a map that neither team had played for quite some time, and it looks like we might see that again unless it's banned out here. No, it's going to be Skyscraper back-to-back, Laxing.
So interesting enough, both these teams haven't played this map in about half a year or so ago. So to think that, you know, once again, we're in a situation where it's almost similar to the last game, these teams are about to be pulling something out to try to get a win here. And again, this is the time to do it. This is the time to take a team by surprise, bring something a little different, show that you have a little left in the tank here to muster out some points.
One thing I'd like to see from NIP, especially as you go into this map, can we see them play a little more objective focused? They are one of the teams tied for the fewest plants this stage. With 4 plants, there's 4 teams on the bottom, and they are one of them. Sure, W7M has 8 plants. It's not necessarily a dramatic difference, but when you look at this map, you see the defensive win rate right on your screen in front of you, 67% to 33%. You know how important it is sometimes to just play that objective. Laxing, is that something that you think is an active decision on NIP's front to play strictly frag-focused gameplay and ignore that diffuser, or is that a symptom of a larger problem?
It's kind of what you've been seeing, though, even in that Clubhouse. You know, the attack would then come at the last 20 seconds of the round, but every time we were seeing that, it sometimes wasn't going in their favor. It was a little bit back and forth, but then in the rounds that they were losing that were so crucial was because they were wasting so much time trying to figure out what they wanted to do, and again, they were bleeding out the clock. So this is a matter of, this is why we aren't seeing the bomb getting down. This is why we aren't seeing success on these attacking halves, because I think if they just allow themselves to give themselves an extra 10 seconds, even 20 seconds, that we would see a little more success coming out of them. But again, the biggest factor that went into yesterday's match is they were bleeding out their own clock, already had the information, already had the intel of what they needed to do, but they waited so long for an execute. And we know that defense is such a heavy hand to go against that you need to be prepped, you need to be ready and use the time in your favor.
We'll bring back Parker and Dez for this part of the show. As well, we just saw a game that ended up being so momentum focused, so defensive focused, especially on that back half from FaZe. Parker, is that something you expect to see in this matchup again? I mean, it is Skyscraper after all, but you've got 2 different lineups with maybe a different philosophy coming into this?
Yeah, I mean, if the question is, do I expect a back and forth? The answer is yes. I mean, there's still a lot of unknowns about this NIP team, right? They certainly look like in some of their matchups that they can be absolute world beaters, and then they lose puzzlingly to teams that I think on paper they really shouldn't have to deal with. And there's a couple things that can cause this. Ninjas in Pajamas to me is going to be the big focus for me in particular. I think W7M will probably be Derry's focus, but it's this NIP team always kind of goes through these stages where they look incredible and they look like every single person is hitting their shots, and strategically they're great at what they do. And then they go through a couple months where nobody can hit the broadside of a barn and it looks like they've never played this game before. Obviously, the pickups have made them on paper a significantly better team. But W7M are a more well-oiled machine, so it's going to be like strategy versus just like brutality. Which one is going to come out in the end? And I don't know. I would have to say W7M has the leg up, but I'm excited either way.
Well, Des, why don't we take a hit on W7M here? I mean, they did have better performances right in the offseason, you know, coming into the year. The rebuild, can they get something going under this, you know, organization? Obviously, not necessarily the success they wanted so far this stage, but decent results either way. Only 2 losses against Liquid, against MIBR, 2 decent teams here. Is NIP a team that they can beat?
If you'd asked me this on week 1, I'd have said no. I think given how the stage is worn on now, we're obviously a few play days in, yeah, I probably think they can. I think they're probably in a spot like NIP where obviously they haven't made changes. But from watching them play, like seeing players like Dodez, for example, I think he's really coming into his own and improving as a player, which is great to see. The rest have got a lot of experience together, at least putting Volts to one side, I guess. Lobin, Dots, and Dash obviously played together on Los, for example. They know each other well, and it's a team that you can see has got this excellent potential that hasn't yet been fully realized. I think they can get there. I worry about the ceiling on a couple of the players. Like Lobin is a phenomenal gunner at the best of times, incredibly mobile, but he reminds me of a player we had in EUL for the longest time, Sloth. And it's like there's a point there where their playstyle gets figured out and they become a player that you can deal with quite comfortably. And I just worry, is there a little bit of a ceiling they'll hit at some point and they'll have to go through that period of friction where they'll have to make changes, they'll have to figure out new ways of playing? I'm not 100% sure. There is more to come, but I still think it's a team that, yes, could quite comfortably beat NIP today.
Alrighty, well, there's the prediction there. Laxing, I'm going to come to you here, but I'm going to give you 3 options. You could give me a recipe, thanks like Parker was doing. I'll take a haiku, like Derry was doing, or you could give me the prediction. Maybe that's a little bit more your area of expertise. Your call here, whatever you want, it's all you.
Well, let me chat GPT a haiku real quick, and then let me just Google search or a recipe, and then let me take a look at my notes for an analyst on who I think is going to win. No, I do think just based off how well W7M and the matches that they played against, I do think they can bounce back. I think when we talked to Dodez yesterday, he said Chalet was just a little mispick for them. They shouldn't have picked it again, and they immediately, sure, you can say they played against Black Dragon. Sure, they don't have a win, but the fact of the matter is, I do believe that they have what it takes. We saw them at EWC. They beat some really strong teams. I think it's just a matter of finding their footing and finding that consistency from this team. But like Parker said, they're a well-oiled machine if you compare that then to NIP. So for all those things alone, I'm just going to have to go with W7M on this game.
Alrighty. Well, last order of business is to get into this one and meet our rosters. Parker and Dez, all you.
Thank you. I just wanted to match Dez's energy right here. We are now small people.
Thanks, Parker.
And we are bottom people on the screen. Look at that.
I was looking during the break and I was like, man, I look like half a zombie compared to you guys. You all got lovely daylight flooding in. For me, from like 7:30, it was pitch black outside. These lights don't have like a softer mode to them, so I do look like a bit of a ghoul. And I think that's just all British people, really. We don't see the sun.
I was going to say, mine are designed to mimic sunlight. So it's also very uncomfortable the way I'm sitting right now. And I can't change it.
Shall I sit up and join you? I'll go cross-legged if you really want. There we go. I'm a little bit higher up, I think. Yeah.
This is a standing desk, but the way I have my tower right now, I don't have a cable long enough to this monitor right here.
Goodbye.
So because of that, if I do a standing desk, it yanks the cable out of the monitor. This is my favorite version of you.
Well, you can't see me and ideally not hear me.
Why does it look like you have the old ESL Pro League trophies?
They're really old, crappy trophies from about 8 years ago.
We've got the rosters for you for these two teams.
Let's just talk about rosters.
By the way,
forget about trophies. Let's do that.
What trophy did you win?
It was some crappy business one. You don't want to hear about it, trust me.
I love business, you know.
Oh yeah, you're such an advocate.
Mm-hmm. I'm a big business guy. Love private enterprise.
Absolutely.
It does keep us employed. Either way, you could argue that this will be one of the matchups of the day. We got some really good games, but yeah, I mean, E1 MIBR to end the day off, but W7M versus NIP as they get ready to get into the lobby. I am very eagerly awaiting this game.
Me too. Because it's this battle of 5th and 6th that we keep on speaking about. Who rides out on top? Do we see NIP getting back to that early form that we saw where Fantasy was going absolutely nuclear? Do we see them stay middling where they are now, and instead it's the other side that come out on top? W7M start showing stronger form and more potential. It's at that stage now where I think if you're going to start making a real strong claim to stay in this top 6, this is the kind of game you've got to do it in. There are teams underneath you that want to start punching up. We've already seen Furia, who look fantastic against FaZe. MIBR may well find themselves in form. Fluxo and Black Dragons, the less said the better. But there are other teams that want to take away these 5th and 6th spots from you. You've got to be putting points on the board today because it doesn't get much easier from here.
Well, we're just moments away from our 4th matchup. And these two teams evenly matched. Who will come out ahead, NIP or W7M?
NIP eu acho que vai ser um jogo complicado. Eles trouxeram Hates e Fantasy ali, um time muito agressivo agora. Já treinamos bastante contra eles. Vai ser um jogo da hora de jogar ali.
Bom, a W7M é a line principal.
Nunca tive contato com os caras ali, tipo, só de trocar ideia no TS e tal, mas eu acho que os caras estão trabalhando bem, né? Estão fazendo um trabalho bom.
Ficar de olho no Fantasy e no Hates ali, os dois dão muita bala.
Quem ficar de olho lá é o Volps, porque o Volps é literalmente o faz tudo, né, guys? O da bala, da cal, ganha clutch, faz massagem, faz tudo. O Volps faz tudo.
Ó, vocês me tiraram da vaga da Arábia do ano passado, tá? Isso aqui eu não esqueci, então a partir de agora todos os jogos eu vou jogar sério contra vocês.
Volps, é você, pai. Se você morreu, perderam. Se você ficar vivo, tem chance.
And it's time for us to get into Jesse's favorite point of the day, which is the operator bans, but I know that you and I are not nerds, so we do not get as excited for this moment.
Hey,
given
like
that he is
operator
co-streaming.
bans.
Yeah, I mean, but we're not nerds about it, you know?
Nerd! No, what I like looking at is our teams just taking standard bans that they always go for, or are their target bans against the other side. And to do that, you have to look back at the last time the teams played. Problem is, not buckets of history in recent history for either of these teams. I think the last time both played it was over half a year ago. If nothing else, for W7M, it was actually their old roster that last won it. The last time they won it was against G2, and that was back at SI. So this current iteration hasn't even won here. They played E1 on it in a best-of-3 back in Stage 1, but that's all that we really have to go off. But these bans, Parker, you can't look at these and tell me, oh, a buck ban? Now that's interesting.
It's our first buck ban, actually, in the entire region. What a shocker. The defender bans have been... Why is that?
Target ban against Pino. His most played operator by a country mile, has played it twice as much as any other operator, and he's the one who's currently, I think, top of the ranking for this team. So why not target ban the guy who clearly is very comfortable on one specific operator?
Not even just on the player alone, because that's good enough reason, but Buck is also exceptionally good on this map. Almost every single bomb site requires an abundance of soft destruction, and while Buck might not be the king of soft destruction anymore, Ram might actually take that crown at the current moment. Buck is still very, very good. So not only is it a comfort pick for Nip, but also an operator that sees a ton of value. So interesting to see what will be played in place of that Buck. As for the remaining bans, Fenrir, Ying, and Kaid, well, would you actually believe what I'm about to say? This is the first Fenrir ban as well in Brazil. So W7M have banned two operators that have never been banned in this particular stage. Things are a little bit similar to Nip banning in regards to the other bans. Ying is the second most banned attacker, well ahead of third place, which is Grim. Monty obviously is the most banned, but Ying is not terribly far behind. As for Kaid, Mira, Valkyrie, and Azami make up all but 5 bans for the defenders. That's correct. You heard that right. They are just so overwhelmingly favored for bans, so nothing really that odd. These teams will be accustomed to not dealing with a Ying and a Kaid.
Here we've got to deal with 2 castles that are at least going to impede the Ashe and the Nomad for now. Of course, Ashe pretty good at getting rid of those instantly and starting the march on forwards. Oh, a hot entry. Now we look... okay, bounce. Let's try the timing again on that one. No? Okay, fine. So be it. Really thought we were going to see something fun coming out there. I think we saw it on Lair back in EU last week, where someone went for a hot breach and went in and got a kill. It was brilliant. Just not here. Unfortunate.
I want to see how this round plays out right off the rip. Already a minute into action. And the focus of this map in FaZe versus Furia, which was the game that just came before this, it preceded this matchup, was, well, try to take Drum, try to take Geisha, and close in from there. Of course, FaZe did not do that correctly, because when they tried, JV92 ended up winning the round essentially from that staircase. Where will the focus from W7M be as they look to pressure this karaoke and T component of the map?
NIP just look very happy to sit and wait. They expected pressure to come from top black, as you saw a second ago. It was the Azami that was sat there behind one of Akiba barriers, eyes trained on that door, and nothing really happened. So W7M more doing the kind of early cement work, I think, to get themselves set up around different parts, build the foundations for what will be a structured attack later. But with it only being 60 seconds in earlier on, there's certainly no rush to do it, and now they're starting to chew through these smokes. But look, you saw there for a second, the 4 players on your screen, all in different places. One below, one off towards Geisha, one Shrine, one sat on Black Balk. They're very much going for this like enclosing sort of style where it's a risk if you lose a player in a 1v1 or if you get 2v1'd or something, but it gives you so many angles of attack to overwhelm, and this is where Lobin can be a massive chaos causer. Here he is, finds one inside a box, immediately gets traded out, but the damage has been done. He's torn through this backline of NIP, and that could start to invite a lot of chaos into the round. Hates gets one, dots into a second as he's repelled inside, and here we go on side as well. Volts gets a second. W7M so far chewing through this NIP setup. They've sat and waited for the storm to come, and it has come with some style.
One of the newest players added Ninjas in Pajamas will accomplish nothing. Shut down by the longest serving player on W7M, which is Volps. Say goodbye, say so long, and W7M persevere through that round. Now, we tried to reference stats on Skyscraper in that FaZe Furia matchup, but we found it difficult because this map had only been played one time. Thankfully, FaZe and Furia went the distance, all 15 rounds, meaning that we now start to get better numbers that we can turn around and reference on the cast. And it is a very defender-sided map at the current moment. 15 of the 24 rounds have been won by the defenders, 9 for the attackers. That is really quite stark, and it actually puts it among the most defender-sided map in the entire pool. Now, of course, there are lower numbers for the other maps that have a defender win rate that high. Cafe and Lair, both very similar numbers, but less play than Skyscraper. The outlier is Clubhouse, Des. 64% of the 72 rounds have been won by the defenders. 46 of those 72 rounds have broken in favor of the defenders. So Clubhouse, obviously a map we've not seen today, tremendously defender-sided. Skyscraper looks like it might be shaping up for that. So the fact that W7M were able to win their first attack, that's good.
You'll never be able to guess, by the way, because there's a reason why a lot of teams started stepping away from this site. But have a guess. Outside of sites that have been played more than 5 times so far, which one in Brazil this season do you think is the most defender-sided site in the game?
Say that again. Say it again. Say it again. I was trying to figure out what was going on Psycho's PC.
I'm basically removing any sites that have been played 5 times or less. Which site do you think has the best defender win rate in Brazil this stage?
In all of the maps.
Yes, I'll give you a hint. It's on Clubhouse.
I mean, I was going to say it probably is Clubhouse just based on the numbers, because the one thing that rules out a lot of these is that the site needs to be played 5 times. Consulate, for example, it's probably only had one site that's been played 5 times for as an example. So
yeah,
it's been played 5 times.
Second floor on that map has been played 6 times and only won once by the defense, which is kind of crazy.
Which one is that?
That was on Consulate second floor.
Oh, true.
16.7% defensive win rate. Oof.
I mean, I always want to say the basement, because for the longest time, the basement of Clubhouse has been one of the most defender-sided bomb sites, but I feel like that's an easy answer, so I'm going to go with Gym Bedroom.
Very close, but no. Cash CCTV played 19 times with a 78.9% defensive win rate.
Ridiculous.
How is my question? How? Because we stopped playing that site for a while. Like, teams would normally try basement and then Gym Bedroom maybe twice, and that would be their rotation. But no, turns out Cash CC is the most defender-sided, at least in this region. Now, of course, one thing to always note when you hear stats like that, oh wow, 79% defensive win rate, that must be the best site to play. Sure, but what you've also got to consider in that is the context, like which teams played it. Was it E1 against Fluxo? Was it all defensive rounds coming out of Fluxo to go 6-0, then they won a single attack afterwards? There's a lot of context you have to consider, but at least by the numbers, that is the most defender-favored site. It's a bit crazy. Laxin knew this, apparently. That's because you've been like skirting through the tool, mate. That's why. That's cheating.
I think he was actually talking about the previous point in chat involving Vivo
Maybe he
Keystars.
was. That's a good point.
I think that's what he was.
I didn't even read the time.
But I mean,
that's my bad.
We can
Sorry, Lax.
we can see what he has to say here. We are in a tech pause right now, as your screen shows. We do not know at the present moment what the tech issue is, but given that it looked like a couple players were still in the lobby, but Psycho looked like he was playing Terrorist Hunt or versus AI or whatever it's called now. I am a little bit confused as to what is going on, but when we have any information, we will, of course, relay it to you. This is a long time for Nip to sit and wait And there you go. Look at the screen. Every single player from W7M is in the lobby. 4 players from NIP are in the lobby. So I would have to imagine that Psycho is the odd one out. And
Is this like
that
a little mid-game warm-up for them to run around and T-Hunt while the other side has to sit there and just wait?
Yeah.
Maybe he's testing audio or some other issue, I don't know.
Yeah, there's admins standing around talking to the coach and also standing next to him. He's restarting his game, so
yes,
he should be in soon. It is worth noting that this region plays on the LAN build and is actually, as far as I'm aware, the only tier 1 region that does at this present moment. NA used to back when they played out of Las Vegas, but now everything's been moved online. So Brazil has the interesting and unique quirk of being the only team on LAN build, which does give them a decided advantage. And it was something that a lot of European teams were actually quite unhappy with when North America was put on the LAN League, was that the LAN build and the online build are completely different in the way that they play and the way that it feels. Obviously, you have less latency, there's less ping, you know, the guns feel different. So for Brazil to have that experience day in, day out does give them an advantage, but how much of an advantage? You be the judge.
Sure. Let's think about timeouts as we can have a bit of a waffle. We've gone through sites and stats and all kinds of wonderful stuff. We've fathomed why he was playing T-Hunt. I think at this point it was pretty clear it was to like do a little test to make sure audio or whatever the problem was has been rectified. Anything else come to mind, Parker, that you'd like to waffle on about for a while? We can yap. We're allowed. It's in our contract.
I'm going to probably be making stuffed peppers for dinner because I've got a bunch. I bought 4 very large red bell peppers. I tried to grow bell peppers, but they did not. They grew, but they were quite small. So it's good if you're just like you're julienning them or mincing them or cutting them up, whatever, however you want to deal with them. If they're small, etc., they're great. But anything large doesn't really work. I've also got some ground beef, tons of rice, some cheese.
Nice.
Make a nice I'll make like a nice beef and rice mix, some butter and some oil and some parsley.
You are such
garlic.
I mean, I knew this already, but you are far more sophisticated than I. I am the kind of person that if something takes longer to cook than it takes to eat it, I'm not particularly interested in cooking it.
I find cooking is very self-indulgent, and I mean it's.
See, I like doing that. I don't mind like checking on like I don't know a YouTube video or a stream or something while I'm cooking and just chilling out that way, but even then, I get impatient. There's other things that I want to be doing during that time, but often you can't leave what you're cooking. Something can go wrong, you never know. And I don't know, it just frustrates me. I'd rather cook something real quick, eat it, and be getting on with my day.
It looks like Ash cosplay.
That's cool.
It looks like it. How embarrassing would it be for me if it wasn't? If that's just...
It's the hair, right? I wouldn't say a cosplay overall.
It's the hair and the glasses. Sure. It's just the hair and the glasses.
Yeah.
That lead me to believe that it kind of looks like Ash, but... No, I mean, my thing with cooking is that the 2 things that I've been into...
Definitely an Ash main. Leaning. Yeah, okay, brilliant. Very
there
good.
We go. Okay, good.
Yep.
Thank goodness. I don't have egg on my face, but...
I have trauma from my rank game earlier now. Brilliant.
The 2 big things that I've been into recently as we get back into the game has been vinyl records and cooking, which both can be huge time sinks. Especially records. A lot of people just throw on Spotify and let it go, but it's like the physical act of picking up a record, flipping it, putting it away, etc. is very nice.
I actually brought my first vinyl. You'll be really pleased.
I'm very proud of you.
You won't be inspired by it. It was Sum 41, my favorite band, are breaking up. I'm going to see them twice in the next like 6 weeks, because one in Paris, one here in the UK. And they have like a 2-sided vinyl of their latest album that came out called Heaven X Hell, which is a split of like pop punk, which is what they're well known for, and then slightly heavier stuff, which is the Hell side. And I thought, well, if they're breaking up, and they've been my favorite band since I was a kid, I should probably grab a vinyl just to kind of have it as a memento. It's very colourful. It's like a red and blue splatter. I'll send you a picture of it in a bit. It's really cool. I can't listen to it, which is kind of defeating the point of it, but it's more about the collection side of it that I'm into.
I'm gonna send you something right now on WhatsApp. Don't say anything out loud. Just read it.
Okay.
And react. And then we will go about our day.
Right. Let's have a look at this one. Okay. What?
You might recognize the name at the top.
I don't.
Favorite band, my ass. I don't even know the name of the former drummer.
Damn, fair play.
Thank you.
Oh, no. Oh, him. Oh, okay. Wow, what?
I love Sum 41, and I also happen to own a number of their vinyl as well. And I'm actually going to see them on their very final show ever, which is in Toronto. Because
going
obviously
to Canada for this match. Oh, I hate you so much. I'm jealous.
Got some nice tickets to go see them in Toronto. Obviously, they're from Ajax technically, which is it's about 25 minutes east of Toronto. But I mean, it's close enough that when you travel and people ask where you're from, you say Toronto. So.
I thought he was like the guy from Jackass.
No. Anyway, into the action we go. He signed my birthday card when I was like 13, by the way. That's a little fun fact for you. W7M up 1-0, and we are halfway through the round, and with the exception of Hates taking some damage, not an awful lot has happened in this row. Never mind. The rest of Hates, it was incremental.
Very
now he's
incremental. But again, look at the outlines on your screen, right? Look at the players now that you can see. They are scattered all around the map. And I watched back E1's game on Lair, actually, to like just prepare in case they chose to go there again. They do the same sort of thing, where they spread all around the map, basically a 5-point push in, and they try and roach it on the defending team. It leaves you exposed if you get picked off or blindsided or surprised, but that's where you lean on, oh, nice shot, Fantasy. That's where you lean on things like a Lion or in towards a Dokkaebi. And obviously we had that from Volps. They've got themselves through a couple of kills here. It's down to a 3v3. But this is where the defenders can pull back a little bit closer here, and you haven't got as many angles to worry about. So for NIP, not in a terrible position here. I'm also looking at the utility 2C4 still to play with.
Lots of ways to bail yourselves out of the problem that you have encountered if you're ninjas in pajamas. One player that was really well hyped was Fantasy, but he's not been a factor so far in this round. Nice pick by Cons as he's traded out. Fantasy will have to do some heavy lifting unless he lets Pino do all of it. As you talked about, Fantasy's now gone, so Pino will actually have to do all of the rest. He can play the timer, but he needs to back away. Diffuser in the hands of Loban as Loban and Dodez advance towards the bomb site, and Pino is just gonna let them take up that space. He knows he has to re-engage, but he misses his shots, and it's another round for W7M.
Nice. I think the way they're playing this is really, I mean, even though I was talking about this sort of 5-point push where you can be isolated in the early round if you're not careful, the same applies that I said about the defenders coming back together and drawing closer as the round plays on. The same applies to the attackers, and it's why you saw Loban secure that trade. Sure, Cons landed a wicked shot, but Loban was there immediately to capitalize off the back of it. It just means that you get a lot of map control incredibly quickly, and W7M are playing that style super well right now. Whereas NIP, dare I say, aren't really giving them too much challenge. Like, sure, Hates was out on the entry, for example. He was causing a little bit of bother. But W7M just keep on playing their game plan and don't seem too rattled by that. And I worry that it's because NIP are just being a little bit too passive. You think about the NIP of old, the main criticism that came against them was they were terrible with time. Every attack was labored, it was slow, it was predictable. They never really had any teeth to them. And I almost want to see the same, well, the opposite apply, but on the defensive side, if you're willing to get a bit more aggressive out there, waste more time with 3 players out of the room if you have to, play an extension, and look to have support coming back towards site afterwards. Because right now, you're just giving W7M far too much time to work through the map, to get comfortable with the execute, line up these trades in case one of you do die, and they're not looking too challenged right now. Now we go barbecue and kitchen. That's when we'll have finished the first quarter of the game. If W7M win that, 100% an NIP timeout comes through, because they've then got issues to sort out. They cannot keep on losing defenses like this.
And all that time to sit and wait and dwell on that first round, and it will do you no good, as you know, a 5-minute tech pause between those rounds, and it didn't really seem to slow down W7M. Admittedly, that was a close round, and it was very winnable by Pino. The Vector is a gun that, while it has a low mag size, it can still chew through players very, very quickly. At that range, though, it's not really doing a ton of damage, but as the old saying goes, you can win a round with just 5 bullets in Rainbow Six. So, Hates harassed in that position. Fantasy on the board first as Dash is gunned down. The Monty over by the Samurai statue working his way towards office side. This will be a tough prospect for Dots. Volps is there for the follow-up, and there's some soft destruction through the wall that gives him a line of sight. He's got an even bigger window in now. These players from NIP have been pushed off of their position, Terry.
Which is fine, but they're still exerting a good amount of pressure, and they've drawn utility out of the other side, right? We've had the Monty start pushing his way through. We've had the Deimos scan coming out as well. We've had Grimby's cascaded forward. They've lost a player out there as well in the Zofia. That's a really successful run for NIP, and this is what I said. I wanted to see a better extension. And this is an extension when they're defending the downstairs on the other side of the map. Normally that's highly risky. And look at the bandit off to his left here. They don't know. Or do they? Maybe they do. They're dropping away. Fair enough. I think they had a bit of a sniff at it there, which is why the Monty slightly turned towards facing his left. And at least now will keep himself alive. But that Monty is a C4, maybe an impact away from death at this point.
Drum position now, the most crucial part. As Loban and Dots, and Volps for that matter, all tallied together, still short of one single player at full HP. But as long as you've got 1 HP to your name, you can still frag out. Fantasy, a second kill. I said that they need a big round from him. Well, that's all they're going to get from him is Dots and Dotez. Double up. Dots finished off. Who's next in line? Loban through the drum door with the silhouette. Look at the damage it can do. Somehow Khan survives.
Yeah.
Loban spraying away. 30 seconds. Diffuser needs to be retrieved. It's picked up, but you've got to get to the bomb site.
It's time though, right? 90 seconds are spent clearing off towards Exhibition side. Then they've had to fight over this western side of the top floor. And sure, they've kept a couple of players alive. They've killed a couple on the other side. But NIP have done the job here. Really glad we've got to see these different sides of them coming out where they aren't just being too passive. They are willing to go more aggressive, but no, not like this. Surely, Cons gets his one in behind Sushi Bar and he wings it out as well. Far too close there for Cons. He has to win a 1 versus 2. But NIP after playing that round so well, finally get it over the line. It's crazy that it came down to a 1v1. That should not have happened.
Only a matter of time, Derry. Only a matter of time until NIP finally got on the board. These teams are too evenly matched in the server and on paper for this to be a steamroll. It looks like we have yet another tech issue. A keyboard is being swapped out from Psycho. Something is afflicting that PC, and we are unsure of what it is, but it was quite the round for both of these teams.
Sorry, I was finishing off the last of my spaghetti bolognese. Yes, I agree.
Oh, did you make it yourself?
Yes, but define yourself, because yes, I cooked the pasta. Yes.
Did you take a canned?
My partner did, to give her full credit. We were casting. But I normally make it. I am the spag bowl cooker in this house.
So walk me through the sauce. How did you make?
I didn't.
The sauce.
This is why my question was about what do you mean by made it? I just buy. I think it's Dolmio we buy. Very nice and sweet.
Making pasta sauce is the easiest thing in the world. You don't even. Like, you can also just get. If you don't want to go with like the crushed tomatoes and whatever, like, it's fine. But you could, at very minimum, just buy what I usually will do if I'm feeling particularly lazy and I don't want to actually have to make a sauce. Because I mean, sauces can take all day if you just let it simmer for in like a Dutch oven for, you know, however long. But just go out and just get like a really basic like marinara, like red sauce, and then just do the rest of the work yourself.
Yeah, you can. Or you can
fresh basil, some shallots, some chilies, some garlic, cut them all up,
or just
a little
buy
bit
it
of
in a jar and
parsley,
save myself
Parmesan
all that worry and
cheese.
Which is what I did. I get chunky mushroom bolognese sauce. It's very good.
That does sound good.
It is very nice. That was a very short tech pause, thank God. Round 4 then, that's the first quarter done and dusted. Probably going to see a repeat now of those same 3 sites again, because despite NIP losing the first 2, they kept on rotating sites. They didn't try and replay one of the previous ones. We saw the full 3-site rotation of starting out here, of course, in Karaoke and Tea, over towards Exhibition and Office, and then downstairs into Barbecue and Kitchen, where they eventually won a round. Only really thanks, though, to a 1v2 clutch. Still worrying signs in my view for NIP. That last round was far better. I like the way they played the round. It's just the end was a little bit nervy. Hopefully more of that, though, here. But there's something being cooked, I think, by W7M. I see something like a Glaz, and I'm always just like, they've got a plan. You don't just pick a Glaz for the sake of it. It's not ranked where everyone else seems to want to try and do that. It's much more about trying to make it happen behind smokes, of which they've only got 2 on side. So unless Dots is completely on a different page here, they've got a very thin margin of success to work with when you're looking at those 2 smokes, and of course the Glaz to do a lot of work.
I am a fan of unconventional picks, and I think it is worth noting that Glaz is in that territory at the moment. Among the most picked operators, he's, I'd have to imagine, without numbers from all these regions, probably of the viable, and this is the caveat here, it has to be viable. Of the viable options on attack, he's probably towards the bottom at this point. I mean, we don't really see Fuse, we don't really see Blackbeard. We don't see Sens very much, but Glaz definitely has application. His job will get harder, though, if he loses all of his teammates and he's lost Dash.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, they almost got Pino on the other side. He's literally on 3 HP. That's how close that gunfight came down to. And this is what matters at this level of play is a couple of points of damage different on a bullet, for example, or a gun, or a little bit of range difference can be the difference between life and death. And at this point, it means that that bandit stays on side. The C4 is still in back pocket. Pino, who has been an absolute demon for this side, as we said earlier on, the buck is the target ban against him. He remains alive and can do work until someone comes in below and kills him, but he's still wasted an extra 25, 30 seconds there. Not a bad thing overall, I think, to now be at 4 apiece, and you've already seen half the round fly by.
There's a Toxic Babe that will now go over towards backstairs. No idea how many are remaining again. But
yeah.
Depending on the time left on the clock, you can blanket that backstairs execute or push on in for 40 more seconds. You have to navigate this time really well. The question is Nip aware of the Glaz? Have they heard it? No! Almost a team kill onto Lobin.
Jesus.
He figures it out, though. Another double kill from Fantasy 2. Back-to-back rounds where he was so successful. Fantasy still making them pay. They know exactly where Lobin is. Chip damage being done in a 4K from Fantasy. As Nip has now equalized and Fantasy is wide awake.
Same again. A more active defense pays dividends. Even being as aggressive, like right up to the breach as well inside of Geisha. Up against Window, getting the entry kill to begin with, forcing Dodez downstairs, and they get the trade, but you've already lost over half the round at that point. Everything then becomes a little bit hurried because you haven't been able to get Geisha as freely as you would have wanted. And I think just there, again, really good active defense coming out from NIP. The last 2 rounds have been very different to the first 2, in my view. Much more aggressive, much more up in the face of W7M, not letting them play their game, and that's why you're seeing NIP really starting to come into form here. If they can get back to a 4-2 half, it will feel like that's been stolen away from W7M somewhat. They'd be hoping for at least a 3-3. But NIP are looking like the better team, I think, across the last couple of rounds.
I mean, this is the Nip team that we thought would show up, right? I mean, they have way too many threats to just overlook them. I mean, Pino is 0-4. He's usually somebody that we think of as a threat. It is kind of bad that Pino is 0-4 without even going to attack yet. That is my worrying concern. Buck being his most played operator, Buck maybe not has as much usage on Skyscraper in terms of the meta, but they'll find a way to use him. That means that Pino loses his familiar operator on a map where Buck can provide great value, and will Pino be able to pick up kills on whatever operator he gets put on? Because he's struggling right now. On defense, he's 0-4. He's died every single round, which means he's died the 2 rounds that Nip has won. And he's had no real value in terms of kills. Now, the good news is that he's mostly been on this Mira. So he's been playing high value, high utility operators. So even if he dies, his gadget will give them a leg up. But you can't just rely on Fantasy dropping 8 kills in 4 rounds. You can't rely on Hates and Cons to pick up the rest of the weight. It needs to be more evenly dispersed for Nip.
It does. I mean, Pino's been the big man for most of the stage so far. He's been, you know, again, he's top rated. In fact, one of the top rated players in the whole competition. You're forgiving one quiet game, and it is a blessing that you've also got Fantasy now performing well, given he's had a quiet couple of games. But I think, as you're saying quite fairly there, you can't rely on 1 or 2 players. And Lobin, that's a Flores gone as well. A lot of that utility still in back pocket, I'm pretty sure, that they now won't be able to use to start chewing through things like these Azami barriers. They've suddenly become infinitely more powerful. Yes, you've got a DMR in the hands of the Dokkaebi to deal with them, but Hates is going to be even more powerful. Frustrating, no doubt. And this is what I meant about Lobin earlier. He reminds me a lot of Sloth over in Europe. Really aggressive as a player. I think Sloth now plays over in Korea, interestingly. But just really aggressive as a player. Not always, I would say, the most considered or cautious. And can pay the price both on defense out on their own, but also moments like that on the attack. Really, at this sort of level, you shouldn't be caught out by a player standing and waiting at a window.
That logic bomb go off. Fantasy does not care at all. The way he's been playing. That'd be a welcoming sign. They try to track him down, and he would likely win that engagement either way. Volp's looking to ascend towards the bomb site, and he happens to step into a goo mine, and it will slow him down, but there's also that information that comes with it for Nip. Volp's finished off by Psycho, so it was his gadget that did the work and his gun that will finish things off. W7M looking like they might lose their 3rd round in a row unless they can find their footing, and boy oh boy are this the ground underneath them shifting so quickly. 2 from Cons. Dots last man standing. Could a flawless round be had from Nip? 20 seconds remain for us to be able to answer that question, and it will be. Psycho, the first kill and the last kill. Always nice when that happens.
That's one hell of a spin from what we saw in the first 2 rounds. I keep pulling back to it, but those first 2 were so different to what we've seen since then. And the big difference, not the big difference, but one of the key differences we're seeing is the entry, right? Those first 2 rounds, entry went to W7M. They were the one leading the charge. They were the one isolating out individual players on the roam. It was no bother for them. But now that you've seen multiple players on NIP out on the extension, they can cover each other better. They can guarantee trades. Fantasy has found 2 of the 3 entries, hates the other. They're looking far more convincing on this defensive side now that they've been willing to take the fight to W7M. And dare I say, W7M are the ones who look a little bit rattled at this point. Not really worth it taking attack time out for a single round, but I fully expect they'll go into the second half down 4-2, which will be a real kicker for them given they started out 2-0.
Both teams still with their tactical pauses, but we're not going to see one in this first half, which is fine. Usually things have to be pretty dire for a team to call it so early on. We're talking like a 3-0, 4-0 start, and that's when cause for concern outweighs the strategy of saving it for the second half. We've talked to some teams in the past, Derry, when they say there's no real point in taking it on the final round of the first half because your focus is going to be split between how you go about that half, whether it's that round, whether it's attacking or defending, and then the side swap, which will be the other side of the coin. It's better to just kind of truck through it and call it in that second half. I think the only caveat to that would be if it was like a 5-0, then maybe you call it just to kind of keep the team in check. But again, these coaches know more than us, certainly more than me, and usually they get it right or they don't. And at the end of the day, the team suffers, but not for me to decide.
I really feel like this setup from W7M again is pointing towards an execute behind the glass smokes. Like you've got a Grim on side to support with that execute at the same time. And to make sure you get there in one piece, you've got the Dokkaebi and the Deimos combo that we keep on seeing coming out. So they've got these 2 facets to it. Plus, of course, the Flores to chew through castle barricades, the Zami Kibas, just to soften things up so it's not so oppressive when they're trying to push in for this execute that I spoke about behind the Grim and behind the glass. So a very sensible comp, a very rounded one, giving them a lot of options. The problem is, as you've heard the saying so many times, every plan sounds great until someone gets punched in the face, right? And that's exactly what's probably going to happen here. They'll set up and feel like they've got it all nailed down, and then someone's going to get an entry. Probably Hates or Fantasy, and they'll be like, so now what do we do?
Calls will go out and be quickly silenced, at least for Psycho, brave enough as he's up on those back stairs. The glass coming out yet again. Volp's rocking it this time, and, well, the glass wasn't really much of a factor the previous time this operator emerged, but can the Russian sniper actually do anything this time? Can we see some impact? Is there maybe just a fear that will be struck in the hearts of Nip that there's a glass and you can't peek as confidently if there were no glass? We'll find out.
That was Dots before, wasn't it? Maybe Volps really fancies himself. He is quite, I think without contest, you could say the stronger gunner out of the 2. Should be able to get something done. Doesn't mean they have the full awareness of what's going on around the map, which is what might come yet to sting them. Fantasy in a great spot as well here to challenge on for the entry. Finds one just after Cons gets the entry. Unfortunate for him, but NIP yet again are walking out on top. Now, Volps has taken it upon himself. I'll just walk down the main hallway and try and see what I can find. And sure enough, has found himself at least the 1. That opens up this top floor somewhat, but Fantasy, as we saw earlier on, was hanging around Geisha. He's still here. My God, turns it on. Gets rid of Volps, a 2k for himself. Dodes is there for the trade. So a good bit of team play from NIP and from W7M being shown. Fundamentally, NIP come out on top. No Grim, no Glass to execute with for W7M. NIP should be able to take this, especially given there's only 20 seconds on the clock.
They've got cams at least on the side of W7M, so more information is never a bad thing. How do they translate this to the site? Cons is prepared and ready for the main stairs. Pino finds Lobin. Might have just broken that goose egg. Dodes doing some damage with the Magnum, but can't transfer over to Cons. who had abandoned his position and instead was looking longingly into kitchen for it to conclude. Nip fully in the driver's seat here.
The battle now is, of course, you change sides. If at the start of this game, you turn around to W7M and said, hey, do you want 2 attacking rounds and you go on defense? They would have asked for 3, but they'll settle with 2, is the way that I look at it. And I know it's been like a really unfortunate turn for them where they started out so strong, 2-0 up, and then have just let things slip away. Haven't had an entry in any of those 4 rounds. And dare I say it's because they slowed down a bit too much and let NIP really start getting into their groove a bit. Whereas compared to those first 2 rounds, W7M's pace just could not be matched by NIP, and they were falling by the wayside as a result. Now that we switch sides, I always say it, 2 halves to a game of Siege, it's hard to say which way this goes. Yes, NIP have got momentum, but it is a very different story when you're on the attacking side of Skyscraper.
Those numbers still back that up. And again, another defender-sided Skyscraper coming into play as we had...
Shock.
As we have experienced. Yeah, exactly. A shock. I mean, what is more shocking in the history of Rainbow Six at this point is having an attacker-sided map. The only 2 maps with positive win rates for the attackers in Brazil. Actually, you know what? I don't know if you have this. Do you have this data in front of you, or are you gonna? Would you like to guess?
What data are you after? Sorry, I haven't got data open now, so I'll have a guess. Tell me what you want me to guess.
Okay, so I said there are 2 maps currently in Brazil that are attacker-sided, irrespective of how many times they've been played and all that stuff. Cons, by the way, first pick onto Dash. Okay, I don't.
How does Dash not kill someone locked in an animation? I mean, the bullets were close. Don't get me wrong, but Cons should be dead. By the way, I guess Border, and I feel like Chalet would be the easy answer, but that feels like bait.
Give you one guess. One more. Pick one more map, and then I'll tell you if 1 or 2 of those 3 are correct.
I'll say Border Chalet. Forget it. Go on.
It's Border is correct, but the most attacker-sided map at the moment is actually Consulate, but it has such a low play rate. Consulate is the 2nd least played map after Cafe. So it's and Border's also really low too. Consulate's been played 17 times. Cafe is defender-sided, but I mean it's only been played 14 rounds.
I just think it's so boring. I used to actually be quite a fan, but I'm bored of it now. I want something else in the pool. Fantasy gets
wrong.
1.
I like Cafe. You are objectively wrong.
No, I used to. I'm bored of it now. It plays out the same. It's a bit boring.
I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry that you're bored. But what I was going to say was that Border, 58% of the rounds won by the attackers, but there's only been 19 rounds. It's 11-8. 11 attacker victories, 8 defender wins. Consulate, it's 10-7. Yeah. So for the maps that have actually been played a lot or more than just once or twice, every single one of them is defender-sided. So again, the only real outlier there then would be Bank, which is 48-52, which is pretty close to a coin flip map. But still, I mean, these are defender-sided maps, and the bans as such as that we see them should allow this to continue on in a defender arc.
I don't hate that though. I feel like attacker leaning maps are quite, I mean, I hate Border. I think they really can be quite dull to watch because it just feels like attackers can largely walk on forward, shut down a bit of utility, and cruise through a defense and find themselves winning the majority of rounds. I like that's where they have to work for it, and the teams that are very competent on attack are the ones that make it really exciting to watch Siege. Otherwise, you're basically just watching a pure TDM-style FPS play out, and it's not as exciting as the maps like this one, where they've really got to think and work through problems to get the win. Nice shot. TDM. One more to find still. Oh, Volps turns it back on him. A trade comes through. A 1v2 really standing here, and it's simply not going to be a thing. W7M with that first defensive round win, and it kind of comes back to that point. 2 halves to a game of Siege. I'd be a little bit worried here that things might just completely turn in favor of W7M.
You feel that. You feel that W7M are going to take advantage of this and end up running away with it. I mean, I guess they are, again, I guess they are on the good side.
Yeah.
But
easy. It's a shame you didn't get that one.
I do like the TDM call though.
Leaning everywhere, beautiful.
This NIP team right now is definitely a squad that can overpower you in terms of kills. Look at that, 21 kills between Cons and Fantasy. The rest of the team is at 6.
Yeah,
6 kills for Hates, Psycho, and Pino. 21 kills for Fantasy and Cons. Dash, by the way, while we've been focused on so much in this match, Dash has actually yet to land a kill. Lagonis took a long time before he was able to break that goose egg. And it looks like Dash is going to take just as long.
His EPS is currently 29 on this map. That is, I've not seen a number that low ever. He's 0-7 KD, 0-3 on entry, 0% cost, has done nothing of value, which sounds horrible to say, but he genuinely has offered nothing to the team so far, outside of maybe wasting and drawing a little bit of time away from the other side. But that's it. You'd rather have someone, obviously, firing on their day, getting kills to the team, contributing, and right now he's contributing the very least possible that you can to a pro team.
Dodos was just a little bit behind on getting that bandit trick off, so not able to keep the wall that leads into the top of office closed. That'll be one of the secondary hard breach gadgets, the can openers, as we affectionately mention or refer to them as, being used, and honestly pretty good value. Because as you can see on the right side of your screen, there is no dedicated hard breach present for Ninjas in Pajamas. Pino is playing Zofia, just in case anybody was curious. Nades go off, Dash getting out of the way, and hold on, is this going to be? This is going to be a plant.
He's got
Dodes eliminated by Fantasy. Volps taking out Cons, and that's the diffuser. Where was the coverage, Derry, for Volps? How does he walk into the site and get 2 freebies?
Psycho tried, I don't know if he was watching something else, he was trying to give it, but Volps has just slipped the net there and got away with that. Criminal to let him slip through and walk away with a 3K to make it even worse. Now Pino's got a 1v3 to win. Not really the man that you'd have set to step up given how this game has gone so far. He's got the shield to play with, and Volps, man, what a round he's just had. Was that a 4K for him to close? He got a 3K in the last round.
I do wish I spoke Portuguese because I'd love to hear what they're saying. And your assumption that W7M might now be riding the wave for the remainder of this matchup, it's pretty good so far. 2 rounds right off the rip. The W7M has won on defense.
I mean, same as I said in that previous game, Lightning shouldn't strike twice. It has here. Volts across both of those rounds going absolutely bonkers and working some real magic. In both of the rounds, they didn't find the entry. Entry still went to NIP. Cons in the last round, Fantasy in that one that we've just seen. Yet, Volts has turned it on at the right time, put the aggression back in the face of the other side, and really reminded NIP that W7M is certainly no team you can just walk through. Now they're tied up at 4 apiece. This is the sort of time where you start saying to NIP, I think attack timeout's needed now, boys. You're being chewed up and spat out by, in this case, 1 player. But even across those first couple of rounds, there were signs there that NIP weren't quite gelling with it. One thing I will say to them, first couple of rounds, they were really off pace in the first half. It could be the same here now. We've had a couple of rounds play out. If you can now show that you can figure things out in this round, great. If not, like I say, it's got to be attack timeout.
Yeah, you're getting to the point where the matchup can start running away from you. Whether it's strategy-wise, whether it's gunplay-wise. I've been a bit disappointed with Hates' performance on this NIP squad, if I'm being frank. You know, when he was on VKS, he was a really strong player, and I remember all those Brazil matches that we did back in stage 1, we being the collective, we, not you and I, where I just hear CDAPS' voice in my head over and over and over again, talking about the contributions that Hates makes to that team and how strong he was as a player. And I mean, there's a reason why NIP wanted him. Pick up Fantasy, who was considered for a long time to be an incredible prospect in the region. Hates kind of flew under the radar just because Brazil is, honestly, Brazil is an embarrassment of riches when it comes to good fragging players. So you can, you can close your eyes and throw a dart and probably hit somebody that's going to make your team a little bit better. But Hates has not lived up to the billing so far. And I wonder if it's just the way that they're using him, if their deployment on him is not great, or if he's still adjusting to a new team.
That's it, right? You're not going to completely gel. You can learn things like what are the team strats, how do we call, how do we communicate with each other, who's playing what role. But to get that natural understanding and synergy of knowing where your teammates are going to be at what sort of time, how they like to play, those are all things that take a bit of time to pick up, I think. So for Hates, although he was such a top player last stage, I think it will take time to settle. Should he still be playing better than he is now? Absolutely.
And Psycho on the shield is really something to see. I do quite enjoy him on shields. Nip is a team that's always had a very competent shield player. I mean, it was Julio way back in the day, and now it's Psycho who's taken up that mantle, as Julio is no longer an active competitor, but still great to see him at events when he's present. He's had quite the journey around the world, hasn't he? When's he coming to NA? That's the real question here.
He's doing an alpha magic, going everywhere, yeah. And now find himself on the desk.
I mean, maybe Julio's next for the
All
desk,
in good time. All in good time.
40 seconds, Derry. Pino needs to look down. That is not ideal. I think he claimed both of them, by the way.
Yeah, he did. That's nuts. The Monty here is kind of forcing a lot of ground for them, which is nice. It lets them move at a bit of a faster pace, but I feel they've just left a bit too much time here to make their move. He was pushing down backstairs for a moment, at least get the one vertical kill coming in, but given us 15 seconds left and there's still 8 players in the server, I don't see how NIP win this.
I think there's the timer more than anything. How do you find enough targets at this point? Psycho dies, Cons is finished off, Hates is next to fall. Where is Fantasy? One pick on the Loban, but the clock will be it. A player on both teams survives, but the objective trumps kills. W7M has won 3 in a row. I suspect it's timeout time.
I think it needs to be. For me there again, I'm just baffled that Fantasy was in such a good spot. He dropped down from whatever the hell you want to call. What do you call that drop, actually? From outside gold that goes down into towards bar.
Which drop is it in particular?
It's like the tiles. Yeah, the 2 sets of tiles with the default cam above it as well. I've heard so many different call-outs and names for it. Where he is now.
I'll be honest with you. I don't get too deep into the hyper-specific call-outs because I don't find I use them all that much.
I'm just curious what you call it. I don't have a name for it. Either way, he drops down there and there's 2 players in front of him that he could very easily breeze through, and that breaks this defense wide open, and they can push in even with 10 seconds left, but he whiffs on both. One runs off in towards pantry, the other just pushes in towards kitchen, and it's like you get neither, and they then pick up 3 kills between them. Little moments like that is what could have really turned that round on its head, but it simply wasn't to be. We actually get a tech pause here rather than a tack pause as well, which is probably maybe going to be followed by a tack pause. I don't know. We'll see when it comes around to it, but I'm with you. I really think they need one right now.
Wait to see if the... Wait to see if those microphones come down. That's usually the telltale sign of a timeout being called. A 3rd tech pause, by the way. If you thought today was going to be short, well, you are wrong, Buster. We have gone deep into all of today's matches. I suspect this one will probably be a deep affair as well, even without the tech issues. Liquid versus Vivo Keydstars went all 12 rounds. Fluxo versus Black Dragons went all 12 rounds. FaZe versus Furia went all 15 rounds. And now we are in a position where we could go the full distance. W7M will have to give up at least one more round for that probability to increase. We still have one more match, by the way. MIBR and E1 is set to kick off in a little bit over an hour. E1 has been the surprise story. Not just stage 1, but stage 2. In stage 1, they were a new upstart team that managed to fight tooth and nail to get the final major spot. Now, doesn't look like they're going to need to trudge through the LCQ at all, Derry. They're in the top 2. They have locked in the playoffs already, and there are still 4 more matches for them to play. E1 will do battle against MIBR, a team that is in the complete opposite direction of E1. MIBR owns 8th place in the standings, 1 point behind Furia. If MIBR surrender in regulation, meaning they pick up 0 points, the likelihood of them making the playoffs is still very possible, but will not be great. The good news is that NIP and W7M are sitting at 8 and 7 points apiece in 5th and 6th, which are both in striking distance of MIBR.
And Fluxo, which is the scariest part.
Yeah, but the thing with W7M and NIP is that these teams are going to pick up points today, whether it be 1 point each and then an extra point for the winner, or if W7M and NIP get all 3 points themselves. The climb beyond that gets a little bit steeper, though, because once you go from MIBR with 6 points, Furia and NIP tied with 7, and W7M with 8, then it's Vivo Keydstars with 10, and then a big leap up to FaZe Clan with 13, and then E1 and Team Liquid above that, which means that Furia would need to win their next 2 matches. Same with NIP. in order just to tie FaZe Clan. And here are the standings on the screen. So you have something to look at.
Rather than a tech pause screen.
Yeah, this is the tech pause screen as we await instructions as to what's happening. If FaZe have to lose their next 2 matches, and Nip and Furia would need to win their next 2 matches just to be tied with FaZe Clan in 3rd place.
Yeah.
Now, this is ignoring what if W7M wins their matches? What if Evo Keatstars wins their matches? If you're Furia and if you're Ninjas in Pajamas, and somewhat to an extent W7M as well, you are now starting to hit the point where you do not control your own destiny. You need your opponents to lose while you win.
You know what the thing is for me? W7M have actually not really got the easiest run. I'd say NIP have got the easier time of things, personally. W7M need to win today because, and you'll laugh when I say this, they play against Fluxo next week on Saturday. I think if Mitrix especially plays anything like he did today, even at half that level, Fluxo will actually be a pretty decent team next week, and they could well take a win off W7M. After that point, they've got Vivo Keatstars, not an easy team to beat. And then on the last day, they come up against E1. Let's be honest, no team's really touching E1 right now. They're really hard to beat. And so for W7M, I think this is the best chance they get to get a few points on the board. Maybe they beat Fluxo next week. Otherwise, Furia, MIBR, even Fluxo start pulling them down to the bottom of the table over the next couple of play days. And that's a horrible spot for them to be in, given the core of this team, given how good they are and the players they've got. Used to be Los, multiple events, of course, Volts we spoke about a lot as well. They've got great players, but they've got to be getting a result today, I think. Otherwise, things start to look really, really treacherous for them.
Still waiting for some troubleshooting. It looks like the issue might now be on the side of W7M, as everybody looked in the lobby for Nip. You didn't
we
cast...
had a few tech pauses yesterday, I believe, as well.
That's part of the downside with running a LAN league, is that I find with the LAN build, there do tend to be more tech issues, but the good news is that you can troubleshoot it quite quickly, and you can also pause the game. It's something that's absent from the online build.
Yeah.
But, I mean, when you're in a tech pause, you're not able to speak to your coach. And this is the big thing, right? That you're supposed to be completely silent when you're not in the matchup. And the other thing, too, is that coaches are not allowed to talk between rounds. They can only speak during these timeouts. There are 2 timeouts that can be taken, one by each team, for the entire game, not even for the second half. It's not like you get 1 per half. No. That's it. So the coaches have to stand there an excruciatingly long time and wait. The thing with tech issues is that they are often out of your control. I say often because, well, but when you look at this LAN league in particular, these players have to just sit there and kind of wait. It's not like you're at home. You can't get up. You can't go get a glass of water. You are on screen in your jersey, sitting there, waiting, locked in. And there is a set of frustration that comes with tech issues, especially if it's the team that is ahead. If you are winning and there's a delayed tech issue and it's caused by your opponent, whether it's deliberate or not, you've spoken to players that will say there's frustration because they just want to get things over with. They just want to get the game done. And the longer that you sit and wait, you lose momentum. And the opponent who is down in the match has more time to possibly shake out frustrations, get past a bad round, get past a bad moment, and lock in. Additionally, if you and your team are banging on all cylinders and you think that everything is going in your favor, the longer that you have to wait, the more that the momentum can dry up. You were correct, it looks like, by the way. It looks like we are in a tactical timeout called by Ninjas in Pajamas, and that, after 3 rounds in a row by W7M, makes an awful lot of sense.
It does, absolutely. And while we had that little bit of time, I was looking also at stats for NIP across the year. Obviously, they dropped Wizard and Muzi, the 2 very long-standing players of that roster as well. I think Muzi, for many, would have surprised. He still stands as the highest-rated player the team has had this year. I think Hates is quite close at a 100 DPS, but Muzi still stands as top dog for them. And I don't want to say they're looking back at that and saying, yeah, we regret that change. There's a reason why those changes were made, but they are yet to find someone step up to the sort of level that he was delivering at, and maybe shows why they've struggled at points throughout this game and, of course, throughout the stage. They've had that timeout now. There's no more excuses for them. Plenty of time to think, and then a little bit of time after to discuss. They've got to get it right from here on out. W7M have taken the last 3 rounds in a row. NIP needs some new ideas.
How about a glass?
Man, no. Blackbeard? No.
Here's the beautiful thing. Dash is coming in with zeros across the board, which this will screw up obviously our tracking, but Dash also had no kills for quite a period of time. I don't know if that has changed.
No, that didn't change. He's still 0-8, 0
still at zeros.
At least survived 2 rounds. He's got 20% cost.
That's good. But coming in with an M870 is really quite intriguing.
We Japan now, boys. This is the kind of stuff they'd pull back in the day of like 2021. Where's he going to play? Because that's the big one, really. If you're playing a shotgun like that, you're obviously not going to be playing it at range. You're going to be playing nice and close on a tight angle and waiting for players to come pushing into you. Unless you've got a decent secondary, which, of course, Bandit doesn't really have, then you need to be in a position where you are able to take those kind of angles. Maybe you play at longer range with someone like a Warden. If you're taking a shotgun primary and playing the SMG on the second, then sure, you can challenge at longer range. The Bandit doesn't have that option here, so either he's trying to trick and then really hard deny on the wall. Geisha is where I'd maybe look if he's trying to deny here now. No, he stepped away from it. So he must be playing minibar then, over towards display and exhibition and looking to deny that. In fact, that's exactly where he is now, yeah. So he wants to deny anyone pushing in towards terrace by the looks of it.
He finds that there's no real opposition upstairs, though they will see the remnants of the defenders. Barbed wire, Kiba barriers, but they are not being actively held. That's something that we've referred to as phantom presence before. You still got to drone it all the same, and that will not be hindered by any of the operators on the lineup of W7M. It is strange to see Nazami, as you talked about, she's a very highly picked operator, but is also very well banned, so...
Yep.
And there's Dodez playing her. Still sitting by all those Kiba barriers right now. As Nip will go back to drone work in a very critical round. If they lose this, W7M secures 1 point and goes to match point.
It's good how we've seen a little bit of rotation of the defenses from W7M as well. They've moved a couple of those magnets over, for example. The Kiba barriers have been redirected this way towards terrace, where there's a lot of pressure starting to build up. And NIP, I thought, moved pretty quick to begin with. The Monty took fast control of the west side of things and has now had to start holding place around terrace to give a little bit of cover, a little bit of information. Dragon hasn't been fully cleared out, though, so this is starting to look like a little bit of a concerning point where he could lose his life here from off towards the left. They're not aware of the player that is currently prone, waiting to shoot him in the backside through that soft wall.
It's a cheeky angle if it goes undroned.
Do they know?
They'll have an inkling now. They do. The follow-up looked like it was a bit belated. Fantasy gets one, but the guns from W7M then hit their marks. Shield comes out, and Cons can only get one. Hates to save the round, hates to save all 3 points. Nip will only be able to win in OT if Hates does not pull it out. And he'll look to the left, but they were actually to the right. If you're a fan of lucky number 11, that's called the Kansas City Shuffle, and it's W7M to move to match point.
Well. It's one of those now that I'm just like, NIP have shown, even after a lengthy pause and attack timeout, that they cannot turn this on its head. That attack was... It started okay for the first half, as I mentioned. The Monty was pretty quick in getting towards Drum, and they forced the players back past the halfway line of the map, but didn't clear out Dragon fully, didn't get Shrine control. They sort of left and ignored it. They then bailed away from Terrace very late into the round, as you can see here, which meant they never really had full control or a multi-point push to come on through. And when you've got a Monty being, I won't say your entry, but your sort of main spearhead in the attack at that point with the shield down, there's questions to ask. They do not look confident on the attack here, and W7M needs to just close this out now, I think. This has to be done.
I said early on, I didn't think it would be a map where there was a runaway team, but I am always willing to be wrong. You learn and you grow from when you are wrong, and in this case, W7M is about to serve Ninjas in Pajamas a humble pie, but Des, I feel like we were just in this exact same predicament in the previous match, and
that is true.
Did not end up going.
It was 6-3, and it came all the way to max OT.
It did. So there is a chance that Nip can turn this one around. W7M are still in fine shape, though. They've got their tactical timeout. I think the bigger issue is that this has not been quite so back and forth. Nip excelled on that first half, but have shown some very serious struggles on attack, and I don't have any reason to believe that that will change.
Yeah, and it took them a couple of rounds to adjust back in that first half. You remember as well, the first 2 rounds, they got over the finish line after that point. 4 went back the way of NIP. W7M, the ones who have adapted faster to the game, it feels like, overall. And NIP in this half have just not woke up. To lose this many in a row, 4, they now find themselves down, and to have to win 2 in a row to get it to OT. I'm always a proponent of comebacks and 2 hours to a game of Siege, all that kind of good stuff, but I just don't... Psycho's a lucky boy. I'll say that much now. But the fact they don't know someone was on black and about to swing onto them, that's alarming.
Well, I mean, that's a great start for Ninjas in Pajamas. But so much more work needs to be done in order for this one to be a close round for the Ninjas. They've still got the shield in play, and the conventional wisdom with shields, and the saying that we always pull out, is that shields get stronger the fewer opponents that they need to deal with. If you've got a Monty in a 1v3, yeah, you still got a pretty good shot, but you're going to get swarmed. If you've got a Monty and you're in a 4v2, it's pretty much lights out. Pino dies. He's having a pretty miserable game so far, either on defense or on attack. We speculated he'd be weak on attack because the target ban to remove Buck, well, he didn't really do much on defense either. So not a lot of value coming from Pino for Nip so far in this matchup.
2 and 10, I think he now stands at. Yeah, him and Dash are really fighting for the bottom here. It's a race down to rock bottom. So far, at least, Dash is winning that race, but Pino's certainly not far behind. A longer angle comes on through, and Dash finds his man. Again, for W7M, it's largely just planting their feet here and not feeling much need to feel threatened. Even though NIP have got, well, they had 3 players on top black and were ready to start looking at an execute, they haven't got control of Shrine. So as soon as you see the shield try and vault through here, in towards sight, there's a long angle off towards his left where he'll just get sprayed by his feet and he'll be dead, basically. So he's got to be really respectful of that, and instead opts to go for a push. Knows that there's at least one inside of T they've got to try and contest, but just entirely isolated, gets nothing from it. Hates has got to clutch out big, and it's simply not going to happen. I think a bit too comfortable there for W7M in the second half. NIP have got work to do. Now things start to look a little bit ropey.
I had such high hopes for this Ninjas in Pajamas team after they started a 6-8 loss to Liquid, still pushing Liquid to the brink. They defeat MIBR and they defeat Fluxo, and they didn't just beat them, Derry, they demolished them. It was a 7-2 score over MIBR and 7-3 over Fluxo. But then they got walloped by E1 and lost to FaZe, and now a victory to W7M. All 3 of those coming in regulation means NiP picks up 0 points for their efforts. Their road from here on out is Vivo Keydstars in a couple days, then Black Dragons, then Furia. The Black Dragons matchup should be an easy one for them. Vivo Keydstars, based on what they played, is a coin flip, but Furia, my, that will be the last match to decide what could decide, frankly, which of these teams end up in the top 6. But W7M have been a consistent force in Brazil since they picked up this new lineup after the original team departed for Furia back in February, and they've just been making steady improvements. And while this is a tough region, 3 big points from W7M will push them up to 4th. They're in good company, just behind FaZe, E1, and Team Liquid.
It's not a bad spot to be in. I'll still come back to the stuff that I said, before the game was, there's a lot of potential on this team. I worry about 1 or 2 players kind of finding their ceiling, Logan being the player that I referred to. A lot of people have started to figure him out now, and so I worry about where he's really going to find himself being a stellar player on an international stage, for example. But to not take it away from him, he went 12-6 in this game. He played incredibly well. Wasn't really involved in too many entries. What on earth are those boys doing? That's a nice amount of energy. I'm going to rate it. But there's a lot of potential, like I say. Just got to see it mature a little bit more. Yeah, they've had quite a bit of time together now. I still think it needs a little bit more time in the oven. Then you might see them starting to challenge, because let's not forget, they missed out on the Manchester Major to E1.
Yep. And the thing with Ninjas in Pajamas as well is that stage 1 was just so dreadfully bad for them. They finished 9th. Yeah, they were very, very close. I mean, 9th was 9 points, 8th was 10 points, MIBR was 11 points. But I mean, when you look at these teams, Brazil is, again, just so evenly matched. We say this for every region, but really in Brazil, there's only 2 bad teams at the moment statistically. Everybody else on a good day can beat everybody else on a bad day. Ninjas in Pajamas are indisputably better right now than they were 4 months ago. But as you said, more time in the oven. Allow them to get better. That's really what it is. And NiP don't really have a ton of time because, unfortunately, we don't have as much Rainbow Six in a calendar year as we used to. So it's hard to get those game day reps. But I still have high hopes for this NiP team. As for W7M, they get the job done. They looked so dominant on the second half. riding out defense. And Skyscraper, the question that we had asked about it, is it attacker or defender favored? Des, it's been answered.
Hasn't it just? And that's the thing, the domination that second half really goes to show that sometimes context and stats is important, I think. Otherwise, for a second, I thought W7M were going to start running away that first half, and suddenly it goes towards being an attacker lean. But I think NIP just not really being all there on the attack. I think a little bit slow at points, and dare I say, reflective of the NIP of old, where they did struggle with time, where they did struggle with finding answers in the mid-round and just finding themselves losing to the clock ultimately. It felt like that at points, certainly not helped by a really good aggressive side on the defensive side in W7M. But as said, questions will need to be asked, I think, and NIP and arguably both W7M, I think actually both of them are going to struggle to really fight their way through here and be one of those teams making it to the major.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very excited for the LCQs. Team Liquid was the team that scraped and fought their way through the LCQ in Stage 1, and they made a deep run at Manchester. They made it into the semifinals. They were one of the 4 teams that had a great shot at ultimately winning. They didn't win. They didn't even make it to the finals, but they still gave a really spirited effort. And Team Liquid had a slow start because they were adapting to a new player on the team of Maya. So now you've got a NIP team that's still adapting themselves. The LCQs at the moment are shaping up to be a real frenzy. You could end up with Vivo Keydstars down there. You could end up with W7M down there. You could end up with NIP in that position. Fury is going to be down there. What about Fluxo? Can they make an outside run just like they did in Stage 1? Where does MIBR fall into this equation? It's going to be hell in a cell, so to speak. But one more match awaits us. Before we get there, we'll hear from our winners and the desk.
Well, thanks, Parker. We've got Loban ready for the interview here after W7M are able to build off of that success and get another win today. Loban, parabéns, congratulations to you and your team after taking this win. Of course, this is a pretty big one because it puts you guys even further into the playoff picture right now. How does it feel to go flawless on that defensive half and just take it like that? It looked easy for you on that second half.
It feels pretty good. Skyscraper is a map that you should be really good on defense, but when you get 100% all of the defense, it feels really good. Because most of the times when you lose those types of maps, it's because you make so many mistakes on defense, and their attacks were always really slow, so it's pretty easy to read. So yeah, it feels pretty good, but it wasn't really hard.
Well, again, congratulations. I asked a similar question to KDS that I'm now going to ask you. Since seeing Skyscraper, both you guys haven't played this map in roughly 6-7 months or so. What was the reason for going to Skyscraper specifically over any other possible map?
I think it's because the side of NIP, they tend to try to do some slow takes from the lurker side. They don't go straight to side, so you can stall out time for them every time, and they're gonna do executions like they did in 3 rounds in 20 seconds, and you can just be everybody in the bomb side just hiding, and you get some good spots to get some good kills. And yeah, I think it was pretty much the playstyle. With Skyscraper is a pretty confident map for us too. We made it pretty good in WC, but people were banning against us, so yeah, it happens.
Well, it worked out, and you guys secured the 3 points. A very much needed 3 points just to solidify your spot even further into those playoffs.
Well, Loban, thinking about the playoffs and thinking about these next 3 games, right? We have to see you guys play Fluxo. We have to see you play Keydstars. And of course, in the last week, E1, the team that's currently sitting atop the standings. Do you have any thoughts about that game going into it? Anyone you're looking to play specifically?
I want to play E1 because they seem pretty good, and I want to feel what it is playing against them. Because I've been facing E1, even the new roster in EWC qualifier 3 times, so I don't know. I like to play against those guys. They're pretty cool guys outside the game, but they are in a good shape right now, and I love always to play the good guys, you know.
Amazing. Well, it's always good to see that kind of a rivalry take shape. So, best of luck in that match and prepping for these games in the next few weeks. Thanks, Loban.
Yep.
All right. Thank you. And Laxing, of course, another one that is, of course, so impactful for the playoff implications. Great for W7M here, there's no doubt. But for NIP, that is another tough blow to take. You look at this team alongside Furia, 2 teams who feel like playoff rosters, and yet here they are, right on the precipice of falling out of playoffs, or out of playoffs in some cases. In this case, NIP just barely hanging on.
I mean, it just goes to show, it doesn't matter how well you start, it matters about how you finish here. And NIP not being able to muster any points for these past 3 games, it's not looking good. I mean, they got Keat Stars tomorrow, BD the next day, and then the last day Furia. So I mean, these next 2 days, this could be a really good chance for them to get some points. But the fact of the matter is that you aren't getting anything in these past 3 games. It's rough. And then even looking at the stats right now, we touched up on Fantasy and Pino that we wanted to see them perform today. Thankfully, we saw Fantasy pop off, but Pino just not having the performance that we needed from him. So hopefully going into next week's matches, we can really see that resurgence from Pino.
Well, it's going to be so tough to win a map like Skyscraper if you're not successful on your attacking half. We know this, and Lacking, this is something we talk a lot about on these very defensive-sided maps. You're going to be able to defend your side regardless. You're going to walk away with at least 4 rounds. The difference is made by the team that can put the pedal to the metal, that can squeeze out 1 or 2 attacking rounds. W7M, they were able to do that. NIP, not so much.
And I really love what Loban said, that they wanted to go to this map specifically because they know NIP just kind of beats themselves in terms of how slow they played, what their pacing looks like. And that's also what I touched up on prior from what we saw in the last game. That's what bled out the game for them. And it's a consistent problem with this team. I mean, sure, it's not just on Pino here, but that is a team issue of being able to understand, again, we need to figure out how to use the time with us, not use it against us. And again, I like that Loban specifically said, we wanted to bring them to this map because we can turtle on site, we can hide on site, and we can force them to play our game. And sure enough, they did it, and they did it flawlessly.
Well, right now, at least on this 6th play day, the magic number to clinch playoffs is 16. So you could argue this on the math, but it looks like 16 will absolutely clinch a team right now. As we work into these next few weeks, that number will get lower and lower. E1, they sit just a couple points shy of that 16-point mark. We talked a lot about them earlier, but they are the team with the best chance to clinch that playoff spot today. You see E1's currently sitting at the number 2 spot. They have not played yet today. Liquid already have, and of course you see their opponents, MIBR, sitting at the 8th spot. Our next match coming up, another very important one for MIBR, Laxing, as they need to work their way up the standings desperately.
Yeah, and MIBR have been looking good, a lot better than, granted they're in the bottom right now, but they do look good. So going into this next match, I don't want to say I'm super hopeful for them. I'm not hopeful for anyone that goes against E1 with how flawless they're looking, but we can possibly see an upset. It is a best of 1. Anything is possible. But again, these points are so vital, less for E1 at this point, but for MIBR, just because of how close it is to fall out of that spot to be able to be in playoffs. Again, we're going to need to see another 3 points to possibly be mustered out of MIBR going against E1.
Again, these final few play days, the matches are just so essential for these teams on the bubble. It'll be E1 MIBR coming up next.
Harry vai chegando, sorrateiro, na moralzinha, tá preso no rotate, ele vai passar com o seu Oryx, vem a bala, não, ele espera, não viu o pé. Marcou, espera, na calma. O Harry tem que jogar na boa agora. Vamos ver se ele consegue mais um clutch. O jogador vai tentando estreifar para buscar a informação dele. Harry consegue dar bala. Derruba o Lukid. Agora falta o Raps. Vamos ver o Harry. Subiu. Pra caçada. Meu Deus. O Raps está de costas. Não é possível. O Harry espera. Ele estreifa. O Raps ouviu.
Que isso?
Olha o nome dele.
Que isso, Harry?
Memorável do Harry! Joga demais! Um monstro! Uma lenda! Ele é demais! Ele é o Harry, é o capitão!
Teams é muita C4 para pouco espaço aí do ataque, Retalha. Vai ficar ruim. Esk gasta só a última colmeia. Vem pro plant, tá difícil. Esk cai, Muzi consegue eliminar. O Loira também do outro lado. Pino. É uma eliminação para cada time, mas ainda assim a vantagem numérica aí do tempo é da Ninja e Pijamas. O plant tá acontecendo. Eu acho que eles realmente não ouviram. Retalha, pegou na C4 no ar. Belíssimo trabalho. Condes volta. Pega aí a proteção para tentar fazer rotação. Tem marcação ainda por cima da área aberta. O Guto fica quietinho, escondido para tentar surpreender, Retalha. Numa subida dos jogadores. O Muzi não sabe da posição. Espera na maldade o Guto. Nas costas. Rolou a eliminação com sucesso. Ainda assim o Nusga por trás da área aberta. Surpreendendo todo mundo, Retalha. 15 segundos, Flório com mais uma aqui, After Plant. Sensacional da Black Dragon!
Que isso?
1-0 BD em cima da Ninjas e Pijamas!
The final game of the day upon us here in Brazil League, day 6. 6 of 9 in the group stage, only a few games left, and it is quite a journey for these teams so far, particularly for E1, who has grinded their way to the very top of the standings right now. They sit in firm control of almost every statistical category, of the leaderboard, of our hearts, maybe. Blacksing, is that fair to say?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, you know, I've said this from the beginning. It's nice being able to work in this league because I'm getting introduced to new players, new teams, and E1 by far has impressed me by margin. So, I mean, they definitely have my heart and they definitely have my eye, to say the least.
Well, they've deserved it. They've been playing out of their minds. One man in particular has been Flastry. We talked a lot about his impact to this team at the very start of the show, but here we are on the back end here talking about just how much he has contributed to this team. He is far and away the top performer right now in Brazil, and frankly, on some statistics, it's not even close. His KD ratio is out of this world. His EPS well above the rest of the field. It's no surprise when you put a player like him in the position that he is, that this team has been thriving. But as second support Laxing, this has been quite surprising from him, to say the least.
Again, you know, we talked about it, this team dynamic. It allows each of these players to thrive. But I mean, obviously him and the roles that he's playing, that's not something that you see. That's not something you think would be possible. But again, I've been saying it. I said, you need to watch this guy because realistically, he's just mechanically gifted. He understands the game, like I said, at a very high fundamental level. And without a doubt, depending how well they do, they make it to the major. And again, how well they do there, he will be the rookie MVP of the year. Well, he'll be right up there actually with Diffuser and NA.
Well, all of these guys have been putting up impressive numbers as a team, and this is a statistic that I just learned, thanks to Dez in the booth before we got started, that E1 was the best attacking team, not only in Brazil coming into the weekend, what was the best attacking team across NA and EU as well, winning in that statistical category. That is absolutely wild considering the strength of this region as a whole.
Yeah, and the fact that in this meta that sometimes, you know, one attack or two attacks can solidify you the game just because of how strong defense is, but then you are leading in the attacks across all the major regions. I mean, that says a lot to your team's talent as a whole.
Well, you see it here right now, leading the charge. This a combination of stage 1, stage 2 statistics, but it is, of course, even more one-sided here in stage 2. E1 leading here as well as in plenty of other categories. Like we said, I believe they have 3 players in the top survivability percent, which is kind of what you can expect to see from a team that has been so dominant as of late. Their opponents, though, in MIBR are here to get some points. It would be quite a heist, I feel like it's fair to say, if they could, but these points are necessary given their position and their playoff chances continue to dwindle.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, what we saw yesterday against Keyd Stars, they did lose that 7-5 just due to the fact that they couldn't find anything on attack, that the defense from Keyd Stars immediately shut them down. Whereas before the game prior, we saw them against W7M on Chalet, they looked dominant. Makina was getting in there, Bullet was getting in there, Yakits was getting in there. Like, we were seeing these players go, man. I mean, we're seeing all 5 of them really work extremely well. And then to just immediately see that drop off, I'm really hoping today was kind of a wake up for them. And especially in terms of those standings that we keep reiterating, they need these points desperately, and it's going to be even harder against the likes of E1.
Yeah, for MIBR, even with that loss yesterday against Keyd Stars, we're still seeing players like Makina and Gomez leading the way in terms of the fragging game, in terms of those entry kills. You see someone like Rare, who's been stepping up in such a good way as IGL and has generally been very good for this team. Has it been consistent? No. Do they need to ramp up that consistency and start to find their stride?
Yes.
Very much so. And maybe the map choice that they go to today can dictate that. It's very possible that you could find a map that you're a little more comfortable on, that there's fewer factors kind of on the outside pressuring you here. They lost on Chalet yesterday. We've seen them play Chalet and win it before. So maybe it doesn't just come down to the map for them. That really is the question, though. Can they find somewhere they can thrive?
You know, it's hard because the only time I really saw this team of E1 kind of struggle was on Bank against Liquid, where both teams were making a mistake. And now, you know, you find yourself on Chalet. Once again, MIBR, I believe this is now their third time playing Chalet?
Third time, yeah.
Yeah, third time playing Chalet. It kind of worries me here because, you know, you couldn't find anything on attack. So hopefully maybe you're fixing what you need to, what you did prior than what you just did recently. And then, you know, you look at E1, they're number 1 on attacks. They're number 2 on defense. So no matter where you find yourself as MIBR, you have to be matching the same energy on both those halves that E1 is literally going to be bringing to your doorstep.
It's also interesting because E1, we have not seen them play Chalet yet this stage. Maybe that's been something they've been saving up. Maybe they just like what they saw on the Chalet yesterday that MIBR played against Keyd Stars. I mean, that really is the question, because if you're willing to take an opponent to a map you've played twice already in the stage, and this really for MIBR, you've got to feel pretty good in your chances that, well, maybe that even if they've gotten a chance to watch your strategy or VOD review you in some way, that one, either you have some innovation and can change up another plan B or plan C to bring to the table, or you feel that it's just strong enough to stop them.
I mean, I think it's just they're going to go back to the basic fundamentals of where they went wrong during their last game against Keyd Stars and hopefully muster something back. But again, like, you're going against E1. They've been looking flawless so far. And again, they are the leading in attack. They're second in defense. So it's just a matter of, I don't really see E1 making any of these mistakes that's going to allow MIBR to get the control that they want, to get the hold on certain positions that they're going to go for. Like I said, it's really going to come down to really them working together and forcing these players out of position in E1 in any regard, whether that's on the defense or attacking side. But again, specifically for the attacks where they just could not find success yesterday, they need to find them today more than ever.
Well, the sun just starting to dip behind the clouds here on the East Coast, and that means it is time for our final game of the night. For the final time, we'll throw it down to Parker and Dez, who have the call.
Thank you very much. No 4-box this time, just you and I. And you have seen some sun, my friend. I did not know. It's 10:45 in the UK right now, and yet the sun is out. That is wonderful for you. E1 versus MIBR will brighten up our day either way, Dez. E1 are hoping for 3 more points as they lost their crown earlier today. Team Liquid bypassing them by 1 point. You think there's any real possibility of an upset here, or do you think this is steady as she goes for E1?
I think there's no reason why E1 would have taken MIBR to Chalet, knowing that MIBR, yes, played it yesterday, but also that it's one of their favorite maps. They just never ban Chalet away. They love playing this map. So for MIBR, this feels like home. And again, a team doesn't tend to take another team to one of their preferred maps unless they've got some tape prepared on them. I think we're going to see E1 coming in with the game plan today, and they are going to absolutely destroy MIBR by all that knowledge they're bringing in, all the counters they've got prepared. I don't think MIBR are ready for this.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a chance for a team to suddenly catch fire, right? MIBR has not been bad, not at the same level of Fluxo and Black Dragons in terms of results, but MIBR still have had some obvious struggles. They either win in regulation or they lose in regulation. They haven't gone to overtime yet. But despite the fact that they've won twice in regulation and lost 3 times in regulation, their round differential is actually only a -1. So they've been a relatively even team. It's not as bad as you might think. Their matchup history was a loss to Furia, one of the few victories that Furia has actually been able to pull off so far this stage. A loss to NIP, a victory over W7M that was quite surprising, a victory over Black Dragons, the team with no wins so far, and then a loss to Vivo Keydstars. They've been all over the map here. They've been beating good teams, they've been losing to bad teams. It's odd to quantify them, but you're going up against the biggest dogs in the big dog region. And E1 should be able to pull out a victory based on what we've seen from them this stage.
I just think it's crazy how even 6 months ago we'd be like, E1 who? And now they are running the roost here. It's honestly terrifying, and I'm really excited to see what else they can keep on delivering. This time around, it won't be a fluke that someone made it. It will be legit.
We're ready for our final matchup of the day. Strap in. E1 versus MIBR.
Confronto contra E1, eu acho que vai ser um jogo pegado, assim. Acho que com essa mudança de line deles, acredito que eles não perderem nada. Eu acho que eles até ganharam mais. Eu acho que vai ser um confronto da hora, vai ser um confronto pegado, assim, com bastante agressividade de um lado e do outro. E vai ser da hora de jogar.
O confronto contra o MIBR vai ser um confronto interessante. Ainda mais por eles terem adicionado máquina na lineup deles agora. E o Live já jogamos com ele no Elevate, né? Então acho que vai ser um jogo interessante.
O cara que tem que ficar de olho lá é o Perezão, mano. O Perezão, quando ele entra pro jogo, ele amassa, assim, ele joga bem. Claro que ele, contra mim, ele sempre dá uma chocadinha desde a BD lá, né, Perezão? Mas ele é um moleque bom pra caramba, sempre dando bala aí.
Cara, ficar de olho no máquina. Ele é muito bom em Fagger, mas a gente já conhece um pouquinho dele ali e ele vai ser counterado.
Aí, Perezão, vou te pegar, hein? Quando é na Waybid, a parada é diferente. A gente perdeu pra vocês no último split aí, mas agora a gente vai ter a revanchezinha.
Aí, máquina, a gente te ensinou tudo que você sabe, então pode ficar tranquilo que a gente vai amassar você e não tem o que fazer.
It's time, it's time, it's siege time, Dez!
Classic. It is indeed. I was actually looking at this a second ago, and I completely didn't realize this, so I didn't cast last weekend, is that MIBR actually played Chalet last week as well. They played it against Vivo Keydstars. They obviously played it yesterday as well, where they won. So there's actually a lot of tape for E1 to work on here. It's hard to hide every strat when you're playing twice over the space of 7 days. So I think here again, E1 are going to come in with a game plan. Deimos taken away straight away. And immediately looking at that from last week, they played it in 3 of their attacking rounds on the side of MIBR. In fact, I'm going to lie, that's the other team. Ignore everything I just said.
I usually do, for the record.
It's the last game of the day. So give me that one.
It's also very late for you.
It is. I'm not going to go to bed after this. No, not for another hour or two.
Zombie ban. What a bloody surprise there, mate.
I'm trying to unravel. Okay, no, Deimos does make sense. They played it. They didn't play it last week. They played it yesterday in the final 3 rounds of their attacks. So they have played it. Didn't play it in any of the first 3, interestingly. So brought it out after. So that's more the secondary strat that MIBR will run to on the defensive side. Gomez, by the looks of it, had a wonderful time with it. So just take it away and don't let him be himself. To be fair, we've seen throughout the night the effect of Deimos. When he gets underneath you in the soft flooring and he pings you out, you just know you're taking shots constantly, so you have to stay on the move. And if anyone is smart enough to be in a position, in a room next to you when you're the one being tracked, very fair chance you run into the line of sight of that player and you die at some point, right? So it's so good for isolating players. But as I said, back in game 1, I only really like seeing it when it's alongside a Dokkaebi.
Look at this lineup right now for MIBR. Please stick the Blackbeard. Please don't switch off the foot. No!
It's obviously going to change, Parker. Come on.
Why do you give me hope and then take it away?
That's life. So no Deimos, but an adaptation because you've got the Blitz and the Dokkaebi on side. So not quite the same, but similar effect. You find out where someone is, you run them down. It's whether you're doing it from below or shoving a shield in their face is kind of beside the point. But a lot obviously will ride on Rare here to be the one to work a little bit of magic. We've all seen things like Blitz a million times over now. It's always Blitz or a Monty. If one gets banned away, the other gets picked in their place. Doesn't really matter. Shields are ridiculously strong right now. So Rare's going to be the spearhead for them, coming in with Finker Juice. Adoka be Cool coming out as well. When they say go, this is a lot of aggression coming E1's way.
Mm-hmm. That's the, by the way, that's the bundle. It was available on Twitch for a while, if memory serves me correctly, but...
I feel like I'm the only person who doesn't look at skins when we're in game.
I just think it's fun from time to time.
No, everyone else does, I just always don't. Juice number 1 coming on 3. You can see that little blue icons above the Blitz's head. Everyone else on the side hasn't managed to get away with a kill, and finally they do okay. Maybe not the intended target there, Flash 3. Machina into a second as well. MIBR now with a pretty good advantage. Brought down to a 4v3 by a single C4, and it's going to force these defenders largely back here, Parker. That's the best part. They've got 2 minutes still to work with, yet have gained quite a lot of ground by getting rid of those 2 players. Last 3, hello. Is he retaking all this lost ground that quick? Maybe.
It looks like it. I mean, you're at a disadvantage. You might as well try at this point. The goal for E1 at the moment is just close the gap, take a swing, and go from there. The best thing for MIBR that they had going this round was that Finka to keep them energized, and, well, she's no longer available. So, what do you do? Bassetto's going to lose the wall right next to him and will peel off into the safety of Kitchen. As Flash had retaken above, but did not want any engagement. He will come down closer to all those orange silhouettes. Maybe not. Maybe back upstairs he'll go. Perfect time for the logic bombs to go off, and the Blitz of Rare will be in the hunt. Flastry's position up top will be given away.
Oof.
He sees Yex, but for a second, and will drop off, not wanting an engagement. Now it's the Shield's turn, and he'll light up the legs of Rare before getting back. 40 seconds to go, and E1 are fighting for their lives as MIBR get ever closer.
I thought he was going to dart to the Legion mine, then he let another tick go through, and I was like, mate, you're down to 24, are you okay? Keeps himself going, but a bullet to the feet here might just be enough to see him finished off outright. Flashry's going to find Gomez as well. That's such a stinger. Shouldn't be able to get away with that realistically, and look at that. E1 have turned 2 kills back on its head. MIBR had the numbers advantage, at least now equalize things out to a 2v2, but Yex straight into a goo mine there. Yes, it's not a ton of damage, but it might just be the difference maker here in the fight, closing little gunfight. His left 1v2, Perez and Bassetto stand before him. He can't get through them, and E1 take that first round despite a great first start coming out from MIBR. They cleared that first part of Library, they got control of Mez, it looked great, but then just start bleeding players out in silly fashion. Gomez really shouldn't have gone down to Flashry when he did.
No, really an incredible result when you think about it. I would have put all my money on that being an MIBR round, but I mean, I guess that's why I don't bet, right?
Me neither. So, Swerve.
Yeah, I'm not much of a betting guy, but yeah, I well played, honestly, by both teams. I like the entry from MIBR a lot. Losing Machina hurts. He's been a standout performer for the team, and obviously having those adrenal surges in the later portions of a round where you've taken a bit of damage can help so much in just keeping you in the action. Looks like until the operators get locked in, there's a Finka being teased yet again, but we can't obviously rely on that. Bullet would have been playing Blackbeard if it wasn't for that, not 6th pick, but overall full pick. MIBR doesn't really see it. There we go. Now the changes are coming in. They see the lineup that's being presented by E1. I really like the IQ a lot. Look at the lineup for E1. Capkin, IQ counters him. Fenrir, IQ counters him. Valkyrie, IQ counters her. Bandit, IQ counters her, or counters him. So it's like, you've got a lot that IQ is going to gain value from. My only concern when I see IQ on the fragging operators is, do they gamble their lives too early and ultimately have the gadget fall by the wayside? That is the question that a lot of teams have to answer for me. Machina needs to stay alive to get some value out of that sensor.
I do want to give a nod towards Bassetto here as well. Like, he's the hard support player. He's on Monty, he's on Ace, he's on Warden, plays these site ops, so doesn't really get a chance to shine. I think has had a bit of a rough start overall. Has definitely found when his team's doing well, obviously he gets to shine, but when his team lose out around the map, he's then the one left often in a 1v2, a 1v3, and things don't look so good. But I think he's actually growing into being a really consistent support here in Brazil. And a large part of why they're looking so good overall as a support player. I've been really impressed by him. You'll see a lot more of him on the attacking side, no doubt, when they're looking towards these plants. He's got 12 plants in the stage so far. Really impressive number, averaging 3 per game. Hard to say a team or an individual player gets to do that overall. So keep an eye on him. It's someone that I'm really keen to see this game, how he can do in a more aggressive spot on things like the defense. Here on the Fenrir, he's the one hovering around the first floor, looking to give an early challenge. Finds no kills, but he's doing his job there, just looking to waste some time and forcing the attackers back onto drones to have to check those parts of the map are safe.
Gomez, who's not the same one as the one in North America, but I can see why you would be a little confused since they have the exact same name. Spelled albeit differently. Looked for that opening pick, shot away, gave his position away up top, but while still holding that position is not doing anything beyond that. It is actually quite funny the way that the carousel of viable weapons has gone, because the F2 used to be widely considered as one of the best weapons in the game, but lately it's been the DMRs. It's also worth noting that DMRs tend to do a little bit better on land because the lack of latency, the lack of ping, if those bullets hit, they immediately take half of your HP away. So I can understand that. The funny thing is that people used to say that about the F2 as well because it fires so damn fast, but changes to the gun, the nerfs to the gun have pulled it out of favor. 40 seconds left. Garage opened up. First pick. Lastry taking down Rare.
That Twitch 417 does a ridiculous amount of... I want to say it's 60 or 67. I can't remember exactly which operators I'm comparing when I say that, but it does a lot of damage. No surprise at all that it's so popular. Either way, as it balances out, E1 have yet again got a numbers advantage. Color me utterly surprised. A nade comes round. That's the invitation for STK to swing. Bullets left all by himself with 15 seconds on the clock. 2 players to bring down. 1, a bullet from death. But Perez is the one who probably looks like the main threat for him right now. In fact, he's found a headshot onto him. That's not looking so good. Does he even know? Does he hear him? He must surely hear him. And oh my God, STK's got it out. Super Shorty really living up to its name and putting in a super shift to get that round over the line.
It's a gun that is often brought for rotations and site construction, but man, does that thing hurt. It's
I'm
not
seeing it
particularly
used more and
reliable.
more in these ending round situations these days as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think people are starting to wise up to the damage that you can do with it. And I mean, it was a huge part of what made Mozzie so viable was that not only could you do site construction, have a nitro cell, have great gadgets, the Commando or the Roni were both 2 excellent weapons, but then if absolutely needed, you could still kill. Mozzie was kitted out if you think about it. And there you go. A full body shot is enough to kill a player at close range, depending, of course, on its HP. And when you've got the final seconds ticking down and you need to swing, a super shorty meeting you is not exactly the result that you want. So MIBR had 2 very good looks, but ultimately come up short. Right now, they're sitting at 6 kills across these 2 rounds. And the first round, obviously better than what just followed. But you cannot make missteps in the mid to late round against a team like E1. This stage, they punish you no matter who you are when you slip up. They punished MIBR in that round.
Completely. I was curious about the damage numbers actually that the Super Shorty's got these days. And if the website's to be believed, I don't know if it's not missed out a couple of updates. I'm pretty sure the Twitch 417 numbers are a little bit off. But the damage it does, 0 to 12 meters, is about 280 damage per shot. You put that in someone's chest, I don't care who they are, they're dead. That's why the Super Shorty can be so potent still at close range.
Had some very explosive rounds from all these teams today, and
it's been a great play
excited
day.
to see.
Really good.
It's been a very entertaining play day. It's been a long day. We started 6 hours ago, and we still have an entire matchup to go. But that's what happens when every single match goes pretty much the distance, and there's been some unfortunate tech issues. I don't know if this one's going to go all 12 rounds here, Dez. Lastry almost dies early, by the way, and E1 could have found themselves a small hole.
Yeah, you can see how this is setting up, right? It's a lot of focus from like northwards down towards mezzanine coming out from MIBR. 3 players working their way through master, through office, a couple hanging out towards office balcony and towards lobby side. No real pressure on towards library, interestingly, though. Everything has been focused elsewhere. They might move a couple of players over, but for the most part, they're keeping things pretty direct and slow. Like they're trying to stay as a group. They're not wanting to split up and try and cover 5 different points of the map, which is what E1, as I'm sure you'll see on their attacking side, are very, very good at as a team. The problem with this is it makes it a little bit predictable. It means that E1 have got to put up a defense facing a certain direction and they deal with almost everything. Still paying the respect, mind you, towards Library Windows, as you just saw a second ago. But overall, I think they don't seem too bothered by this. They've seen half the round go by. Flashtree, yes, he's nearly dead, but he's still on his feet. And they're still holding on to this critical part of the map. MIBR aren't even looking at the site yet, Parker.
There's a logic bomb to go with 1 minute. And eventually they're going to have to look at the site. Right now, they can just wait a little bit. Nice lineup by Live. Rare has not really been much of a factor.
Oh, the pushing from Library as well. They didn't expect that one, but it's coming through the window and suddenly got a bit of a backstab on the go. There's only now two and a bit players really left on their feet. SDK is down but not out, but it leaves us in a 3 versus 3. They've got the mirror to fall back to. This is a real difficult spot to be in, where you put so much time and effort into getting control of everything that isn't the site, that you still got to deal with all the utility on the site itself. Mackin is going to try and see if he can find them out here, sat in behind the mirror window, but they aren't giving him an inch, Parker.
No, not one bit. Flashtree still surviving on that 3 HP from what he was experiencing early on. It's all going to be up to him to save this round, but you're going to have to walk up the same way your teammate just died. No way to stop that diffuser. Machina finishes things off with the sidearm. And MIBR don't make mistakes in the late round. They persevere, they win.
And it looked a bit cagey for a while. Like I mentioned, they never really made any effort to take control of Library, which is so often what you see on that site, right? Is we'll have 2 or 3 players gathering up on the balcony out to the southwest of Library itself. You'll have smokes come in to try and catch the player playing that's in the little corner spot that's just away from the hatch. You'll have someone on Mez who's being challenged from off his balcony. But MIBR made it a bit more difficult for themselves. They went for this full map clear of Master Office, probably expecting to find someone from E1 out on a hard roam and wanted to make sure they couldn't be there, that they were accounted for and covered away. And it made me a bit nervous coming into the end of the round, that I was like, oh, you guys are running out of time here and you haven't managed to clear away too many of these players. It's 3v3. They've got a mirror to sit behind, but they still managed to get it over the finish line. Not quite the cleanest end, but it's an end regardless. They've got a round on the board, 2-1 to E1. Now we get to see probably the same site rotation again, starting off with Kitchen Dining.
Really like the way that Flashtree's been using that UMP as well. A very steady gun, low rate of fire, but all you need to do is hit the head just once. And you saw that he was quite conservative with his munition in the previous round. People ask, and I've asked before, why do they shoot the reinforcements like that, or the barricades rather? And the reason for it is quite simple. Number one, it means that if you try to shoot it, a barricade will break earlier, but the biggest one is that it lets in sound a little bit better. All it takes is a couple bullet holes into a window or a door barricade to allow sound to be heard by the defenders with greater ease.
And I saw someone ask this in chat, actually. It is a bug that is known at the moment where sometimes the team's outlines are the opposite color. So you might have someone who is actually on the blue team appears orange, or orange appears blue. Best way to tell that for now is seeing the operator icon above their head. It's the best way you can get away with it. Speaking of getting away with it, Flashtree, I thought he might get himself pinched out here, but he's got the direct 1v1 challenge. The Monty can't really afford to drop the shield as well. They've either got to bring another player here or find an off angle on which to catch him, and it's exactly that. Coming up main stairs, they have crushed the roam here. The Malusi gone, the Castle gone. 3 players now stand for E1 with 2 minutes to play. This is dream territory for MIBR, especially when your front line is a Monty.
Live is looking for a pick. He might be able to... No! Get it! He looked the wrong way. Perspective hurting. E1 have been vaporized.
Remember what I said about Bisetto earlier, by the way? He's now left in a 1v5. The unfortunate life as a support player. We'll get one exit frag for himself, but now the Monty's hunted him down. This one, I'd imagine, is done.
I cannot... There you go. There's a formality at that point. I couldn't see how it would go anywhere, but... a loss. And that's exactly what happens. MIBR showing why, as I mentioned early on, the round differential is really not that weird, right? You've won 2 games, you've lost 3 games, and yet you're almost even in terms of round count. Number one, that means that you're winning your matches big or you're losing them, but they're very, very close. I don't need to read out the exact numbers, but I mean, we are going into a tech pause.
Go ahead.
You never know how long these are going to last.
I think it's the same PC that's having issues, by the way. It's always the right-hand team. The player that's furthest hard right. It seems to be them that have the issues.
I was actually gonna make a comment about that
Yep, same PC.
There was a PC on the right side of the stage that had huge issues for pretty much every playday back in stage 1.
Same one.
It
following
seemed
them.
like I think it was always the middle. Nick would be the one to tell you if I'm right or not, but yeah, I mean, it was always the same computer. It always affected the same people sitting in the same spot.
It is that same one at the very far, like the furthest away from the camera, right at the back. It was the same in the previous game. So maybe some hardware swaps needed between this week and next. It's always the battle, I think, when it comes to cases like this as well. Like with things like LAN setups as well, like especially at live events, it's always a problem is that there's so much that can possibly go wrong during transit for computers that you're sending out there. You know, you're shipping out 50 to 100 plus computers are going out to these events because it's not just about players, it's about practice rooms, it's about, of course, like public areas like demo booths, for example, it's production PCs, it's observer PCs, it's everything else that goes on. One thing goes wrong inside of one of those devices, and this is the sort of thing that can then lead to a delay like we're seeing right now, right? Whereas online, it's like you're playing on the same PC every single day. Outside of a very unfortunate stroke of luck, things aren't really going to go wrong. So granted, you are going to see more tech pauses in a LAN environment in general, probably also because players are more hyper aware than ever when things aren't feeling quite right.
Looks like they're picking the site right now, or
I think it's on pause on that screen, no?
It could be.
Yeah, I think it is.
Always hard to tell.
If you squint really hard, maybe you'll get supervision, you can zoom in.
I'm trying. I'm enhancing. Hold on. Enhance. Zoom. Okay, I got nothing.
No, never mind. What we can look at, though, because we have stats, God bless, we can see how things have started. Machina has been the real hero so far. Sitting at 5-2 doesn't sound mega, but I guess for how many rounds have passed by, it is. He's clear of everyone else in the lobby by at least 2 kills as it stands. Player not doing so well so far has been Rare, who sat way down at the bottom, 0-3 with a 0-2 entry. That's not the dream start for the MIBR man. Not dissimilar to Dash in our previous game, as we saw, didn't really manage to get himself involved until very, very late in the game. Was 0-8, I think, with 0-3 on entry or something crazy like that. Similar sort of story, so he'll be looking to find a way into the game from here. Maybe that tech pause will be the brief reprieve that he needs to get himself back into it. And we see him getting on the board as well, because MIBR have had 2 good rounds there. What looked like a strong start for E1 that I was like, oh, these boys are in cruise control now. They'll just carry on as they have. They've got 2 defensive rounds. Chalet, one of those maps that I think many would look at and say, although the numbers won't necessarily say it's a below 50% defensive win rate, it's not far away. It is one of the maps that attackers generally have a pretty good time of, or at least have historically. And so maybe you fancy E1's chances on that other side of the map, given how good and how proficient they are. But I think for MIBR to even have 2 rounds here after 4 have passed is a great start against, as the guys remarked on the desk, one of the best defensive and attacking teams, not just in Brazil, but around the world.
Yeah, not a lot of weaknesses that we see from E1, so
nope.
The fact that MIBR can do this is excellent. Good for them. Great start for them, but job is not done. That's just the first half.
You sound like that overly
Chalet, by the way,
that's like a little bit patronizing, where you're like, great start, well done you. And it's like, are they being sarcastic or being genuine in saying that?
Oh, I was being sincere. Chalet is slightly defender favored. So MIBR taking 2 rounds on attack against a good defender team. All of these numbers look well.
Oh, dear.
And that's a great start for MIBR. Honestly, if that first round goes a little bit differently, this could be 3-1 for MIBR, which would be quite the dominant start. The reason for the tech pause, by the way, was a problem with STK's computer. So now we have information.
Oh, okay. They've fixed the PC, but clearly he hasn't fixed his gameplay. Not looking solid for him overall across the first few rounds, admittedly. I think he had a good one in second, where he clutched out in the second round, the 1v1. Last round, caught out in a similar fashion extremely early in the round. Pre-fire coming in, and MIBR once again are just washing over this E1 side. Plant's going down. They've got no one on site.
What is happening to this? What is happening to this E1 team, Derry? Like it's. I don't want to say it's over, but like, this half looks like it's pretty. Yeah, it is. This round is over, but it's pretty much over too. What is going on with this E1 team? What is the troubling sign that we can point to? What is going on?
Yeah, I never want to overreact to this because a 4-2 to the attackers...
No, overreact.
Oh my God, it's disaster case. They're not even going to make the major. Blah, 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 blah. But I think even coming into it as a 4-2 half for MIBR on the attack, is that no force MIBR? Yeah, absolutely. Will E1 be absolutely distraught about that? They'll be disappointed, but I wouldn't go as far as saying distraught. They're in a spot where they know getting onto the attack, again, given their prowess on that side of the map across the stage so far, they'll probably feel pretty comfortable about it. My only worry is the stuff I was speaking about in the earlier game when we were comparing some teams that don't tend to spread out and tend to group up, as we've seen MIBR do in some of these attacks. For E1, they love attacking from 4 or 5 different places all at the same time. The players are very isolated. If you're not having a good day on the guns that day, and MIBR are, they're just going to pick you up before you even get a chance to start thinking about and execute. But I imagine they're pretty confident that coming into the second half, they'll be playing a lot better. If they can snatch a round away here, dream state, I think, for E1, because MIBR deserve it. I think they deserve a 4-2 after how the last 3 rounds have gone.
This would be a big victory for MIBR. Be a big victory, honestly, for any team, but it's just like especially so
against the top
when you
dogs.
consider that you take down the top dogs. It could potentially shake up this entire region's, at least the top standings, because we've been talking an awful lot. Maybe you haven't, but I at least have been talking about how in a lot of ways it's almost like a foregone conclusion. Like E1 is going to win. They're going to go back on top. They've already clinched playoffs. Whether they clinch top 2 is anybody's question or anybody's guess. But no, I mean, they could very well lose this matchup against MIBR or go into OT and come out the wrong side of it. And you know, if they go to OT, they tie Liquid. But
I have no idea if intentional, but they've taken SDK away from Legion and put him on something a bit more safe, I'd say, in the castle. Walls deployed, can sit around sight, hold an angle, for example. Of course, they're quite aggressive, but that UMP is all about the headshots. Its damage is pretty insignificant. As one of your good friends, I believe, once said in less colourful words, Parker.
Say it again.
I say, as one of your friends said, in less colourful words, that the UMP is a headshot gun and not a damage-focused gun. What about Troy?
I mean, it's one of the worst guns in the game. I think that's what you're quoting, but I mean, I don't...
Correct.
There's one very important part to it I feel like you're missing. Needs to be.
Oh, what? No. That could have been...
How does Flastry let this go by? What a disaster, Dez!
That is exactly that. A disaster. He gets one there and finds the Monty, who's already down to 47 HP. Different conversation. Round not over, but significantly damaged, and they're on course then to a 3-3. But just being slightly behind the curve, half a second would have made a difference there, and he could have found his kills, but is simply not going to be able to get away with it. Extremely unfortunate, but still a numbers advantage for MIBR. Health advantage, maybe not, as both the Monty and the Ash are very low at this point.
And there's the UMP in the hands of SDK. Perez taking a little bit of damage. This is an ego play at this point, but they're worried about the tracers that are emerging now from Solarium. The Monty is still there. What a hard spot for the Jaeger to be in, and the explosion goes off. Bullet credited with the kill, Derry. Advantage right now, huge for MIBR.
Yeah, I love it. He got the finish off, I think, on the down player, but it was Machina who put him down, so the kill will go to Machina in the stats, even though the kill feed shows that it was Bullet who walks away with it. A 5v3 yet again. MIBR are so good at pushing these advantages. Rare was starting to go for a plant there, but I think got pushed off, and they've dealt with the player that was trying to aggress in. Rare should be able to stick this one, and E1 are just crumbling.
What do you do? Bassetto's last man standing. You cry? This first half, Chalet favoring the attackers. Bassetto dies to Gomez. We don't get to see that one, but that's okay. The round is over, and MIBR, honestly, I'm going to keep banging this drum, Des. It could have been a 5-1, but no, it's a 4-2 half. MIBR, though, very well situated to close this out. If Chalet really is a defender-sided map, then MIBR are laughing all the way to the conclusion of this matchup. But E1 have been counted out before. E1 have been looked down on before. And they have beat some very good teams as they've climbed to the top of Brazil's standings. So I don't think E1 will go quietly into the night.
No. again, it's probably my favorite saying in this game is there are two halves to a game of Siege. You will see a different style of play coming out now. Whether or not MIBR come out and completely rock it is anyone's guess. You really don't know when it comes to switching. Like, it's very rare that you see a team go, say, 5-1, 6-0, and then roll it over to like a 7-0 or something. It does happen, but it's much more common that you'll see a very dominant half on one side, and then either a very close conclusion to that game or an overtime forced off the back of it. I think we touched on it in one of our results yesterday, right? Was the team was down 5-1 and won 6 rounds to bring it all the way back to OT or something crazy. It happens, right? So don't write E1 off just yet. Don't cry about your channel points. They may well still be safe, but it's really going to be formed, I think, in how well they play. One thing that I was watching back E1's game on Lair earlier, as I mentioned, because I thought their Lair was ridiculously impressive. They're one of the best teams in the world to play it right now. Easy to say when they're one of the best teams in the world, I guess. But one thing they did excellently was rotate what operators they brought for each attack to always keep the other side guessing. But they started it off with what you're seeing here, the Dokkaebi and the Lion in tandem. They like to split out around the map and all attack from different directions at the same time. But the critical thing is they make use of that global utility on a rotation to constantly pressure and force the defenders back and gain more ground and get into little cheeky angles off the back of it. You'll probably see the same sort of thing here. So just keep an eye on what happens when the EE1Ds or the Dokkaebi calls come out.
We got the 5 operator cam up. 5 player cam, I guess. Bullet using those holes below him to look on down, but has to be worried about the window play that is very quickly becoming the main focus for E1. They've managed to work their way into Garage very quickly. Bullet pushed off of that position as there goes one of the fire arrows. And now some of back bar will get opened up as well, which will not allow for the defenders to play so safely in that position. Gomez on the flank.
Get away alive at least as well. Just kind of ran through what they thought would be a lot more firepower, a lot more aggression from E1. And dare I say, they've had to use a fair bit of utility. A Dokkaebi call came out, for example. The Lion scan came through. We had the firebolts coming out. All kinds of stuff working with them. But they managed to get away. And sure enough, E1 had managed to collect 2 kills. Machina is having one hell of a game so far. Got to give him that credit as well. Touched on him after the first 4 rounds. He was sat at 5-2, playing really well. And just like that, the advantage that E1 had has been eviscerated.
Back to a 3v3. This is the point in the round where things tend to slow down a little bit, Dez. So, low energy. Like a particular...
Still got a Dokkaebi call. That was what I was looking for then when the overlay jumped over to live. He has got 1 call. That can be a massive advantage in the close. I just hope they don't rely on the smoke that's in Basetto's back pocket on the Capitale, because the Warden's still up on the other side.
What do you do if you're E1? Where... You've only got 2 drones left, so where are they? Where is the intel that you're going to work off here?
I don't even think
one logic
there are
bomb,
any of these players,
right?
by the way. I'm pretty sure it's the dead players' drones that are up.
That's bad. Basetto catches Rare. Where were the defenders going? Why is MIBR getting so aggressive on this play? They've surrendered the bomb site. Machina is dead as well. Now the diffuser will need to go down, but Gomez is trapped, and there's the perfect time for the logic bomb. STK can isolate him and collect the last kill. Technically, it's Live who gets the last kill, but either way, it's still over. Done for. E1 on attack. Their first round victory. And again, just goes to show you, maybe this isn't a defender-sided map. Maybe we are looking at, true enough, just an attacker-favored chalet.
Very maybe. I think the real speaker composure there was that E1 managed to come back. They were 5-3 up. They lost 2 players, and it was like, oh, man, they've really given this one away. But realized what they had to work with. No real intel. They had no drones. They had a single call in the back pocket that I'm sort of surprised they didn't use sooner. But found 2 kills and were like, man, there's 1 guy left. Let's just hit those numbers now. Let's get him on dial. And that's it. He can't do anything. And got trapped inside the mud. They got the close. Really good stuff. But the most impressive thing is they did it together. And I remarked on this earlier on today as well about their lair game. They might start off pushing different angles and doing different things, but they always converge around about the minute mark. And that's when you see trade play starting to become a thing. When you see them playing off each other's utility really effectively. That's what happened in the close there. So really promising stuff. Still behind. MIBR still got time to figure this one out and keep themselves in the lead.
It's a very close matchup. Timeouts still available for both teams as well, so I feel we are far from a conclusion here. You got it. We've all been there. Honestly, with the addition of Machina and Yex, this team should be doing better than they are, but again, there have been a lot A lot of improvements on various teams. Some minor steps back, but overall, every team in Brazil feels like they've gotten better. Black Dragons is the lone exception.
Yes.
Maybe honestly even Furia is included in that conversation too. Maybe they haven't improved, right? Because this is the worst that this Furia squad has looked in years. So MIBR adding Yechts, adding Machina, you expect them to improve. Yeah, maybe they have a little bit. Maybe they had some shakes at the beginning portion of the stage. Literally the same trajectory that Beast Coast went on for NA. They won the major, and the same with Liquid, who had a tremendously poor start to stage 1, but not just made the LCQs, but then also made it to the final 4 in Manchester. Now, I think it's a little bit unlikely that MIBR will make it to the final 4 of Montreal, but, you know, I'm ready to be surprised. Yex was the first one to die. You were talking about it. He won with the advantage.
3 players all came onto him at once there as well. So he was dead to rights no matter what. As soon as they knew that he was there, more than half the team turned their attention towards him and made sure that he was not getting out alive. There's always that question of how much time and resource are you investing into that. But I think a couple of flashes and an E1D is completely fine. Machina again steps out. They had no awareness, but the trade is there. Basetto, I said back in that first half, I was really keen to watch him. And in the second half, I'm really impressed by what I'm seeing. In that final 3v3, in the last round, he played a big part. Here he's there for a trade guarantee, all while carrying the diffuser, being the droner, thinking about the execute. Really impressed with Basetto today, especially.
Perez, the only one dead for E1, gives a lot of hope to this dominant team that has been at the top or near the top of Brazil for the entirety of this stage. Kind of funny to see a Buck and not a Ram get played here for this job inside of lobby. Bullet manages to get away with his life intact. The Buck can open things up just as the Ram can, but usually you just let the drones do their thing and, well, go from there. But some players, they like that C8. Some players like the R4C. It really is just open to preference. And still some skeleton key ammunition remaining for Live as he just carves away at the floor. But here's the troubling prospect. Those Goyo canisters just got popped and there's 24 seconds left. That means there are 4 seconds into the round, at the end of the round, without the fire.
Are there any smoke still to come out as well? I think there is, because he's got one in hand right now. Gomez can still burn even more times. They've left this one a little bit too late. Shotgun on the stairs, full white flash as well. Down comes the push. Flashed himself in the process. That is certainly not ideal. Plant's going to start going down though. STK holding on to this one. Finally gets finished off. And Live can't do it all by himself with only a couple of seconds to go. MIBR extend that lead 5-3.
Really just a sensational result as MIBR are marching their way towards victory. This is the time, if I were E1, that I would call the timeout. But again, I don't compete at this level. So what all do I know? But they're going to save it. And I mean, if E1 lose this round, they will call a timeout with no room to spare. They have to translate that timeout into a successful round victory, or else that's it. It's curtains on this matchup, and E1 will end the day behind Team Liquid, who were successful in their earlier matchup. So E1 obviously have a better idea of this team. Maybe they just think, oh, you know, Chalet's not going the way we want, but that's okay. We're still the better team. MIBR has definitely surprised me so far.
See if they can keep it up as well, because E1, of course, they haven't used their attack pause unless I'm remembering horribly wrong, right? I don't recall it. So that is an option still available to them if things do start to run out of hand. The problem is, Tim talks about this round a lot whenever we cast together. Round 9 is that round to watch when it's this scoreline of 5-3. Because either you get to a point where the game stays very competitive within one round of each other, it's 5-4 afterwards. Okay, cool. Very much a good chance there that E1 will build back into the game. If MIBR, when it goes to 6-3, that's 3 rounds in a row that you need to win to force it to overtime. That kind of feels like a bit of a foregone conclusion that you are not going to see a comeback of that magnitude. Yes, we had that earlier on today, but that's why I said it's very unlikely you'll see a comeback of that kind of variety coming in. So this is a must-win, at least in my view, for E1. They need to get this over the line.
This is all those banners at the top, all those frames are where drones are trying to be hidden by E1, but MIBR seems to be very aware of that. No bona fide hard breacher being brought by E1, and no can opener as well, so no way to cut through walls at all for this team. That is a little peculiar when you think about it. It's not often that you see that. Usually if you bring a Ying or something along those lines, it's because there will be a can opener in back pocket. STK almost dies, as I believe it was Machina who went for the peek through the door. The Ashe almost very nearly lost their life.
All right. Candela's flying on through. STK lining up on the door as well. Right sort of idea. There is a player on half wall, but Yex is just better. Slams STK, who has really not had a great game so far, but 2 kills flying elsewhere. Basetto yet again on the board. Perez making up for past mistakes. I feel like I'm talking about football when I say Perez. Getting one back on side as well and giving them the man advantage, but Rare. I spoke about him earlier, Parker. He had yet to get on the board. He started over the last couple of rounds to warm into it, and now he's got to win a 1v2 against Perez and Live.
It'd be a hell of a way for MIBR to secure 1 point, and it's definitely winnable. He doesn't have much to work with. No Nitro Cell.
So much time.
But again, these SAS operators, they are very well equipped, Dez, at being able to take multiple engagements. If E1 gives him 2 staggered fights, this becomes very, very winnable for MIBR. I don't think they have information on him. The Mute Jammers put down by Rare are keeping him safe. There goes the smoke.
Has he got C4? No. Okay. If he had C4,
got nothing
maybe
in
this
pocket.
is doable, but no, it's consumed. Of course, they've got the bulletproof still up and active, but that can't see everything for him. They're trying to bait him into pushing here off the back of it, but he hasn't heard the kit go down, so why would he look to swing? They've spent the last 35 seconds now getting prepped for this. They've not been able to drone him out. The best part is they are still playing together, but look, they just have no idea where he is, and the swing comes in, and Live had that one on lock, was ready and waiting, and E1 take again a critical round 9.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they knew something we didn't, and it's a good thing they didn't call that timeout. They still have an opportunity to do that, but they can claw this one back. If I'm MIBR, the question I then have to ask is, do I possibly gamble on an earlier timeout to try and give a knockout punch? I suppose a lot of teams say no. The answer is we use the timeout when we absolutely need it. And in this round, their entry was very good.
Yeah.
It's quite methodical. Even when they were thwarted by the Mute Jammers, they were still able to gain a lot of information and then just play off of their own abilities. And a team like E1 shows a lot of confidence in how they trust these players. I'm not trying to be rude here, but there's no real standout performer on E1 that I think would be poached by another team. They are just a very good cohesive unit.
I agree.
They're not superstars, but if every single one of the players can do their job and do it proficiently, you don't need somebody who's going to carry the team. Obviously, as you can see on the bottom of your screen right now, Flastry is having a very, very bad day. Most of these players in the lobby have only died a couple times. Flastry has died every single round. He's the only player on E1 that you can say that about. And I mean, he's typically the player that is involved in the first altercation. So not great that he hasn't been able to provide for his team. And you can kind of point your finger at that being one of the reasons why E1 is behind MIBR at the moment.
It's the one that I'll give, to be fair. Flastry is, without a doubt, top-rated player right now in the whole competition. He's probably the star you'd look at, and not really playing a role that enables it. His most played operator, for example, is Thermite and Lion and Dokkaebi. Those are more your flexer, obviously your support in the form of the Thermite. Just interesting that given what he's been playing, that he's putting up such big numbers, like 57 to 32 on KD, really been flying. But the roundedness of this team, I think, is the important thing to note. 3 players above 100 EPS is a wonderful thing. And the 2 that are below, Perez and Basetto, as I've already said, is having a wonderful game so far today. He's the one that I've wanted to watch and see him really grow into his own a little bit, really become the owner of that role. Here he's got a chance to do it. He's running around in the blitz after normally playing on the Monty. No surprise that he's staying on the shield. But like that, he gets C4'd out. STK does get Machina, but my God, was that a real close moment for a trade. Could have maybe saved that C4 death coming through if they managed to find him. But E1, and now in a 4 versus 2.
Great spot for them to be in. Yeah, you've got fragging power, you've got an MPX, and you've got an MP7 in the hands of MIBR, and these are very proficient guns, but utility at the moment still favoring E1, and they are very comfortable on attack after that last round. Well, it might get a hop out here, but Flastry is prepared and waiting for that. Spoke of Flastry's issues with striking in terms of kills. Oh no, bullet. Just missed the opportunity. Flastry was expecting to jump out towards bathroom. Bullet gets one in that position. Gun down. Gomez now will need to save the round, but he can't do it. Perez gives E1 the round, and they are equalized at 5. We're going all the way.
Aren't we just? All 12 rounds of regulation at the very least guaranteed here. And E1 have pulled it right back. I said it earlier. 2 halves to a game of Siege. And whilst MIBR had a little bit of promise in one of the rounds in this half, it's all been E1. 3-1 so far in this half. And MIBR, for them, they've seen enough. Tack time outcomes on through because they need to find a way through.
This is what I said. You know, at this point, you got to use it not because you're going for the knockout punch, but at this point, you have lost the plot. So, MIBR, what do you do? Well, take your time out. Talk it through. Chalet right now is tilted in a direction that MIBR will be on the wrong side of, and they're still a younger team. They're still learning. But this has been far more competitive than I thought. And every single matchup today is going to need it all. And I mean, it's a long day. It's a long day for these players. I don't know the scheduling for the players, but I have to imagine a lot of them are probably there from the very beginning. So long day for them too. All 12 rounds needed for MIBR versus E1, which is a little bit of a surprise just based on E1 in the standings, but that's how it goes. One of these teams will secure a single point at the end of this round. Which one will it be?
Well, look at MIBR's comp coming into this round. That is stall to the max. We saw this in one of our games earlier today where you had the Goyo, the Smoke, and the Clash combo. It's all about wasting time. It's all about forcing the other side to try and basically get to a point of execution with 90 seconds on the clock still, which is basically impossible. Here, you can direct open up that main breach and start wasting time if you want to, but normally it involves some kind of clear or pressure elsewhere around the map as well. Add that to the fact that you've got C4s available on the other 2 members in the form of the Warden and in the form of the Kaid. That's going to start causing problems. I like the comp. It's scary to face off against. This is where E1's metal is really going to be tested. They probably won't find as many roamers out and about around the map. Maybe 1 or 2 early on will try and be those players. But for the most part, it's going to be about the actual hitting of the sites itself. And E1 are going to have to be so good at that. No Thatcher on side for EMPs against the Warden, for example. So not a lot they can do to really stop him just completely destroying them. So a lot of attention is going to be on Gomez in this round.
I know you don't talk about skins very much, but man, oh man, I love that. I can't remember what it's called. It's the old Esports one. It's like the blue and gold gun skin that comes on the Thermite. It was available right at the very beginning of the game. Very few people actually have it. I'm sure you could grab it on the marketplace, but if there's any for sale, I mean,
it was a couple of years ago now. I have the fire skin from the beta, and people are just like, "Oh, you're a hacker," and I'm like, "What?" And across a couple of games that I played in the space of about 2 weeks, people were like, "Oh, you're hacking the skin on." I'm like, "What?" And I didn't realize what the hell they were on about.
Admittedly, there was a period of time where basically every single cheater in the game was running that skin. So
there you go.
I can understand why they would say that. Perez dies, by the way. E1 has made this comeback work. How devastating would it be for them to fall short in this possible penultimate round, leading MIBR to sit at 6, which means that E1 would have to win through overtime, which is still a possibility. They'd still pick up 2 points.
This is worrying because they need these shock drones to get rid of the electro cores. They had the IQ on side to guide the shock drones. Now that Perez is gone, that is not really an option. They're going to chance this with the drone hole? Okay. Oh, I mean, they got away with it. Fair play. I thought the shield setup that was placed would be enough to stop this going down, but they've got away with it. And by the looks of it, Bullet hasn't got a second one to use here. Main breach is open, but think about what we said earlier, Parker. The amount of stall they've got with the Clash and the C4s and the smokes. That's a lot to work through.
Sure is. A lot of work to do, a lot of brush to cut through. They've got time, at least on their side. 1 minute to go on Chalet is more than enough. Now it's Machina getting watched as E1 wants to equalize, desperate to get those numbers back into a position where an execute is easier. They're already down 1, which means one small part of this execute is going to be tougher to accomplish. Bullet will rely on the clash of Yex as there goes the Goyo canister. 14 seconds will remain in the round when that fire ends. Yawning chasm that is the breach opened up, and Flashtree will take out Bullet, who's playing behind that shield. Both shields, in fact. I think there might be another one. Live finds himself in a very powerful position. STK gunning down Gomez. Clash is still on the board. Machina on very limited HP. Diffuser going down. The Clash getting into position at this point. But Basetto doesn't lose a single point of HP. Live grabs the cross. Yex dies after taking out STK, and it's all up to Rare.
Wow.
Who's picked off by Basetto, and E1 turns the tables on that round.
Wow, wow, wow. I can guarantee most of us have been in a ranked game where we're staring down that kind of situation. A clash from him back and forth. A shield in the middle of the room is a bit of a new one, but a mirror window, for example, all these things impeding you. You've got smoke still to come off. You've got Goyo canisters going off. So much that should stop that plant happening. Yet, admittedly, maybe the Kai taking the shot that he did and Flashly winning it is a little bit of an enigma. That shouldn't really be a thing. But he dies from behind the shield. The Clash has then not got a supporting gun next to her. And things start to fall apart from there. They overwhelm the Clash with flashes, so they can't feed information back across. They have Live, who I can't believe he managed to get into that spot, dropped in through the lobby hatch. No one seemed to know that he was there, and he denied any kind of pressure coming in from Connector or anyone playing on that single soft wall that faces in towards where the plant is going down. So really smart from E1. Again, why they're one of the best attacking teams? They realize the win condition. They need that player out from behind shield. They need control of Connector. Flashes to overwhelm the Clash, and they can make a plant happen. And again, for Basetto to get the plant down and come off and pick up 2 closing kills. I keep on saying it, but this has been his game today. He's playing so well.
10 kills for Basetto. Flastries has not really recovered in terms of numbers. Again, you have to wonder if this player in particular was showing up to what we expect and what E1 probably wants. Could this be a different round? I do like how healthy this region is, though. I do like how back and forth it has been, but E1 hasn't really given us a reason to doubt them over the last couple rounds. MIBR came off with a surprising start, but they have fallen by the wayside. They need to pick it up, or else this one will be over and E1 will walk away with all 3 points.
Just can't write this team off ever, can you? Again, that classic example of 2 halves to a game of Siege. A very different team from E1 has erupted compared to what we saw back in the first. And their attacks look absolutely terrifying. They're pushing straight in. They found Bullet. SDK into 1. Machina definitely not without some remark. This game, though, has been putting up numbers too. Perez falls. And Yex is there to clutch Flashtree again, who just cannot find a way into this game, it feels.
He's looking for another one, and he'll get it!
Oh my god.
Kill feed lit up in bright orange. And all it is highlighting E1's dominance,
man.
but hold on a second. Machina is there for a 2-piece up top.
Oh.
Basetto with a 1v2. Oh my. They know exactly where he is. He hops in, and it's Gomez to send us to overtime, because why not? Why not, Derry? Why not need every single round? Why not go the full distance? That's where we are.
I'm welcoming of it. I'm enjoying seeing how this is playing out. Basetto being the hero is definitely a big part of that. 100%. I'm enjoying seeing him play the way that he is so far. But to give fair credit, you know, E1 3 rounds in a row they pulled off there. I said earlier on, if it goes to 6-3, it's unlikely you see that 3-round pullback. They managed to do it from just 5 rounds on MIBR's side. Crumbled at the very last hurdle really here. And for that, at least, all of it's off the back of Machina, who, as I've already remarked, is having a phenomenal game. At times when it feels like the round is slipping away, you see 2 kills going E1's way in the kill feed. Machina just slips in there somewhere with a cheeky little kill that starts to balance things out. 3 in that round for himself. I believe that puts him up to like 15 kills in the game so far. Really, this game so far is on his back. He is the one that has kept MIBR in it.
I couldn't imagine another way for us to end this. And yeah, a whopping 15 kills for Machina. Much was talked about him when he was finally elevated up to a tier 1 level. Jesse in particular was quite fond of Machina and talked about him at length before any of these matches actually started. He is living up to the billing. It is nice to see that there is still plenty of talent at the lower levels of these leagues. The kids are all right, so to speak. Because there's always been periods of time where when the vets start to retire, there's, I guess, a bit of concern over who will replace them. Will they be personalities? Will they be able to let their actual gameplay do the talking? Will they be charismatic people? Have somebody like Machina step into MIBR and immediately make the impact that he has made over these 5 games so far? It's great. Technically, this is the 6th, but yes. And E1 is having to deal with somebody who is able to outgun them on almost every single part of this map.
Paris is just gagging to find these outcomes, and so far has only found the default ones, I imagine. Probably much more in towards Office and above site. And oh no, the worst player that you could lose at the start of the round. Live has found Machina. I think you lose the C4 that's in back pocket, unless it's in the back pocket of the mute instead. In fact, I think it might be. Also worth noting, 3 bulletproofs on side here for the side of MIBR. Really leaning hard into the intel game here to try and keep E1 at bay. So far, that hasn't, of course, worked, and the Dokkaebi is even more effective here. No cams available now to the team while this call rings through. Machina included. He can't get back on cams until that red circle has disappeared. That should end around about now. They'll be able to give that information back across once again.
Is that a grenade?
Yep.
Yep. And it takes out the bulletproof camera. A tough spot to be in for Yex as E1 has that numbers advantage. The Fenrir has actually been a huge part of these MIBR defenses, and time again, E1 ends up being obscured by their effect. It's a very good drone that gets Yex in this position. He's playing right around the Rosie. Perez with a kill. E1, as their advantage will grow even larger. There goes the logic bomb. More information for E1 as we hit the final minute.
I know that he's behind Piano at the very least. I thought for a second they might catch him as well. It was a good little pinch to find the 2 versus 1 for a second. Perez into another as well, making himself known in the round. At least one comes back the other way, but Perez won't stop. Oh! A 3 for himself. Flastry on the close from the bathroom window. And E1 move up to match point.
Closer and closer to those 2 points. And the thing with E1 is that by guaranteeing themselves 1 point based on round differential, they should overtake Team Liquid at this current point in time in the standings. And yes, there they have. E1 will use their timeout because why not? There could be 2 rounds left, but you're hoping that there's only 1. And you're hoping that you can make it 2 points, clear Liquid. Don't just share the lead with them, actually go over top of them. As for MIBR, they pick up 1 point, which makes a 3-way tie for the final spot in the playoffs. Furia, Ninjas in Pajamas, and MIBR all sit with 7 points. They are a full win back of Vivo Keydstars for that 5th spot. So it is entirely possible, depending on what happens in the next play day, that Vivo Keydstars could end up being on the outside looking in. But that's just fun to speculate as we get down to the wire.
I mean,
in
the
Brazil.
future play days, it's a similar story. There are no easy games in this league, it feels. Even Fluxo are looking like a threat to so many teams now, and Black Dragons may be the only freebie. And even then, they'll find a way, I'm sure, to get a point or a surprise victory out of nowhere and upset one of these big teams. But I think you are right with this. E1 will still be top at the end of today. What now matters across these next couple of rounds to them is do they carry on an undefeated streak. They're the only team in Brazil to have not lost a game. They are 4 wins in regulation, 1 in overtime, with 0 losses across overtime or regulation itself. Every other team has lost the game in some capacity. And to carry on saying we're still that team that hasn't lost the game, whilst Black Dragons have lost every single game in regulation, really just help them at least establish and say, we're that team. We're hard to beat. No one has been able to do it so far. So a little bit of a reputational thing, but also a pride thing for the boys as well. It's not just all about the points to them, but of course, they are the most important thing coming into the playoffs. Here we go then with our potentially last round. It is round 14. Do things end here, or do MIBR find a way through? And this is, I imagine, why there was attack timeout for E1, by the way. They lost every single site on this map in the last 4 rounds of their defense, if you recall. They went through all 4 of them, didn't repeat a site during those 4. MIBR won every single one, increasingly dominant with each site that was played. So there's a little bit of nervousness, I imagine, on the E1 side. Is like, right, we can't win a single site, so what can we do here? What site do we go to make a difference? And obviously they're settled here on Bar Gaming.
What a day it's been. And I know I just want to take a moment. I want to be on the record. I want to take a moment here. And I want to say I have genuinely had a wonderful time working alongside you for I think this is actually the first time that you and I have casted just together, just the 2 of us.
I think so.
It's been great fun.
I've really enjoyed it. I didn't think I would. I thought I'd hate it, but I've enjoyed it far more than I thought I would.
Oh, I thought I'd hate it. But, I mean, that's... You know, that's because you're a British Tory and you voted for Brexit and you know all those.
Absolutely. But you eat cats and dogs apparently, so it's fine. Actually,
I was going to say all of those things are false, but you are British. So I mean, like that's not false.
British, yeah.
British. So
British, 2 words.
I do find it funny though that the day that we are on off pairs, we have the single longest day of Brazil.
To be fair, yesterday ended quite late. It was 25 past the hour when they ended yesterday. We're 20 minutes over that now, of course, but I'll take it. It's nearly midnight here, but I'm still having a great old time. I'm loving life.
Yeah, it's quite late for you. I have to go make my stuffed peppers after this.
Yeah, good point.
And then Jesse, myself, and Flynn are all taking part in a fantasy draft later tonight. What a pick by Rare. MIBR with the advantage with a little bit over a minute to go.
Oh, man. That is pain. This is where there's been a few mistakes, I feel, throughout the game for either side. On the droning front, Mackin is going to find Perez as well. Beautiful stuff. Oh, almost gets a third. That would have surely been a sign of the end times, I think, if they got the next one, but it's not to be the case, and Mackin is down. We've already said before that you can't afford to lose your star man when he's been playing so well this game, but that's the fate that now awaits MIBR. A 3 versus 3, 40 seconds to play. That clock is now going to become the 6th man for the side of E1.
Still very winnable for both teams.
Plastry's just throwing. It's fine.
I mean, he's not had a very good game, Des, but
it's okay.
What
He
can you
doesn't
do?
like Chalet. It's fine.
Maseto's top frag on the team, and with 20 seconds left, he can easily claim on the vault. And no, a nice shot from Bullet. Now it's STK. He has to shut this plant down, but a retake from above as he misses the drone. Will swing around the corner. He gets it, but MIBR wins the round. Chaos. But it's MIBR to take it amidst the frenzy.
Whew. Just a few seconds later, and that becomes a very different story, by the way. I think we were down to 6 seconds on the clock. If they'd started planting 6 seconds later, he gets that kill before he gets traded. Game over. E1 win. But now they've got to do it all in round 15. All the way to... We didn't do the lines. That's a shame. I won't do it now. It's too late.
We've already done it. It's way too late.
We're all the way up to 15. And that's what it's going to come down to. E1 are on the attack. It's where we have seen teams looking the strongest. MIBR have got to upset expectation if they want to take the lion's share of points from this game. I think as it stands, if I was a betting man, it'd be on E1. They look like the team to get this done now, I think. But you just can't count players like Machina out as well. 16 kills he finds himself at. Bullet's not too far behind him. It only takes a couple of cheeky kills like we saw in that last round where Rare got a bit of a freebie at the very start onto live, and everything can be turned upside down.
Blackbeard. Give me Blackbeard.
It's not happening, Parker.
It's ridiculous. Locked in 3 minutes. Determine which of these teams will walk away with 2 points and a very highly coveted victory. E1 has only lost a single time so far. Actually, rather, they have not lost yet. My apologies. Something weird has gone on with Liquipedia. They've completely botched the table, by the way. I don't know who did this, but
why?
They don't separate overtime losses and just regular losses now. I don't know who did this, but I don't like it. Fix it.
I can see it. In the group stage?
It just says so. I mean, it says Fluxo has 1 win and 5 losses, yet they have 4 points. Like, that's confusing. Fix that.
That's also correct.
Liquipedia editor, please fix this for me. Either way,
refresh, it will break. I'm gonna refresh. I want it to break. Yeah, god damn it. Okay, yeah, they broke it. It's fine. They'll fix it. It's all good.
Yeah. That's fine. E1 undefeated so far. MIBR has pushed them to the brink at this point. Who gets first blood? Who breaks this round open? Both of these teams have slowed down considerably from what we saw in the earlier rounds. 1 minute's flown by. Live was very successful on this buck previously. Can he repeat that success? If he can, things will look pretty good for E1.
They're going for this full map clear. So that's what we saw of MIBR in I think it was one of their early attacking rounds. We saw them start from the top solar side, move 3 players down. They all met around Mez, had a bit of a hug, and then went on and won the round. This one here, I think I was going to say shaping up to look kind of similar, but except for E1. But it's Machina, that player that I referenced again not too long ago, having an absolute bowl of a game so far. They've still got the things like the Legion, the Smoke, and the Goyo. That's a lot of time waste, and they've got rid of the Thatcher. That probably means that they can't get things like the main breach opened up if it isn't already. It also likely means unless the shock drones can get downstairs and remove the electrification from this connector hatch, it's staying closed. And Live was the one that made a difference from that position last time around. The walls are closing in on E1. They've got to figure things out in the last 60 seconds.
Perez dying early didn't hurt their chances before. E1 are hoping for that exact same success. Right now, they are not advancing on this site at all. Baseto dies to the toxic gas by Gomez. Not before Live had taken out Makina. Makina dying really helps E1's chances. That's the raid boss that's been taken out, but there's still more work to be done.
They want to force it
Made
back.
to go over into the corner, but the smoke of Gomez is a bit trapped, it would appear. Never mind, he's got to rotate. This is where things get tough for E1. They are undefeated. They're looking for that number to continue. Gomez charging away, a follow-up. They've got an entry to the site now. E1 need to hit their shots. A bit of nerves. Striking. Flashtree, one big kill. Rare and Bullet, last two remaining. STK getting the diffuser down, but can they stop them in their tracks?
Got one.
Nice pick by Rare onto Live. Bullet will win the round for MIBR. You've got to be kidding me. E1 suffered their first defeat. And in the final moments of the final round, the win is made in Brazil.
No one had that down on their score sheet today. An 8-7 win to MIBR. E1 take a point, sure, they still stand top. But MIBR to beat the top standing team that no one else could dismantle. Defying expectations off the back of Makina. Pretty fair to say he was the difference today. And maybe it's as simple as that. Makina has a live game. Blastry has a, whatever you want to call that game from him. Certainly wasn't his strongest performance, but whew, what a game that's turned out to be for our closer.
Yeah, I mean, holy smokes. Holy smokes, Des. We needed every single moment of every single matchup today. Liquid versus Vivo Keydstars, go all 12 rounds. Fluxo versus Black Dragons, all 12 rounds. FaZe versus Furia, all 15 rounds. Nip versus W7M. Same thing. And now here we are in overtime again on this 15th and fateful round. That's Brazil, baby. That's just how she goes. And all of these teams should have a very good shot at going deep into the playoffs, into the LCQs, and God help whichever team doesn't actually make it through the playoffs, because the LCQs are going to be theirs to lose.
We keep on saying it, but there's probably 8 decent teams here that could make it to a major, and that really is a show of it. MIBR, who were down in the bottom 3, many were, I wouldn't say counting out, but definitely looking at and saying they weren't going to make it. Yet here they are beating out that top team. Anyone can beat anyone. Black Dragons, you to one side. It feels like anyone else can beat anyone else. And that is what makes it such a hard region to predict. But equally, well, we've had so many interesting games tonight.
Interesting is a great word for it. And honestly, I mean, we were joking around about the Black Dragons Fluxo match of the day, but it was quite exhilarating. And I mean, it was also a much lower stakes match than we saw from the other 4 that we had today, the fixtures, as you would call them. But every single game today could very easily have been dubbed the match of the day with how these teams did battle. There are still 3 more play days remaining in this region. So there's tons of time for the standings to shift around. The one thing that we do know is that E1 and Team Liquid have clinched their spots in the top 6. Mathematically, they cannot fall out of the top 6. They haven't clinched the top 2 spots, but they will make it to the playoffs. Black Dragons mathematically eliminated from making the playoffs. There's just no way that they can get up there. Their season is effectively done. So what happens next for these teams? Black Dragons will obviously retool, maybe play Spoiler in their last couple matches. They have Vivo Keydstars in the final day. They play Ninjas in Pajamas, and they play Furia. And that matchup against Furia, that's where they could be the ultimate spoiler, because Furia is one of the 3 teams tied for that final spot. So what ends up happening? Which team makes it into the playoffs? There's a lot of very good arguments for pretty much every team in this league right now to actually make it to playoffs, but only 6 of them will.
That's the scary part. When a region is so stacked with good teams, good players. Yeah, Fluxo, obviously, with the team everyone looked at in stage 1 and sort of wrote off, barely getting anything to show that they were a competent team. They're at least find themselves at 4 points. They can still cause an upset in the same way MIBR have here against E1. Turns out E1's gamble on taking MIBR to their favorite map was a bit of a risk, and E1 came in with ideas, thinking they had all the answers. Even they're not infallible, it seems, Parker. Anyone can beat anyone. We keep on saying it, but it's very true. I will again shout out Makina, though, for me. Player of the day. I was very pleased with Baseto on the other side. Also had a fantastic game, and he was a player I wanted to see prove himself, but you can't shut down a performance like that from Makina.
No, Machina in particular is the name that we said so often and is a player that has more than shown that he can keep up at this level. And I mean, it's great seeing somebody who has competed in a very highly competitive region, which Brazil is, where there are tons of great players at a tier 2 level, and now get immediately thrown up to tier 1 and not just do okay, but excel up against really strong competition. I mean, he dropped over 15 kills against the team that is first in the region.
Insane,
that is
right?
incredibly impressive.
Ended on 17 kills.
That's a pretty good number. That said, is it for you and I? Our wonderful day of working together has concluded, but you still need to hear from Jonah and Gabe. So we'll toss it back to the desk before we conclude today's show. See you soon.
Thanks, Parker. Thanks, Tez. You guys need to go get yourself some much-needed rest. Parker, go pickle some onions. Go stuff some peppers. Tez, go to sleep. It's a little bit late. But that'll do it for us today. What a way to end it. And I like how Parker phrased it. Every single game, Laxon, could have been the game of the day. And we end it with MIBR taking the win, delivering the very first loss to E1. How about that?
They did it. They absolutely did it. I wasn't sure if it was going to be possible given how well E1 has played, but I said they need to be better on their attacks. We need to see Makina getting in there, being more of a presence. Same with Gomez, same with Bullet. And that is exactly the top 3 players that we saw completely pop off from this roster. So it goes to show, I mean, they did their homework. They realized where things went wrong in their last matchup on Chalet, and they brought it back here today. And the fact that they did this on E1, it just shows the resilience and the work that this team is putting in to keep trying to make this playoff spot. And if I'm not mistaken, they are in that top 6, but obviously there's still lots of games to be played where they could either fall short or they can continue to lead their way up in that ranking.
Well, the way I described this one, even when we were just sitting back watching this game, that would have been a nice win for E1, but that was almost a necessary win for MIBR. With 3 play days remaining outside that top 6 until this win, you cannot afford to lose more games. This one, certainly an upset and a big one at that. Yeah, it would have been nice to walk away with 3 points. They had a nice 5-3 cushion at one point, but they still were able to take the win at the end of the day. They walk away with 2 points. And yes, it's going to be a difficult road from here on out, but now at least they have an opportunity to enter into that top 6 and to go directly to the major, or at the very least, that last chance qualifier. But here you see it, Bullet and Machina well ahead of the rest of the lobby tonight. What a performance from Machina, especially the rookie, the unknown factor kind of coming out of nowhere and absolutely popping off when his team needed him the most.
Yeah, again, Machina, I mean, being the new guy, being the one that's the least experienced out of all these players, and to be able to come into here and to be able to put up this performance, I mean, it's just something you love to see. Again, I've talked about with Flash Street, I'll say it with Machina, just another player for any up-and-comers that want to just watch players to learn from, to realize what you need to be doing in these situations, in these high-tier matches. These are players you should be looking at, not just the old heads of the scene.
Well, there he is. You see him here, officially the match MVP. We saw that one coming just based on those performances in those last few rounds. It felt like at times MIBR needed a miracle, and Machina was that very player. He ends the day at 17-12. He stayed positive on the entry, contributing in just about every possible way he could. Not to mention bringing some very utility-focused operators, a major contributor to the very important victory that MIBR has secured. So we move on, of course, and look at our overall standings as the day has now wrapped on up. That's 6 play days here in groups, and so this is where things stand. Officially, E1 and Liquid are essentially tied for first place. Round differential, the only thing separating the two right now. Close behind, you have FaZe, W7M, and the last 2 playoff spots, which are going to be hotly contested from this point forward, are currently occupied by Keyed Stars and MIBR. It is Furia and NIP, the 2 teams in the hunt, just 1 point away from that 6th playoff spot, but a slim margin that's going to feel like a long, deep margin to cross.
Yeah, and I was going to say, for MIBR, like, yes, you got your points today. Yes, you put yourself in the top 6 to qualify, but they do have very, very strong opponents to end out the last 2, well, not to end out, but their next 2 matches. They are going to be going against Liquid. They are going to be going against FaZe. But On that note, they brought it to E1 Sports. So it just goes to show they have the competitive nature to be able to thrive in this environment, to be able to go against the upper echelon of these teams. But again, the biggest thing is their consistency. That's what we need to see. If we can see Makina, we can see Bullet, we can see Gomez be able to continue to put up this performance, then I don't really see them being too worried. I personally don't see it being a worrisome match going against Liquid or a team like FaZe, but it's all about keeping that consistency.
Well, with that said, let's look ahead to see what we've got happening in just 2 days' time. We have a super week ahead here with September 24th, the next day where this action is coming at you live. We've got Furia and Black Dragons to start off the day. A very important game for Furia to get some points. They'll be favored in that matchup, but if Brazil has told us anything, it's that we should not ever be comfortable with one team in the lead. Upsets are everywhere. Speaking of MIBR, the team who you just saw upset the current first place team will have a chance to upset the second place team tied for first with 15 points in Team Liquid.
Yeah, and you know, we talked about Black Dragons already today. They are out, unfortunately, but for Fluxo especially, they do have a chance. Sure, it is against W7M, but everything is up in the air at this point. And you know, all these games were extremely close, and I expect because of how tight the timing is of everything and how much points need to be accumulated, everyone is going to be putting in 110% going forward.
You see FaZe and E1, that third game. FaZe is by no means locked into the playoffs, nowhere near the point margin that now Team Liquid and E1 have secured, so that'll be a big one for them. Finally, some chinks in the armor emerging on the E1 side that they'll be looking to take advantage of. Like you said, Fluxo, mathematically possible, although not probable that they could make the playoffs, but they will have W7M ahead of them, and we will end the day with Keyed Stars and NIP, arguably the most important for that bottom playoff spot, as those two teams are very much in the fight for that very thing. So it's been an incredible day 6. Again, thank you all for joining us here on the Brazil League. If you stayed tuned for the entirety of the broadcast, much love to you. This was, I think, the longest broadcast we've had yet. Every game going to 12 rounds or overtime. Laxing, any final words on today's action before we get out of here?
I mean, honestly, I just loved how competitive today was. You know, we weren't sure what the games were going to look like. We maybe thought one way was going to be decided out the other. We were maybe, you know, see one team was just going to blow out another, but every game literally went the max distance in terms of regulation rounds and then an overtime round. So, I mean, it was truly a tremendous day, not only for ourselves, for the casters, but just for people who love to watch Siege, all you viewers. I mean, today was really a day of nothing but barn burners, hard-hitting rounds, and just great matches overall.
Incredible stuff all day long. You know you're going to see it in those last 3 play days. Again, it's a super week. We're bringing you the action in just 2 days' time. We got a surprise for you on the hosting chair that night, but I'll be back next weekend. But for everyone who was involved in this broadcast, for the amazing Brazilian broadcast crew in Brazil, as well as, of course, for Intero and Dez providing the coverage for all 5 matches today, a marathon of a day. Thank you all for tuning in. This has been Gabe and, of course, Jonah, and we will see you next time. So long.